Welcome. Settle in. Get comfortable. Tonight, we're diving deep into the story of one of the most explosive personalities ever to grace the arenas of Clash Royale. Pull your blankets close, dim those lights, and let me tell you about a warrior who traded precision for power, who found beauty in chaos, who discovered that sometimes the loudest statement you can make is through the thunderous boom of a rocket-propelled firework splitting the sky. This is the story of the firecracker. The year was 2020, and the world of Clash Royale was about to change forever. It was early February, specifically the third day of that cold winter month, when something new arrived in the arena. The timing wasn't accidental. Chinese New Year celebrations were filling the air with the scent of gunpowder and the brilliant cascades of fireworks painting the night sky in every color imaginable. It was against this backdrop of celebration and explosive artistry that the firecracker made her entrance into the game. Before she arrived, players had grown accustomed to a certain rhythm in the arena. They knew the archers with their reliable bows, the musketeer with her trusty rifle, the magic archer with his piercing shots. But the firecracker? She was something entirely different. She brought with her a philosophy that would reshape how players thought about ranged combat, about splash damage, about the very nature of support troops in the heat of battle. The developers at Supercell had been watching, listening, observing how players engaged with ranged units. They noticed patterns, recognized gaps in the meta, understood that there was room for something that could bridge multiple roles while maintaining a distinct identity. The firecracker emerged from countless hours of design meetings, balanced discussions, and artistic iterations. She wasn't just another card to fill a roster slot. She was a statement, a declaration that even common rarity troops could command attention and respect. When the announcement trailer dropped, it immediately captured imaginations. Here was this figure, clearly related to the Archer family by her general build and stance, but carrying something radically different. No simple bow and arrows for her. Instead, she wielded a handcrafted wooden rocket launcher, a device that looked both rustic and incredibly dangerous. Inside sat a striped rocket, its colors matching the vibrant team scheme, waiting to be unleashed with devastating effect. The community's reaction was immediate and intense. Forum threads exploded with speculation. What would her stats be? How would she fit into existing deck archetypes? Would she be overpowered at launch, or would she need buffs to find her place? The excitement was palpable, crackling through the air like static electricity before a storm. On January 6, 2020, select players got early access through a special challenge. This wasn't just a test of the card itself, but a test of how the community would adapt to a completely new mechanic. The firecracker's attack pattern was unlike anything that had come before. She would fire her rocket toward a target, and upon impact, it would explode into 5 separate pieces of shrapnel, each one continuing forward in a cone pattern, piercing through any enemy unfortunate enough to be standing in their path. And then there was the recoil. Oh, the recoil. Every time she fired, the sheer force of the explosion would send her tumbling backward, sliding across the arena tiles like she was skating on ice. This wasn't just a visual flourish. This was a mechanical innovation that would define her entire playstyle, making her unpredictable, difficult to target with spells, and creating a rhythm to her attacks the players would need to master. The early adopters discovered something magical. Here was a 3 elixir common card that could single-handedly change the flow of battle. She excelled at punishing grouped units, could provide sustained damage against air swarms, and had the range to threaten towers from relative safety. But she also came with a massive weakness, one that would become legendary in its own right. She could activate the opponent's King Tower with alarming ease if placed incorrectly, turning what should have been an advantage into a devastating self-sabotage. By February 3rd, when she became generally available to all players who had reached Hog Mountain, the firecracker had already achieved something remarkable. She had generated more discussion, more debate, more passionate argument than most legendary cards. Players either loved her with fierce devotion or viewed her with suspicion and frustration. There was no middle ground, no casual indifference. The Firecracker demanded a reaction, and that reaction was always intense. Her arrival also marked a shift in how Supercell approached card design. She proved that you didn't need legendary rarity or complex mechanics to create something that felt special and unique. Sometimes, all you needed was a simple concept executed brilliantly. A woman with a rocket launcher, a love for explosions, and the courage to embrace the chaos that came with her chosen weapon. The first month after her release saw usage rates climb steadily. Players experimented with her in cycle decks and control decks, even in some beatdown strategies where she could clear away swarm counters. Professional players began featuring her in tournament decks, recognizing that in skilled hands, she could provide value that far exceeded her modest elixir cost. The Firecracker wasn't just a card. She was becoming a phenomenon, and through it all, she maintained her identity. Unlike troops that became defined purely by their statistics or their role in the meta, the Firecracker had personality that shone through every deployment. You could almost imagine her grinning behind that hood as she loaded another rocket, could sense her excitement as the fuse began to burn, could feel her savage joy as the explosion painted the arena in fire and light. This was no mere soldier following orders. This was an artist who had found her medium. This was a pyromaniac who had discovered that her destructive impulses could be channeled, directed, refined into something that wasn't just chaos, but controlled chaos. Beautiful chaos. Necessary chaos. Origins in the arena, but where did she come from? How does an archer decide one day to abandon the elegant simplicity of bow and arrow for the thunderous complexity of rocket-propelled explosives? To understand the Firecracker, we need to understand her roots, her history, the journey that led her to this moment of transformation. She started, like so many others in the arena, as an archer. Not the archer that players deploy on the battlefield, but one of many in training, learning the ancient art of archery that had been passed down through generations of warriors. The bow was tradition. The bow was precision. The bow was everything that the archer corps stood for. Controlled power delivered with unerring accuracy. Young recruits would spend months, sometimes years, perfecting their draw. They learned to feel the tension in the string, to calculate the arc of the arrow's flight, to compensate for wind and distance and the movement of their targets. It was meditation and warfare combined, a practice that demanded complete focus and absolute discipline. For most archers, this was enough. This was fulfilling. This was their calling. But for the one who would become the Firecracker, something was missing. She excelled at the technical aspects. Her aim was true, her release smooth. Her arrows flew straight and struck hard. The instructors praised her potential. Fellow trainees looked to her as an example of what dedication and practice could achieve. On paper, she was the perfect archer, someone destined for distinction in the arena. Yet inside, restlessness grew. Every arrow that hit its mark brought satisfaction, but it was fleeting, insufficient. She began to realize that what she craved wasn't the quiet pride of a job well done. What she wanted was spectacle, drama, the kind of impact that couldn't be ignored or overlooked. When her arrow struck an enemy, they would fall. Yes, but there was no announcement of it. No moment where the entire battlefield had to stop and take notice. The turning point came during a rare ceasefire. One of those mysterious pauses in the eternal conflict when warriors were granted brief respite from their duties. While others rested or socialized, she found herself drawn to the arena's munitions. Depot, a place where explosive ordnance was stored for siege weapons and defensive structures. The bombs, the rockets, the firecrackers used for celebrations and signal flares. All of them sitting there, potential energy waiting to be released died, she picked up one of the celebratory firecrackers, feeling its weight, examining its construction. It was simple, really. A tube packed with powder, a fuse to ignite it, a careful balance of components designed to create light and sound in that wonderful, terrible burst of force. Her mind began to race. What if this could be weaponized? What if the principles that made these celebration devices so effective could be applied to combat? The first experiments were conducted in secret, during those precious hours when the arena slept and oversight was minimal. She fashioned a crude launcher from spare wood and metal fittings, creating something that could hold and aim a rocket without immediately destroying itself or its operator. The earliest attempts were disasters. Rockets that exploded prematurely, launchers that shattered from the force, burns and minor injuries that she had to hide from the instructors. But failure only fueled her determination. Each setback taught her something new. She learned about structural integrity, about the angles needed to handle recoil, about timing and trajectory, and the thousand small details that separated a weapon from a liability. She studied the fireworks used in celebrations, noting how their designers created patterns in the explosions, how shrapnel could be directed and controlled rather than simply scattered randomly. Months passed. Her official training continued, and she maintained the facade of a dutiful archer candidate. But her real education was happening in those stolen hours. In that workshop she'd claimed as her own, surrounded by sketches and failed prototypes and the lingering smell of gunpowder that never quite washed away. The breakthrough came when she realized she was thinking about the problem wrong. She'd been trying to eliminate the recoil, to create a launcher that stayed perfectly still when fired. But what if the recoil wasn't a problem to be solved? What if it was a feature to be embraced? The backward movement could create distance from enemies, could make her harder to target, could become part of her fighting style rather than a limitation of her weapon. With this revelation, everything changed. She redesigned the launcher to accommodate the recoil, to use it rather than fight against it. She adjusted her stance, learning to flow with the backward momentum rather than resist it. She practiced until the motion became natural, until firing and sliding back was one fluid movement rather than action and reaction. The rocket design evolved too. She experimented with different powder mixtures, different casing materials, different ways of packing the interior to achieve maximum effect. What she wanted was an initial impact followed by a spreading pattern, something that could strike a primary target and then shower everything behind it with secondary damage. It took countless iterations, but she finally achieved it. 5 distinct pieces of shrapnel, each one carrying enough force to harm, spreading out in a cone that could catch multiple enemies. When she finally felt ready to demonstrate her creation, she didn't go to the instructors. She knew they would see only deviation from tradition, would focus on the risks rather than the potential. Instead, she went to the arena quartermaster, the grizzled veteran responsible for equipping troops and evaluating new weapons. She showed him what she'd built, explained her vision, and then asked for a chance to prove it worked. The demonstration was set for dawn, when the arena was empty except for a few observers. Training dummies were arranged in various formations, simulating different combat scenarios. The quartermaster watched with crossed arms and a skeptical expression as she took her position, loaded her first rocket, and prepared to fire. The explosion echoed across the empty arena, a sound that made birds scatter from the nearby trees and sent several guards running to investigate. The primary dummy was obliterated, reduced to splinters, and scattered straw. The 4 dummies behind it weren't destroyed, but showed significant damage, struck by the spreading shrapnel pattern. And the archer-turned-firecracker stood 15 feet back from where she'd fired, having slid smoothly in response to the recoil. For a long moment, silence. The quartermaster walked to examine the dummies, inspecting the damage patterns. calculating in his mind what this weapon could mean in actual combat. Finally, he turned back to her and nodded once. It was a small gesture, but it contained multitudes. Approval, recognition, the acknowledgement that she'd created something genuinely useful. Within a week, she was removed from standard archer training and assigned to a special program. The rocket launcher was refined, reinforced, optimized for repeated use. A uniform was designed that offered protection while allowing the mobility she needed. The hood, the gloves, the reinforced boots that could handle the friction of her constant sliding retreats. Most importantly, a distinctive headband in team colors, marking her as something new, something different from the traditional archers she trained alongside. The name came naturally. She worked with fire, with explosive force, with the crack and boom of detonations. Firecracker. It fit perfectly, capturing both the celebratory origin of her weapon and the dangerous reality of what she brought to battle. Her former fellow archer trainees had mixed reactions. Some saw her as a traitor to tradition, someone who'd abandoned the purity of archery for something crude and destructive. Others viewed her with envy, wishing they'd had the courage to similarly break from convention. A few became genuine friends, recognizing that her choice wasn't a rejection of them, but an affirmation of her own identity, her own path. The day finally came when she was deemed ready for actual combat deployment. She stood at the edge of the arena, rocket launcher resting on her shoulder, feeling the weight of eyes on her. Some were curious, wondering if this experiment would prove worthwhile. Others were doubtful, expecting her to fail spectacularly and prove that the old ways were best. And a few, just a few, looked at her with something like hope, inspired by the idea that you didn't have to accept the role you were given, that you could forge your own identity even in a world as structured as the arena. She loaded her first combat rocket, felt the familiar weight settle into the launcher, watched the fuse begin its slow burn toward ignition. The target was a swarm of small enemies, perfect for demonstrating what her weapon could do. She aimed, breathed out slowly, and pulled the trigger. The explosion was beautiful. Design philosophy and visual identity. Let's talk about how the firecracker looks. Because in the arena, appearance isn't just cosmetic. It tells a story. It conveys personality. It lets you understand who someone is before they ever take a single action. And the firecracker's visual design is a masterclass in character communication through appearance. Start with the silhouette. Even at a distance, even reduced to just a shape on the battlefield, you can identify the firecracker immediately. She shares the basic body structure with the archers, that lean, athletic build of someone who's spent years training for combat. But where archers stand with that classic archer stance, weight balanced, bow drawn, the firecracker's posture is different. There's an energy to it, a barely contained enthusiasm. She stands like someone ready to move, ready to dodge, ready to slide backward at a moment's notice. The rocket launcher is the centerpiece, of course. It's deliberately rustic in design, handcrafted rather than factory-made. The wood has that weathered look of something that's been used extensively, scarred by countless launches, stained by powder residue, and the char of proximity to explosions. The metal fittings are functional rather than decorative, reinforced at stress points. Designed to handle forces that would tear apart lesser constructions. Inside the launcher sits the rocket itself, visible even before it's fired. This visual detail is important. It creates anticipation. You can see that striped projectile waiting there, can imagine it screaming toward its target, can almost hear the explosion before it happens. The stripes match team colors, either blue or red, depending on which side of the bridge you're fighting from. It's a small detail, but it creates that sense of belonging, of being part of a larger force, even while maintaining individual identity. The headband is iconic. It's not just team-colored fabric. It's a statement. Think about the symbolism of a headband in combat contexts. It keeps hair out of your eyes, yes, but it's also a mark of determination, of someone who's ready for serious work. The firecracker's headband is always bold, always visible, a splash of color that draws the eye, even in the chaos of battle. Her tunic follows similar design principles to the archer's, but with modifications. It's slightly more reinforced around the shoulders and chest, protection against the heat and force of proximity to explosions. The team-colored elements are integrated throughout, creating visual harmony while maintaining that sense of identity. The black hood adds an element of mystery, shadows that obscure details while highlighting the features we can see. The gloves are practical, designed for handling explosive ordnance. They need to protect while maintaining dexterity, allowing her to load rockets quickly without fumbling. The material appears thick, heat-resistant, probably treated with some kind of fire-retardant coating. The boots follow similar logic, built for friction and impact, designed to handle the constant sliding that defines her combat style. But here's what makes the visual design truly brilliant. It's the combination of elements that shouldn't work together, but somehow do. She's got this traditional warrior aesthetic with the hood and tunic, but she's carrying this crude, powerful weapon that feels almost anachronistic. She looks nimble and light, but she wields something that creates massive explosions. She appears serious and focused, but there's that undercurrent of barely suppressed excitement, of someone who genuinely loves what they do. The artists who created her knew exactly what they were doing. The concept artist, Lyosha Kalibin, established the core visual identity. The look development artist, Cal Vaiswanan, refined it, adding textures and details that made her feel real and lived in. The lighting and final renders brought everything together, ensuring she looked equally good, whether viewed from the front, side, or back. Whether standing still or in the middle of that signature recoil slide. The developers faced interesting challenges during her creation. How do you make a character who uses explosives fit into the Clash universe's established aesthetic? The Clash style is cartoony but grounded, exaggerated but believable within its own internal logic. The firecracker needed to feel like she belonged in this world, like she was a natural evolution of existing character types rather than something imported from outside. The solution was in the details. The rocket launcher, while unique to her, shares design language with other wooden structures in the Clash universe. The metal fittings look like they could have come from the same forges that produce armor and weapons for knights and P.E.K.K.A. The explosions themselves, when they occur, use the same visual effects framework as fireballs and rockets, creating continuity even in destruction. Color theory played a huge role. The team colors anchor her to the game's existing palette, ensuring she reads clearly in the heat of battle. The black hood and gloves provide contrast, preventing her from becoming just a blob of red or blue. The wood tones of the launcher add warmth, making her feel more approachable despite the destructive power she wields. There's also the matter of scale. The firecracker is correctly proportioned for the arena, sized appropriately relative to other troops and structures. But her weapon adds visual weight, making her feel more substantial than her 3 elixir cost might suggest. This is important. Players need to feel like they're getting value, need to perceive power even in common rarity cards. The Evolution version, introduced much later in June 2023, takes these design principles and amplifies them. The navy and gray-colored tunic with its evolution symbol immediately communicates enhanced status. The indigo coloring throughout creates a more mystical, powerful appearance. The golden fuse on her rocket adds that touch of premium quality, that suggestion of improved performance. It's the same character fundamentally, but elevated, refined, showing what happens when someone already skilled pushes themselves to an even higher level. But what really makes the design memorable is the personality it conveys. You look at the firecracker, and you understand things about her without needing explicit explanation. You see that she's confident, maybe a bit reckless. You sense her enthusiasm for her craft. You recognize that she's someone who's chosen this path deliberately, who's embraced the chaos and made it her own. This is why her design has inspired so much fan art, why artists in the community love drawing her. She's got that perfect combination of clear, recognizable elements and room for interpretation. The core identity is strong enough that she's always identifiable, but there's flexibility in the details, space for artists to add their own style and vision. The unveiling video for the firecracker, showcasing her design and abilities, achieved something remarkable. It hit trending rank number 2 on YouTube. Think about that for a moment. In a platform filled with content creators competing for attention, a character reveal for a mobile game card captured imaginations enough to trend globally. That's the power of strong visual design combined with an interesting concept. People saw the firecracker and immediately wanted to know more, wanted to experience playing with her, wanted to be part of this explosive new addition to the arena. The design team could have played it safe, could have created just another Archer variant with minimal changes. Instead, they took risks. They created something that stood out, that demanded attention, that became instantly iconic. The firecracker's appearance isn't just memorable, it's definitive. She looks exactly like what she is, a pyromaniac who found a calling in controlled chaos, an artist whose medium is explosion, a warrior who understands that sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is through spectacular destruction. The pyromantic nature lets talk about what drives her. Not the mechanics, not the strategy, but the psychology. What kind of person chooses explosives as their weapon? What kind of mind looks at fire and destruction and sees not danger, but possibility? The firecracker isn't just someone who happens to use explosive weapons. She's someone drawn to them, someone who needs them, someone whose very nature finds expression in the flash and thunder of detonation. The term pyromaniac gets thrown around casually, often incorrectly. True pyromania is a recognized condition, a fascination with fire that goes beyond mere interest into something deeper, more consuming. But in the context of the firecracker, we're not talking about disorder or dysfunction. We're talking about someone who's channeled that attraction to flame and explosion into something productive, something that serves a purpose beyond mere destruction. She loves fire, not in the abstract, not as a concept, but as a physical reality. She loves the heat against her skin, the way it makes the air shimmer and dance. She loves the colors, the way flames shift from orange to yellow to blue, depending on temperature and fuel. She loves the smell, that acrid scent of burning that others find unpleasant, but she finds intoxicating. Most of all, she loves the sound. The crack of ignition, the roar of combustion, the thunderous boom when something explodes. But fire alone isn't enough for her. Fire is beautiful, yes, but it's somewhat predictable. Once started, it simply burns until fuel is exhausted or oxygen depleted. What captivates the firecracker is the moment of explosion, that instant when potential energy becomes kinetic, when force is released all at once in a manner both violent and exquisite. Explosions are controlled chaos, planned spontaneity, destruction with purpose. Her morning routine, if you can call it that, involves checking her rockets obsessively. Each one is examined for defects, weighed to ensure proper powder loading, tested for fuse integrity. This isn't paranoia or anxiety. This is love. She handles each rocket the way a musician handles their instrument, with care and respect and a deep appreciation for what it can do when used correctly. Between battles, when other troops are resting or socializing, she can often be found at the armory. Not just maintaining her launcher, though she does that too. No, she's experimenting, tinkering, always trying to find ways to make the explosions bigger, brighter, more spectacular. The Armory Master has learned to give her space, recognizing that her modifications, while sometimes alarming, generally improve performance rather than creating hazards. There's a purity to her focus that's almost meditative. When she's working with explosive materials, everything else fades away. The politics of the arena, the rivalries between troops, the endless cycle of battle and respawn, none of it matters. In those moments, there's only her, the materials, and the challenge of perfect creation. Every rocket she crafts is a small work of art, something that will exist briefly but brilliantly before fulfilling its purpose. She has theories about explosions, complex ideas about timing and force distribution that she enthusiastically explains to anyone patient enough to listen. Most troops don't understand half of what she's saying, but they recognize the passion behind the words. She talks about blast radii and shrapnel, patterns the way poets talk about meter and rhyme, seeing elegance in something others view as simple destruction. But here's what makes her fascinating rather than frightening. She's not destructive for destruction's sake. She's not trying to hurt people or cause chaos without purpose. Every explosion she creates serves a function. Every rocket fired has a target, a reason, a place in the larger tactical picture. She's managed to take this attraction to fire and force and channel it into something that helps her side win battles, that protects allies, that contributes meaningfully to the eternal conflict of the arena. That her fellow troops have varying opinions about her. Some find her intensity off-putting, prefer the company of warriors who can relax completely when off-duty. Others respect her dedication, recognizing that this level of focus is rare and valuable. A few are genuinely concerned, worried that someday she'll go too far, push past the boundaries of acceptable risk in pursuit of ever more impressive explosions. But she's never careless. This is crucial to understand. Her love of explosions doesn't make her reckless. If anything, it makes her more careful, more considerate of variables, more aware of what can go wrong. She understands intimately what explosive force can do, respects it in a way that only someone who works with it constantly can. The controlled chaos she creates isn't accidental. It's deliberate, planned, executed with precision that belies the spectacular violence of the results. There are quiet moments, rare but real, when she watches fireworks displays during arena celebrations. Not the military rockets she uses in combat, but the purely celebratory kind, designed solely to create beauty in the sky. During these moments, something in her expression softens. The intensity remains, but it's tempered by appreciation, by joy that's unmarred by tactical considerations. These explosions exist purely to be beautiful, and she finds that purity profound. She has favorite types of explosions. Quick, sharp detonations that are over almost before they begin. Sustained burns that build gradually before climaxing in spectacular release. Cascading chains where one explosion triggers others in sequence. Multi-stage rockets that explode once on impact, then again as components separate. Each type has its place, its purpose, its particular aesthetic appeal. The evolved firecracker description is telling. Some firecrackers just want to watch the world burn. Especially this one. It's playful, tongue-in-cheek, but there's truth in it. She does want to watch the world burn. Not out of malice, but out of genuine appreciation for the process. Burning is transformation. Fire takes one thing and makes it something else. Explosions are transformation accelerated, compressed into an instant so brief that the eye can barely track it. That instant of transformation is what she lives for. Her relationship with her weapon is almost symbiotic. The launcher isn't just a tool she uses. It's an extension of herself, a physical manifestation of her internal nature. When she fires, she's not just releasing a projectile. She's expressing something fundamental about who she is, creating in the world something that matches what exists inside her. Each explosion is a statement, a declaration, a small piece of her soul made visible. Other troops create through construction or healing or support. The firecracker creates through destruction, and there's something profound in that paradox. She takes explosive force, something inherently chaotic and dangerous, and turns it into art. She makes it purposeful. She proves that even destruction can be beautiful when executed with skill and understanding and genuine love for the craft. In her quietest moments, when pressed to explain why she chose this path, she doesn't talk about power or effectiveness or tactical advantages. She talks about the moment. That brief instant between trigger pull and impact, when the rocket is in flight, when potential is about to become actual. Everything exists in that moment. All possibilities, all outcomes, compressed into the fraction of a second before explosion. That moment, she says, is the only time she feels completely alive, completely herself, completely present in the world. She is the firecracker, not because of her weapon, not because of her role in battle. Not because of her role in battle, but because at her core, in the deepest part of who she is, she understands that sometimes the world needs someone willing to embrace the explosion, someone who sees beauty in the boom, someone who knows that controlled chaos isn't contradiction, but truth. The fire that burns inside her matches the fire she creates outside. And that perfect alignment of internal nature with external expression is what makes her not just a soldier, but an artist. A pyromaniac artist whose canvas is the battlefield and whose paint is explosive force. Mechanics of destruction. Now let's get technical. Let's talk about exactly how the firecracker's weapon works, because understanding the mechanics helps us appreciate the genius behind the design. This isn't magic. This is physics, chemistry, and engineering combined in a way that's both deadly and elegant. The launcher itself is deceptively simple. At its core, it's a tube that holds and directs a rocket, reinforced to handle the forces involved in launch. But simple doesn't mean crude. Every element of its construction serves multiple purposes. Every choice made during design reflects deep understanding of the requirements. The tube is wooden, specifically hardwood that's been treated to resist heat and splintering. Wood is chosen over metal for several reasons. It's lighter, making the launcher more maneuverable. It provides some natural shock absorption, reducing the stress on the user during firing. And perhaps most importantly, it can be easily modified and repaired in the field. The firecracker isn't working with military-grade equipment backed by industrial manufacturing. She's using something closer to artisan-crafted tools, where maintainability and adaptability matter more than perfection. Metal reinforcement bands wrap around the tube at regular intervals, preventing the wood from splitting under pressure. These bands are carefully positioned based on stress calculations, placed exactly where forces will be greatest during launch. They're also adjustable, able to be tightened or loosened to maintain proper alignment as the wood naturally expands and contracts with temperature and humidity changes. The trigger mechanism is elegant in its simplicity. Pull it, and it strikes an igniter against the rocket's fuse, starting the burn that will lead to launch. There's a carefully calibrated delay between trigger pull and actual launch, giving the firecracker time to aim and brace. Too short a delay and she couldn't achieve precision. Too long and the weapon becomes impractical in fast-paced combat. The current timing is the result of extensive testing, finding the sweet spot where accuracy and practicality intersect. Now, the rockets themselves. These are marvels of compact engineering. Each one contains multiple components working together to achieve the desired effect. The outer casing is rigid enough to survive the launch, but designed to fragment in a specific pattern upon impact. Inside is the propellant, a carefully formulated mixture of chemicals that burns quickly and produces tremendous force in a controlled direction. The stripes on the rocket aren't just decorative, though they do serve that purpose. They're also markers, visual indicators of the rocket's orientation. The firecracker can glance at a rocket and immediately know which end is for, which way it will fly. In the heat of loading, when seconds matter, this instant recognition is invaluable. The fuse is protected by a cover until the rocket is loaded into the launcher. Once loaded, the cover automatically opens, exposing the fuse to the igniter. This safety feature prevents accidental detonation while the rocket is being handled. It's simple, mechanical, foolproof in the best possible way. When fired, the rocket accelerates quickly, reaching operational velocity within the first few feet of travel. The propellant burns in a precisely controlled manner, creating thrust that pushes the rocket forward while creating equal and opposite force that shoves the launcher backward. This is basic physics, Newton's third law in action, but the implications are complex. The recoil force is substantial. We're talking about enough backward momentum to send someone sliding several feet across the arena floor. Most weapons users would try to eliminate this to create a stable firing platform. But the firecracker embraces it, uses it. Her boots have specially treated soles that reduce friction just enough to allow smooth sliding without losing all control. Her stance when firing is optimized to transfer the recoil force efficiently, letting her body move as one unit rather than fighting internal tensions. This backward movement serves multiple tactical purposes. It creates distance from enemies, particularly useful against melee troops trying to close in. It makes her harder to target with precision spells, as her position is constantly changing. And it creates a rhythm to her attacks that enemies struggle to predict. She fires, slides back, resets, fires again. The pattern varies based on terrain and tactical needs, but the fundamental cycle remains constant. The flight path of the rocket is carefully calculated. The angle of launch, the burn rate of the propellant, the weight distribution of the projectile, all of these factors combine to create a ballistic arc. The firecracker has internalized these calculations through thousands of hours of practice. She doesn't consciously think about trajectory anymore. Her body knows instinctively where to aim to hit targets at various ranges. Impact is where things get really interesting. The rocket is designed to detonate on contact, not through timing. This ensures it explodes exactly where intended rather than potentially missing if the fuse timing is off. The detonation itself is a carefully orchestrated event. The primary explosion happens in the nose of the rocket, creating the initial blast force and damage. But microseconds later, the casing fragments in a predetermined pattern. 5 pieces of shrapnel shoot forward in a cone pattern. These aren't random fragments. They're specifically designed components that separate from the rocket during explosion. Each piece is heavy enough to carry momentum and cause damage, but small enough to travel in a relatively predictable pattern. The angle of the cone is carefully calculated to maximize coverage while maintaining effective range. This shrapnel pattern is what makes the firecracker truly special. A direct hit with the rocket deals significant damage to the primary target, but everything behind that target, within the cone of shrapnel spread, takes secondary damage. This allows her to hit multiple enemies with a single shot, to punish grouped units, to strike targets that thought they were safely behind a tank. The shrapnel pieces pierce through enemies, meaning they don't stop on first contact. If units are lined up perfectly, a single shot can damage 3, 4, even 5 separate targets. This piercing property makes her incredibly effective against swarm strategies, where multiple small units cluster together. One rocket can devastate what would normally require multiple attacks to clear. But here's the crucial detail that defines high-level firecracker play. The shrapnel can hit your own towers. If the firecracker is positioned poorly, if she fires at the wrong angle, those fragments that pierce through enemies will continue traveling until they hit something else. And if that something else happens to be your king tower, positioned behind your princess towers, you've just activated it. giving your opponent a massive strategic advantage. This risk-reward dynamic is central to the firecracker's identity. She offers tremendous value, but only if deployed correctly. Skilled players learn the safe zones, the angles that keep shrapnel away from friendly structures. They understand positioning in a way that goes beyond simple front versus back thinking. They calculate trajectories, predict movement, adjust placement based on what the opponent is likely to deploy. The range of her weapon is another crucial factor. At 6.5 tiles, she outranges most troops and can even threaten towers from relative safety. This range isn't arbitrary. It's long enough to be useful, to allow her to attack from positions that keep her relatively safe, but not so long that she becomes impossible to counter. The balance between range and vulnerability is delicate, intentionally so. Her hit speed tells another part of the story. 3 seconds between shots. That's the time needed to load a new rocket, align the launcher, pull the trigger, and deal with the recoil from the previous shot. 3 seconds might not sound like much, but in arena combat where frames can matter, it's an eternity. This relatively slow attack speed means the firecracker needs protection, needs to be deployed behind tanks or alongside troops that can handle enemies that get close. The damage numbers have evolved over time through various balance changes, but the fundamental principle remains. She deals moderate damage to the primary target and reduced damage to secondary targets hit by shrapnel. This split damage model rewards good positioning and punishes grouping while preventing her from being oppressively powerful. Her health pool is deliberately low. At 3 elixir, she's cost-effective, but she can't take much punishment. This fragility is intentional, creating counterplay opportunities. Small spells like Zap or Snowball can't kill her outright, but can stop her attack and potentially allow enemy troops to reach her. Arrows can eliminate her completely, creating a 1 elixir advantage for the opponent. Fireball is overkill, but guarantees the removal. This vulnerability to spells creates interesting strategic decisions. Do you use your small spell to reset her attack, preventing damage but not eliminating the threat? Do you commit a medium spell for guaranteed removal, but potentially waste elixir? Do you ignore her and accept the damage while pushing the opposite lane? Each choice has implications, creates branching paths in the tactical decision tree. The evolution version adds another layer to her mechanics. She gains the spark ability, which triggers after every 4 shots. This spark is essentially an extra rocket that fires automatically at a random target, dealing damage and creating that same shrapnel spread. The randomness of the target prevents it from being too powerful, too easily exploitable, but it adds meaningful value over the course of a match. The spark doesn't require extra loading or aiming. It just happens, another explosion in the firecracker's signature cone pattern. This ability rewards sustained deployment, encourages players to protect their firecracker and let her keep firing. 4 shots might seem like a lot, but in a long match, she triggered the spark ability multiple times, adding significant chip damage and swarm clear potential. The evolved version also gains increased health and damage, making her more resilient and more threatening. She's still vulnerable to spells, still requires careful positioning, but she's more forgiving of minor mistakes, more capable of surviving incidental damage. These improvements justify the evolution cost, making her feel meaningfully stronger without completely changing her identity. Understanding these mechanics, really internalizing how every component works together, separates players who use the firecracker from players who master her. The former simply drops her in the back and hopes for value. The latter calculates angles, predicts enemy deployments, positions her with surgical precision to maximize damage while eliminating risk. Every rocket fired is a small optimization problem. Where exactly should she stand? Which enemy should she target? Will the recoil move her into a better or worse position? What's the opponent likely to play next? And how will that affect their effectiveness? These questions run through skilled players' minds constantly, informing decisions that might look simple but reflect deep understanding. The mechanics also create personality. The way she fires and immediately slides backward gives her this distinctive jerky movement pattern. She's never still, always repositioning, always in motion. This creates a visual identity that's instantly recognizable, making her feel alive and reactive rather than static and scripted. The sound design reinforces the mechanics. The whoosh of the rocket launching, the boom of impact, the secondary pops as shrapnel hits additional targets. Each sound provides feedback, confirms what happened, creates that satisfying sense of cause and effect. Players don't just see the damage numbers. They hear the explosion, feel the impact through audio cues that make every shot feel substantial. These mechanics didn't emerge fully formed. They're the result of extensive testing, countless iterations, refinement based on player feedback, and observed usage patterns. Balance changes have tweaked numbers, adjusted timing, modified interactions. But the core mechanical identity, rocket with recoil and spreading shrapnel, has remained constant. It's the foundation everything else builds upon, the defining characteristic that makes the firecracker who she is. In understanding the mechanics, we understand the character. She's precise chaos. She's controlled destruction. She has physics and chemistry and psychology all working together to create something that is both deadly effective and deeply satisfying. The mechanics aren't just numbers on a card. They're the language through which her personality speaks, the medium through which her story is told. Every rocket fired, every slide backward, every explosion that paints the arena in fire, these are her words. And together, they tell a story of someone who found exactly where they belong. The Archer connection. To truly understand the firecracker, we need to examine her relationship with the Archers, the troops she trained alongside, the family she both belongs to and has diverged from. This relationship is complex, layered with respect and rebellion, tradition and innovation, connection and separation. It defines much of who she is and why her journey matters. The Archer is one of the oldest troops in the Clash universe, appearing in Clash of Clans before Clash Royale even existed. When Clash Royale launched, the Archers were there from the beginning, part of the training camp, available to every player immediately. They represent fundamentals, basics, the foundation upon which so much strategy builds. 2 ranged attackers for 3 elixir, reliable damage, simple to understand, but with depth for skilled players. The Firecracker's connection to this lineage is undeniable. Her basic body structure matches the Archer's. Her cost mirrors theirs, 3 elixir, creating direct comparison. Her role is similar ranged damage dealer, with particular effectiveness against swarms and air units. Players who understand how to use Archers have a head start in understanding Firecracker deployment. But the differences are equally important. Where Archers are about consistency, the Firecracker is about impact. Archers steadily chip away at targets, their arrows flying in reliable rhythm. The Firecracker punctuates battle with explosions, her attacks less frequent but more spectacular. Archers can be split to pressure both lanes simultaneously. The Firecracker is indivisible, her power concentrated in single deployments. The training they share creates a common foundation. Both learned about range management, understanding when to attack and when to hold fire. Both studied target prioritization, knowing which enemy to focus on in complex situations. Both practiced positioning, finding angles that maximize effectiveness while minimizing vulnerability. These fundamental skills translate across weapon types, creating underlying similarity despite surface differences. But their philosophical approaches diverge dramatically. Archer training emphasizes patience and consistency. You aim, you release. You trust in the straightforward relationship between effort and result. Firecracker methodology embraces variables, acknowledges that every shot creates unpredictable elements and finds beauty in managing controlled chaos. Where archers seek to eliminate unknowns, the firecracker has learned to dance with them. Among the archer community, the firecracker is a controversial figure. The traditionalists view her choice as a betrayal, abandoning proven methods for something flashy and dangerous. They point to her vulnerability, her potential to sabotage her own team, her relatively slow attack speed. They see someone who is gifted with talent for archery and squandered it chasing explosions. The progressives see her differently. They recognize that evolution requires divergence, that new tactics emerge only when someone is willing to break from tradition. They admire her courage in pursuing an unconventional path, her dedication to mastering something difficult and different. They see not betrayal but innovation, not abandonment but expansion. The archers deployed in battle alongside her have learned to work with her quirks. They know to position themselves away from her firing lines, avoiding both her recoil slides and her shrapnel spread. They've developed synchronized tactics, where archers steadily damage tanky enemies while the firecracker clears supporting swarms. The combination can be devastating when executed properly, tradition and innovation working together. There's a respect that exists between them, even when disagreement persists. The archers recognize that the firecracker's weapon, whatever they think of it, is devastatingly effective in the right situations. The firecracker acknowledges that archery's elegance and reliability have value, that her explosions couldn't exist in isolation without the supporting structure the more traditional troops provide. Family gatherings, those rare moments when the eternal conflict pauses, can be complicated. The firecracker sits with her archer relatives, and conversations dance around their differences. They discuss tactics generally, avoiding the specific disagreements about methodology. They share stories of battle, finding common ground in the experience even when their roles differ. But there's always an undercurrent, an acknowledgement that one of them chose a different path. The younger archers in training look at the firecracker with complicated emotions. Some see possibility, inspiration, that their role isn't fixed, that they could forge their own identity if they found something they loved enough. Others feel pressure, worry that simply being good at archery won't be enough anymore, that they'll be expected to innovate when they prefer to perfect existing techniques. Instructors use the firecracker as a teaching tool, though not always in ways she appreciates. See what happens when you abandon fundamentals, one instructor might say, pointing to a match where an improper firecracker placement activated the king tower. See what's possible when you master fundamentals and then build on them, another might counter, highlighting a perfectly executed firecracker defense that stopped a major push. The magic archer represents another interesting comparison point. He also diverged from standard archery, adding magical properties that make his arrows pierce infinitely. But his divergence stayed within the archery framework. He still uses a bow, still relies on the core techniques. The firecracker's departure was more radical, abandoning the bow entirely for something completely different. This makes her both more controversial and more distinctive. There's a photo, or something like a photo, in the archer barracks. It shows a training class from years ago, before the firecracker made her choice. She's there among the others, bow in hand, looking like she belongs completely. Veterans who knew her then sometimes talk about how skilled she was, how her form was textbook perfect, how instructors predicted great things. And they wonder, quietly, what she might have achieved if she'd stayed the course. But others, the ones who knew her best, saw the restlessness even then. They noticed how her eyes would wander during long training sessions, how she seemed most engaged when discussing new techniques rather than perfecting old ones. They weren't surprised when she made her choice, recognized it as inevitable rather than unexpected. The firecracker she became was always there, waiting for the right catalyst to emerge. The relationship extends beyond individuals to the broader tactical ecosystem. In deck building, Firecracker and archers occupy similar slots, range support troops at 3 elixir. Players choosing between them make decisions based on preference, playstyle, and specific strategic needs. This creates natural comparison, endless debates about which is better in various situations. Competitive players have generally concluded that they serve different purposes. Archers are more consistent, easier to value, less likely to backfire. Firecracker has higher potential, but requires more skill, more understanding, more precision in deployment. Neither is universally better. Context determines optimal choice. This parity is itself a form of respect, acknowledging that the Firecracker's radical departure created something of equivalent strategic value to the traditional approach. In the end, the Archer connection defines the Firecracker through both similarity and difference. She comes from this family, carries their DNA, shares their fundamental understanding of ranged combat. But she's also separate, distinct, having chosen a path that sets her apart. The relationship is neither completely harmonious nor entirely antagonistic. It's complicated, nuanced, real, just like family relationships often are. The Firecracker remains an archer in some essential way, carries that identity even while transcending it. She's proof that you can honor your origins while forging your own path, can respect tradition while pursuing innovation, can belong to a family while being uniquely yourself. The bow and the rocket launcher are different weapons, but the hands that wield them learned their basic skills in the same training grounds. And that shared foundation, that common origin, creates bonds that neither divergence nor disagreement can completely sever. Training days and early battles. Let's go back to the beginning, to those formative days when the Firecracker was learning to master her weapon, discovering how to turn theoretical understanding into practical skill. This period shaped her, taught lessons that would define her entire approach to combat. Every master has an apprenticeship. Every expert was once a stumbling beginner. The Firecracker is no exception. The first time she tried to fire her newly authorized rocket launcher in official training conditions, she missed completely. The target was stationary, positioned at moderate range, an easy shot by any reasonable standard. But she was nervous, overeager, pulled the trigger before properly aligning. The rocket screamed off at a wild angle, exploding harmlessly against the arena wall. The recoil sent her tumbling backward, unprepared for the force, landing hard on her backside while training officers tried unsuccessfully to hide their laughter. That moment could have been discouraging. Instead, it became instructive. She learned that confidence without technique was worse than useless, that her weapon wouldn't magically work just because she wanted it to. She had to earn proficiency, had to build skill through repetition and adjustment and countless incremental improvements. The training program developed for her was unique, without precedent. The arena had trained countless archers, musketeers, wizards, but never someone using this particular weapon. Instructors had to figure out methodology on the fly, learning alongside their student what worked and what didn't. It was collaborative innovation, everybody involved in uncharted territory. Basic accuracy came first. Stationary targets at fixed ranges. Fire, assess results, adjust, fire again. Simple repetition building muscle memory, teaching her body the relationship between aim and outcome. Days of this, then weeks, until she could reliably hit what she aimed at. It was tedious work, unglamorous, but absolutely necessary. No amount of enthusiasm could substitute for fundamental competence. Once accuracy was established, they introduced complexity. Moving targets that required leading the shot, calculating where they'd be when the rocket arrived. Targets at varying ranges that demanded adjustment in aim angle. Multiple targets requiring rapid assessment of priorities. Each new variable added difficulty, created new opportunities for failure, pushed her to expand her capabilities. The recoil management was its own entire training track. She had to learn to absorb the force efficiently, to let it move her without losing balance or control. Initially, every shot sent her sprawling or stumbling. Gradually, she developed a technique that would become signature, that smooth backward slide that repositioned her while keeping the launcher ready for the next shot. This took longer to master than the accuracy, required completely retraining her body's instincts about stability and movement. Then came shrapnel optimization. Understanding that her weapon could hit multiple targets was one thing. Actually using that property effectively was completely different. She practiced with carefully arranged dummy groups, learning the angles that would maximize secondary damage. She discovered that small adjustments in aim, barely visible differences in position, could mean the difference between hitting one target versus 5. The instructors introduced failure scenarios deliberately. They'd arranged dummies representing her own towers, forcing her to attack targets while avoiding friendly fire. Early in training, she activated the simulated King Tower repeatedly. Each time, the training officer would stop the exercise, explain why it happened, show her the angle that caused the problem. It was frustrating, embarrassing, but crucial. Better to learn these lessons in training than in actual battle where the consequences were real. Live combat drills came next, sparring against other troops in controlled environments. These taught her things no static training could. Real enemies moved unpredictably, didn't stand still waiting to be hit. They tried to close distance, to overwhelm her before she could fire enough rockets. They learned her patterns and adapted, forcing her to constantly vary tactics. This dynamic interaction taught her more about actual combat than months of target practice ever could. Her first official battle deployment was a small skirmish, low-stakes testing whether she was ready for real arena combat. She was assigned to a defensive position, tasked with supporting more experienced troops. The matchup was straightforward, nothing that would truly test her limits. She fired 3 rockets total, hit 2 targets cleanly, missed once when she overcorrected after the previous shot. Her team won easily, but she knew the victory had little to do with her contribution. The real test came several battles later, a high-intensity match where her team was outmatched and desperate. The opponent deployed a massive skeleton swarm supported by heavier troops, a push designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. The firecracker's teammates looked to her, needed her to do exactly what her weapon was designed for. Clear the swarm, create space, buy time. She positioned carefully, calculated the angle, fired. The rocket struck the front of the swarm, and shrapnel tore through the grouped skeletons like paper. One shot eliminated dozens of enemies, crumbling their push into manageable pieces. Her teammates rallied, counterattacked, turned a defensive crisis into an offensive opportunity. And the firecracker, watching the chaos she created, felt something click into place. This was what she was meant to do. This was why her weapon existed. But success brought overconfidence. In the next match, emboldened by her previous performance, she positioned aggressively, too far forward. An enemy fireball caught her alongside several other troops, eliminating her instantly. Her team had to fight short-handed, struggled to defend without her, ultimately lost. The lesson was harsh, but necessary. Effectiveness meant nothing if you didn't survive to deliver it. Positioning wasn't just about maximizing damage. It was about threat assessment, risk management, ensuring you lived long enough to provide sustained value. She began studying replays obsessively, watching her matches and those of others. She noted positioning patterns, successful defensive setups, angles that consistently created value. She saw her mistakes in brutal detail, watching herself make errors that seemed obvious in retrospect, but had been invisible in the moment's heat. This analytical approach accelerated her development, letting her learn from experiences beyond just her own. The training yard became her second home. Before official duties, after battles ended, during any free moment, she'd practice, loading drills to improve speed, accuracy exercises to maintain precision, recoil management repetitions until the backward slide was smoother than walking. Other troops would sometimes stop to watch, fascinated by this warrior who couldn't stop practicing, who treated every moment as an opportunity to improve. She developed relationships with troops she trained alongside, bonds forged through shared struggle and mutual support. A giant who tanked for her during drills, letting her practice safe positioning behind friendly frontline. A group of archers who'd coordinate with her, learning how to combine traditional and explosive damage. These early partnerships taught her about team dynamics, about how individual excellence meant little without coordination. The training officers began using her as an example for other troops learning new roles. "Watch how she approaches each problem systematically," they'd say. "Notice how she learns from every failure, adjusts her technique, tries again with modifications." She became a case study in effective learning, proof that dedication and intelligent practice could overcome initial incompetence. But not everything was struggle and training. There were moments of levity, of humor, of the camaraderie that develops among warriors who face danger together. Friendly competitions to see who could hit the most challenging targets. Jokes about her recoil slides, reenactments that exaggerated the stumbling of her early attempts. Stories shared over meals about memorable battles, near misses, spectacular successes, and equally spectacular failures. The equipment evolved alongside her skills. Her original launcher was replaced multiple times as she learned what worked and what didn't. Each iteration incorporated lessons from use, became more refined, more efficient, more suited to her specific needs and style. The rockets themselves went through versions, different powder mixtures, different casing designs, constant optimization seeking that perfect balance of damage and reliability. Mentorship played a crucial role. Veteran troops who'd mastered their own unconventional approaches would offer advice, share wisdom from their journeys. The wizard, whose area damage attacks shared some properties with her shrapnel spread, explained concepts of targeting priority in group scenarios. The bomber, another troop that embraced explosive force, discussed the psychology of using weapons that enemies feared. Months passed. Seasons changed. The firecracker, who entered training as a rough beginner, gradually transformed into a competent warrior, then into an accomplished specialist, finally into someone who could be genuinely called an expert. Her accuracy became reliable enough that she rarely missed unless circumstances were truly chaotic. Her recoil management became so smooth it looked choreographed. Her understanding of shrapnel patterns became so comprehensive she could improvise solutions to unusual tactical problems. The transformation wasn't just technical. Her confidence grew, not the brittle overconfidence of someone who thinks they've mastered everything, but the solid confidence of someone who knows their capabilities and limitations. She developed judgment, the ability to assess situations quickly and decide optimal responses. She learned patience, understanding when to fire immediately versus when to wait for better positioning or more targets. By the time she was deemed ready for full deployment, for selection into player decks and usage in competitive scenarios, she'd logged thousands of practice shots, hundreds of training battles, countless hours of study and analysis. She'd earned her place through work that most observers never saw, through dedication that persisted through discouragement and setback. The firecracker players encountered in the arena was the finished product, but that finish was built on a foundation of training days that tested her thoroughly. The evolution journey. The evolution system came to Clash Royale much later in the firecracker story, arriving in June 2023 alongside Season 47 titled Evolution. This wasn't just a power increase or a simple upgrade. Evolution represented transformation, change at a fundamental level, the emergence of something that had always been possible but required the right conditions to manifest. For months before the Evolution feature launched, the Firecracker had been exactly what she was, a powerful but straightforward troop with well-understood mechanics and clear role. She'd seen balance adjustments, meta shifts, periods of high usage, and times when other options were preferred. But the core identity remained stable, unchanged. Evolution would break that stability, would offer a path to something new. The process of evolution isn't simple or automatic. It requires resources, dedication, specific cards collected, and gold spent. In game terms, this represents the arena's recognition that certain troops have the potential for growth beyond their initial parameters. In story terms, it represents the warrior's personal journey towards self-improvement, the decision to push beyond comfortable competence into uncertain territory where greater power awaits. The evolved firecracker emerges from this process changed in multiple ways. Visually, she's distinct. The navy and gray-colored tunic replaces her traditional appearance, marked with the evolution symbol that declares her transformed status. The indigo coloring throughout creates a more dramatic, powerful aesthetic. The golden fuse on her rocket catches light, promises enhanced performance, warns enemies that this isn't the firecracker they might be used to facing. But the visual changes merely reflect deeper transformation. Her statistics improve significantly. Hit points increase from 237 at level 11 to 334, making her substantially more durable. She can survive interactions that would have eliminated her before, can absorb more incidental damage while continuing to provide value. This increased survivability changes how she can be deployed, expands her tactical flexibility, makes her more forgiving of positioning errors. Her damage scales up correspondingly. The main rocket damage jumps from 163 to 230, while shrapnel damage increases from 92 to 130. These aren't marginal improvements. They're substantial increases that change breakpoints, alter what she can effectively eliminate, give her more immediate impact per shot. But the spark ability is what truly defines the evolution. Every fourth shot triggers an automatic extra rocket at a random target. This happens without additional loading time, without aiming, just a sudden bonus attack that adds damage and splash effect to whatever she was already doing. The randomness prevents it from being too easily exploitable, keeps it from being overpowered. But over the course of a battle, these extra sparks add up to significant value. The spark creates interesting psychological dynamics in matches. Opponents must account for this periodic bonus damage. Can't simply calculate value based on her base attack cycle. It adds unpredictability, keeps enemy players slightly off balance, creates moments where her contribution exceeds what careful analysis would suggest is possible. This psychological pressure is itself valuable, forcing opponents to dedicate more resources to dealing with her than her base stats alone would justify. Achieving evolution represents commitment. Players must invest heavily in this specific card, prioritizing it above other options that could also provide power increases. This creates meaningful choice, forces decisions about resource allocation, ensures that evolved troops feel special rather than common. When you face an evolved firecracker, you know the opponent has deliberately chosen to invest in this card, values it highly enough to dedicate scarce resources. The evolution journey isn't just mechanical. It represents character growth, personal development, the natural progression of someone who's mastered fundamentals and now pushes toward excellence. The base firecracker is skilled, effective, dangerous. The evolved version is all of these things amplified, refined, taken to a higher level through dedication and effort. In narrative terms, we might imagine the evolution happening gradually. The firecracker, having fought countless battles, begins to notice patterns others miss. Her instincts sharpen. Her techniques become more efficient. Small optimizations compound over time. She experiments with new powder mixtures for her rockets, finding combinations that produce more force without increasing weight. She refines her launcher design, incorporating lessons from years of use. The spark ability could represent her achieving a form of flow state, Moments where her expertise becomes so complete that she acts without conscious thought. Every fourth shot, she is so completely in rhythm with her weapon that an extra rocket fires almost as an extension of will, rather than deliberate action. It's the kind of mastery that comes only from absolute dedication, from pushing past the point where most people would be satisfied with good enough. Other troops notice the change. The evolved firecracker carries herself differently, moves with a confidence that goes beyond mere competence into true mastery. Her slides are smoother, her recovery faster, her aim more precise even in chaotic conditions. When she fires, there's an intensity to the explosions that wasn't there before, a power that declares she's operating at a level beyond normal parameters. The evolution also represents choice in another sense. Not every firecracker will evolve. Not every warrior will push themselves to this level. It's easier to remain competent, to stay within comfortable boundaries, to not risk the effort and potential failure that comes with striving for more. Evolution requires hunger for improvement, willingness to leave behind what's safe and known, courage to pursue potential even when the path is uncertain. In battles, the evolved firecracker becomes a priority target. Opponents recognize the threat, understand that leaving her active for extended periods allows those spark abilities to accumulate massive value. She draws spell responses more readily, demands more attention, forces opponents to adjust their entire game plan to account for her presence. This attention is itself validation, proof that the evolution represents genuine power increase rather than cosmetic change. The competitive scene embraced evolved firecracker quickly. Professional players recognized her enhanced capabilities, began featuring her in high-level tournament decks. The combination of improved survivability, increased damage, and the spark ability created a package that excelled in the right contexts. Meta discussions included her prominently, analyzing optimal use cases, best supporting cards, strategies to maximize her unique properties. But evolution also introduced new skill requirements. The evolved firecracker's increased power came with increased importance of proper usage. Mistakes hurt more because more resources were invested. Improper positioning that wasted her potential felt worse because the opportunity cost was higher. Players had to rise to her level, had to use her with precision that matched her refined capabilities. The gold fuse on her rocket became iconic, a visual shorthand for "this is serious." When opponents see that golden gleam, they know they're facing someone who's invested heavily, someone who's made this card a cornerstone of their strategy. It's a warning and a challenge simultaneously, daring enemies to try to overcome this enhanced threat. Through the evolution system, the firecracker's journey comes full circle. She started as someone willing to abandon tradition for something new. She mastered that new approach through dedication and practice. And now, through evolution, she's pushed even further, transcended her own previous limits, become something that exceeds her original design. Its growth made manifest, potential realized, the natural endpoint of a journey that began with a simple question: what if I tried something different? The evolved firecracker stands as proof that excellence is a journey without final destination. You can always improve, always refine, always push toward better execution of your craft. The transformation isn't just about statistics or abilities. It's about becoming the fullest version of yourself, about realizing potential that was always there but needed effort and dedication to manifest. She evolved not because the system allowed it, but because she earned it. Strategic mind and tactical brilliance. Let's talk about the mind behind the explosions. Because the firecracker isn't just someone who fires rockets indiscriminately. She's a tactical thinker, a student of battlefield geometry, someone who understands arena dynamics at a level most troops never reach. Her weapon might be loud and flashy, but her approach to using it is calculated and precise. Understanding positioning is the foundation of firecracker mastery. Unlike troops that can be placed almost anywhere, and provide roughly similar value, her effectiveness varies wildly based on deployment location. 3 tiles too far forward, and she's vulnerable to quick elimination. 2 tiles too far back, and she can't reach crucial targets. Slight angular differences determine whether shrapnel hits additional enemies or activates your own king tower. She's learned to read the arena like a 3-dimensional map, seeing not just the current state but potential future states. Where will enemies move? What paths will they take? Where will clashes occur? Her positioning decisions account for all of this, placing herself where she'll provide maximum value over the next 10 to 15 seconds rather than just the current moment. Range awareness is crucial. Her 6.5 tile range means she can hit things most troops can't, but it also means she must respect threats that outrange her. The princess, the magic archer, certain buildings, all of these can hit her while she can't effectively return fire. She's learned which matchups require positioning adjustments, when to hang back versus when she can be more aggressive. The recoil mechanic creates unique tactical opportunities. Every shot moves her backward, which most troops would consider a disadvantage. But the firecracker has learned to use this. She positions herself such that recoil moves her towards safety rather than into danger. She times shots to slide away from approaching melee troops. She uses terrain features, positioning near edges or obstacles that will limit or redirect her slide in predictable ways. Against swarm strategies, she's devastating when used correctly. Skeleton army, goblin gang, minion horde, all of these suffer massively from her shrapnel spread. But timing matters enormously. Fire too early and the swarm hasn't fully deployed, limiting how many targets you hit. Fire too late and they've already dealt damage or overwhelmed your defenses. She's learned to recognize the exact moment of maximum vulnerability, when enemies are grouped, but not yet scattered. Target selection follows complex decision trees. Primary target is obvious in simple scenarios, but what about when there are multiple threats? Does she focus the tanky troop in front, dealing consistent damage? Or does she target the support units behind, eliminating threats that deal more damage over time? The answer varies based on context, available elixir, what other friendly troops are present, dozens of variables that she processes almost instantly. Defensive applications showcase her tactical intelligence most clearly. When opponents push one lane heavily, the instinct is to drop defensive troops directly in their path. But the firecracker has learned more sophisticated approaches. She positions at angles, creating crossfire situations where her shrapnel hits the entire push, while she remains out of immediate danger. She uses the Princess Tower itself as a shield, staying just far enough back that enemies must commit deeply to reach her. She's mastered the art of the defensive counterpush. After eliminating or severely damaging an enemy offensive, she's often left standing with good health. Rather than waiting or wandering, she immediately transitions to offense, marching down the lane she just defended. This tempo advantage, forcing opponents to immediately respond to her threat while they're low on elixir from their failed push, creates winning situations from what were defensive necessities. Against air troops, her value becomes obvious. Many ground-focused defenses struggle with aerial threats, but the firecracker handles them naturally. Minions, Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, all of these take significant damage from her rockets and shrapnel. She's learned the timing required to hit fast-moving air units, leading her shots just enough that the rocket intercepts their path. Spell baiting is part of her strategic toolkit. Opponents often hold spells specifically to counter her, knowing she's vulnerable to arrows or fireball. She's learned to leverage this, positioning herself in ways that make spell usage uncomfortable. Force the opponent to choose between hitting her and hitting other valuable targets. Make them waste high elixir spells on a 3 elixir troop. Create situations where not using a spell allows her to generate more value than the spell would prevent. The King Tower activation vulnerability creates a strategic minigame within every match. She must be hyper-aware of tower positioning, of angles that risk activation. But skilled opponents try to exploit this, deliberately placing troops in positions where attacking them might cause shrapnel to arc toward the king tower. This creates a tactical standoff, where the firecracker must choose between attacking in perfectly positioned targets or allowing them to generate value unmolested. She's developed counters to common counter strategies. Opponents rushing her with fast melee troops, position behind a mini-tank, or wait until they're committed to a specific path. Spell threats, bait them out with other vulnerable troops first, or position spread out from other targets. Opponents playing defensively, not giving her good targets. Apply pressure, force them to respond, create the grouping she needs to maximize shrapnel value. Cycle deck strategies showcase her particular brilliance. In fast cycle archetypes, she can be played multiple times in a single battle, each deployment forcing the opponent to respond or accept chip damage. She's learned optimal cycle patterns, when to play her aggressively versus when to save her for defense. The rhythm of deployment becomes a song she knows by heart, each note plays perfectly in the larger composition. In control decks, she serves as area denial. Her presence forces opponents to split pushes, to avoid grouping troops, to play around her shrapnel threat. This disruption is itself valuable, making opponent execution more difficult, creating openings for other defensive tools. She's the piece that makes everything else work better, the multiplier that amplifies teammate effectiveness. Beatdown strategies use her differently, as support behind heavy tanks. The giant or golem absorbs attention while she hammers defenses, her shrapnel clearing counterplay troops. She S learned to position just far enough back that she S protected, but close enough that her rockets reach the action. She times her deployments to match the tank's push timing, ensuring she arrives with enough support to maximize impact. Bridge spam tactics occasionally include her, using her as a surprise offensive element. This isn't her most common role, but in certain matchups, an aggressive firecracker at the bridge can catch opponents off guard. She's learned which situations favor this risky play, when the potential payoff justifies the vulnerability. Tournament play demands even more sophisticated understanding. Professional opponents know her capabilities intimately, play specifically to counter her, rarely make the grouping mistakes that casual players might. She's had to evolve her own play, develop deeper layers of strategy, think multiple steps ahead. At the highest levels, playing her well is like chess, each move part of larger strategic plans that unfold over the entire match. She studies opponents, learning tendencies and patterns. Does this player favor spells or troop counters? Do they play reactively or proactively? How do they respond to pressure? All of this information informs her positioning and timing, allowing her to exploit individual playstyles rather than just executing generic strategies. Elixir management becomes crucial in her strategic thinking. At 3 elixir, she's cost-effective, but that cost still matters. She's learned when investment is worthwhile versus when it's wasteful. Firing a rocket that deals 50 damage isn't good value. Firing a rocket that eliminates 400 health worth of enemies is excellent value. The difference is positioning and timing, both of which she controls. She's also learned what she can't do, understands her limitations as clearly as her strengths. She can't solo defend heavy tanks without support. She can't quickly eliminate single high health targets. She struggles against spread out troops that don't group for shrapnel value. Recognizing these limitations prevents overcommitment, keeps her from being placed in situations where failure is likely. The metagame awareness extends beyond individual matches. She understands which decks are popular, which strategies dominate current competitive play, how her role fits in the larger ecosystem. When spell-heavy decks are common, she adjusts, plays more carefully, recognizes increased risk. When swarm strategies dominate, she knows her value increases, leans into her anti-swarm capabilities. Communication with other troops, while not verbal in any conventional sense, happens through positioning and timing. She signals intentions through where she stands, tells teammates what she plans to attack, coordinates without words. The ice spirit that times its jump to freeze enemies just as her rocket arrives understands this collaboration. The knight that positions the tank while she provides range support has learned this tactical dance. Weather and environmental factors that exist in the arena affect her calculations. Wind, though not mechanically represented in gameplay, would theoretically affect rocket trajectory. She's internalized how to compensate, how to adjust aim to account for conditions. Temperature affects powder burn rates. Humidity impacts propellant performance. These aren't game mechanics, but in the story of who she is, they're details she considers. The strategic mind behind the explosions is what separates good firecracker usage from great firecracker mastery. Anyone can drop her in the back and hope for value. But truly excellent deployment requires understanding dozens of variables, processing complex tactical situations in seconds, making decisions that account for current state and likely futures. She's developed this capability through experience, through countless battles that taught lessons in success and failure. Her tactical brilliance isn't about individual genius or innate talent. It's about dedication to understanding her craft completely. She studied every matchup, analyzed every interaction, practiced until responses become instinctive. The brilliance is earned rather than granted, built through work that most observers never see. When she positions perfectly, hits the ideal target, times her shot to maximize value, it looks effortless. But that appearance of effortlessness is the result of tremendous effort invested beforehand. Relationships in the arena. The arena isn't just a battlefield. It's a community, a collection of personalities forced together by eternal conflict, forming bonds and rivalries, and the complex web of relationships that emerge wherever individuals interact regularly. The firecracker exists within this social ecosystem. Her connections with other troops revealing dimensions of her character that pure combat analysis might miss. Her relationship with the knight is one of mutual professional respect. The knight represents steadfast reliability, a troop that does one thing consistently well without flashiness or complication. He tanks damage, absorbs hits meant for others, creates space for teammates to operate. The firecracker appreciates this stability, recognizes that her explosive chaos works best when supported by his steady presence. When deployed together, they form a balanced unit, his defense enabling her offense. They don't socialize much outside combat. Their personalities are too different, his stoic pragmatism clashing with her enthusiastic pyromania. But on the battlefield, they understand each other perfectly. The knight knows the position where her shrapnel won't hit him, trusts her to clear swarms that would otherwise overwhelm him. She knows to let him lead, to use his bulk as cover, to appreciate the protection he provides. It's a professional partnership built on complementary capabilities rather than personal friendship. With the wizard, there's a different dynamic. He's another troop that deals area damage through destructive force, though his is magical, while hers is chemical. They're colleagues in chaos, both understanding what it means to prefer explosive solutions to careful precision. They talk shop, discuss optimal splash patterns, share stories of massive multi-unit eliminations. There's camaraderie here, a connection between people who see the world similarly. But there's also competition, subtle, usually friendly, but definitely present. Who can clear swarms faster? Whose area damage is more effective? The wizard points out his longer range, his ability to hit air and ground simultaneously. The firecracker counters with her lower elixir cost, her forced repositioning that makes her harder to target. Neither definitively wins these arguments because both are right. They're different tools with different strengths. But the discussion itself is enjoyable, a way to engage with someone who understands the appeal of spectacular destruction. The princess relationship is more complex. They're similar in many ways, both long-range splash damage dealers who pressure opponents and force responses. But the Princess predates the Firecracker significantly, was established as the premier range support option before the Firecracker existed. Some see the Firecracker as competition, a threat to the Princess's position. The Princess herself is more nuanced in her view. She recognizes that the Firecracker fills a different niche, costs less, operates differently despite superficial similarities. But there's awareness too. Awareness that every match where Firecracker is chosen is a match where she wasn't. The relationship is cordial but distant, marked by politeness that doesn't quite reach warmth. They're not enemies, but they're not allies either. They're competitors, operating in adjacent spaces, each aware of the other's presence and accomplishments. With the Archers, we've discussed a complicated family dynamic, but there are individual Archers who've become genuine friends. One in particular, a young Archer who struggled with the same restlessness the Firecracker once felt, seeks her out regularly. They talk about the burden of expectations, about feeling constrained by a role, about wondering if there's something more beyond what you're told you should be. The Firecracker doesn't push her toward explosives, doesn't insist rebellion is necessary. She simply shares her own experience, lets the young Archer draw her own conclusions. The Giant has become an unexpected friend. You wouldn't think the loud explosion enthusiast and the quiet, gentle Giant would have much common ground. But they found connection and shared understanding of being underestimated. The Giant is often dismissed as simple, just a tanky health pool without interesting mechanics. The Firecracker is sometimes seen as a gimmick, all flash without substance. Both know they're more than these reductive views. That shared experience of being underestimated creates bond. They spend quiet evenings together when the arena allows it. The Giant doesn't talk much, but his presence is comforting. The Firecracker finds she doesn't need to perform around him, can set aside the manic energy she projects in battle. She can be tired, uncertain, quietly contemplative. He accepts all of this without judgment, his steady calm creating safe space for authenticity. The goblins fascinate and frustrate her in equal measure. Their chaotic energy mirrors her love of explosive chaos, but their lack of discipline goes against her precise execution. Their destruction without control, randomness without purpose. She's tried to teach them about proper explosive usage, about timing and positioning. They listen enthusiastically, then immediately ignore everything she said and charge in screaming. It's endearing and exasperating simultaneously. But they make her laugh, which is valuable in its own right. Their antics, their complete disregard for conventional strategy, their ability to find joy in every situation regardless of outcome. All of this reminds her not to take everything so seriously. The goblins live purely in the moment, caring only about the current experience without worrying about optimization or improvement. It's a perspective she finds difficult to adopt, but increasingly recognizes has value. The P.E.K.K.A. relationship is interesting because of the shared naming connection to Mini P.E.K.K.A., despite them being completely unrelated to her. People sometimes confuse the lineages, assume the Firecracker trained alongside, or has some connection to the P.E.K.K.A. family. She doesn't, but she's befriended several of them anyway. They're quiet warriors with surprising depth, deadly in combat but thoughtful in downtime. She's learned not to judge based on appearance or reputation, to look past the armor and find the person inside. With the baby dragon, there's mutual appreciation based on shared enjoyment of fire. The dragon breathes it constantly, uses it as primary weapon. The Firecracker creates it through explosives, worships the moment of combustion. They've spent hours discussing fire's properties, its beauty, its power. The dragon shares knowledge about natural fire, about biological flame production. The Firecracker explains chemical combustion, the science of controlled explosions. Both learn from the other, expanding their understanding through shared passion. The skeletons are sources of consistent amusement. They're individually fragile, easily destroyed, but keep coming back with inexhaustible enthusiasm. The Firecracker's rockets can eliminate entire skeleton groups in single shots, which should make them enemies. Instead, they seem to respect her effectiveness, treating her like some kind of explosion deity. They gather to watch her practice, their bone hands clacking together in applause after particularly good shots. She finds their admiration somewhat baffling but also touching. The royal recruits represent a complicated relationship. They're disciplined, traditional, everything she diverged from when choosing explosives. They sometimes express disapproval of her methods, suggest her approach lacks the dignity that proper warriors should maintain. She ignores most of this criticism, secure enough in her choices not to need their validation. But it still stings occasionally, reminds her that not everyone will understand or approve of the path she's chosen. With the evolved troops, there's a sense of shared understanding. Evolution requires dedication, commitment to improvement, willingness to push beyond initial parameters. Regardless of which specific troops have achieved evolution, they've all walked similar paths. They've all made the choice to strive for more, invested resources and effort into transformation. This creates kinship, a bond between those who refuse to accept good enough as an endpoint. The Firecracker has also developed relationships with some of the Clash of Clans troops who share the arena occasionally. When she was added to Clash of Clans in April 2024, becoming available in that game's builder base, she met versions of herself operating in different contexts. These interactions are strange, like meeting alternate timeline versions of yourself. They're her, but also not her, shaped by different experiences and environments. The conversations are disorienting but fascinating. Healers and support troops appreciate her differently than damage dealers do. She can clear threats that would otherwise overwhelm healing capabilities, can eliminate swarms before they reach targets that need protecting. This makes her valuable to support-oriented troops who might otherwise struggle against certain strategies. The Heal Spirit, the Ice Spirit, various supporting elements have learned to coordinate with her, timing their abilities to maximize her effectiveness. There are also troops she doesn't get along with. Personalities that clash, playstyles that conflict, philosophies about combat that contradict too sharply. These aren't enemies exactly, but they're not friends either. They avoid each other when possible, interact professionally when necessary, maintain distance that prevents friction from becoming open conflict. The relationships extend beyond troops to structures and spells. The canon appreciates her anti-swarm capabilities, recognizes that she handles threats it struggles with. The arrow spell has mixed feelings, knowing it's often chosen specifically to counter her. The fireball considers her something like a spiritual cousin, both creating explosive force, though, through different mechanisms. In the end, the Firecracker exists within a rich social tapestry. She's not isolated, not alone despite her unconventional path. She's found her people, built connections based on mutual respect and shared experiences. Some relationships are deep, others superficial. Some are built on friendship, others pure professional cooperation. But together, they make the arena feel like more than just a battlefield. They make it feel like a community, a place where even someone who chose explosives over tradition can find belonging. Balance through time. The Firecracker's existence in Clash Royale hasn't been static. Since her release in February 2020, she's been adjusted repeatedly through balance updates. Each change reflecting developers' ongoing efforts to keep the game healthy and engaging. Understanding these changes tells us not just about game balance, but about how a character evolves through feedback and observation. At release, her statistics were carefully calibrated based on internal testing. But no amount of internal testing can fully predict how millions of players will use a card. Within days, usage patterns emerged that surprised the development team. She was being deployed in ways they hadn't anticipated, creating value in scenarios they hadn't specifically tested. The data poured in, informing future decisions. The first major balance change came relatively quickly. Players had discovered optimal placements and strategies, and her usage rate climbed higher than intended. In March 2020, just over a month after release, she received her first nerf. Hit points decreased by 6%, from 244 to 230. This wasn't devastating, but it was meaningful. Interactions that she previously survived would now eliminate her. Players had to adjust, playing slightly more carefully. The nerf was controversial. Players who'd invested in upgrading her felt betrayed, argued that they'd allocated resources based on her initial power level. Others insisted she'd been too strong, that the adjustment was necessary for game health. The debate raged across forums and social media, passionate arguments from all perspectives. The firecracker had become important enough that changes to her sparked genuine emotional responses. But more adjustments would come. In June 2020, she received a buff, hit points increasing back to 237. Not quite back to her original value, but higher than the post-nerf level. This represented developers acknowledging that perhaps the initial nerf went slightly too far, that she needed a bit more survivability to function optimally. The community response was more muted this time, most players seeing it as reasonable correction. Then came a significant rework in September 2020. Her range was reduced from 6 to 5 tiles, a massive 20% decrease. This fundamentally changed how she could be deployed, reduced her safety zone, made her more vulnerable to counterplay. But to compensate, her damage increased slightly. The developers were adjusting her power budget, shifting strength from range to damage output. This change sparked major discussion. Was she better or worse now? The answer depended on playstyle and deck archetype. Players who'd used her for chip damage from extreme safety found her less effective. Those who deployed her more aggressively, using her as active defense, found the damage buff helpful despite the range reduction. Usage rates dropped initially as players adjusted to the new parameters. Over the following months, she received minor tweaks. Damage adjustments of 2 or 3%, small enough that casual players might not notice, but significant enough to affect high-level interactions. These micro-adjustments represented the developer's commitment to ongoing optimization, continuously refining based on accumulating data. The competitive scene's relationship with the firecracker fluctuated with these changes. When she was strong, professional players featured her heavily, building decks around her capabilities. When nerfs reduced her power, she'd disappear from tournament play for weeks or months, replaced by alternatives that offered better value at her elixir cost. Her presence in the meta became a barometer for her current balance state. In November 2021, she received another significant adjustment. Hit speed changed from 3 seconds to 3.1 seconds, a small increase that reduced her overall damage output over time. This was targeted at her defensive value, making her slightly less effective at handling sustained pushes. Players had to adapt again, finding new rhythms that accommodated the longer interval between shots. The Evolution update in June 2023 added complexity to balance discussions. Now there were effectively 2 versions of the firecracker to consider, the base version and evolved version. The evolved version's introduction was carefully monitored, with developers watching usage rates and win rates to ensure she was strong but not oppressively so. The Spark ability added a new variable, periodic bonus damage that made her output less predictable. Balance changes weren't just about numbers. They reflected changing philosophies about what role the firecracker should fill. Early in her life, she was positioned as a versatile support option with defensive and offensive applications. Later adjustments pushed her toward more specialized roles, reducing general applicability but increasing effectiveness in specific scenarios. The community developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of her balance state. Players created detailed spreadsheets tracking her statistics across updates, calculated exact breakpoints, that determined which interactions changed with each adjustment. Content creators produced videos analyzing every balance change, explaining implications, and recommending strategic adaptations. Through all these changes, the Firecracker's core identity remained intact. She was always the rocket-wielding explosion enthusiast with recoil slides and shrapnel spread. The mechanical foundation never changed, even as the specific numbers varied. This consistency allowed players to maintain familiarity, even through balance volatility, to transfer learned skills across updates despite adjustments. Some changes felt more justified than others. When her usage rate climbed above 40%, indicating she was present in nearly half of all decks, nerfs made sense even to players who loved using her. When she disappeared from competitive play for months, sitting below 2% usage in tournaments, buffs felt necessary to bring her back to relevance. The goal was always balance, ensuring she was viable without being mandatory. The balance journey taught players important lessons about game design. Perfect balance is impossible when you have over 100 cards with complex interactions. The goal isn't perfection, but rather an acceptable range, ensuring every card has situations where it excels without any card dominating all scenarios. The Firecracker's fluctuating power level demonstrated this principle clearly. She became a case study in how to balance area damage troops. Too much health, and she becomes impossible to remove efficiently. Too little, and she dies before providing value. Too much damage, and she eliminates everything. Too little, and she can't fulfill her role. Too much range, and she's unfair. Too little, and she's vulnerable. Finding the sweet spot required extensive iteration. The balance changes also revealed player adaptation capabilities. Each nerf or buff would be followed by predictions of disaster, claims that the card was ruined or broken. But within weeks, players would find new ways to use her effectively, would optimize strategies around the new parameters. The community's ability to adapt often exceeded developers' expectations, demonstrating remarkable flexibility and creativity. Looking at the complete history of balance changes tells a story of refinement. The Firecracker that exists today is different from her release version in dozens of small ways. Each change was a lesson learned, a data point processed, an attempt to move closer to that elusive ideal balance state. She's been stronger and weaker at various points, but she's always remained interesting, always retained the core appeal that made players excited about her in the first place. The balance journey isn't over. Future updates will continue adjusting her, tweaking numbers based on current meta and ongoing data collection. She'll be buffed when weak, nerfed when too strong, hopefully maintaining residence in that zone of balanced effectiveness. The Firecracker, who exists a year from now, will likely have slightly different statistics than today, continuing the evolution that's been ongoing since her release. Through all the changes, she survived. Troops that are poorly designed or don't fit the game's needs eventually disappear from relevance, becoming historical curiosities that no one uses. The Firecracker has remained relevant despite balance volatility, proving that her core design is sound, that she fills genuine strategic needs. The changes refined her without destroying her, polished without removing the essential character that makes her special. The art of controlled chaos. There's a philosophy underlying everything the Firecracker does, a way of seeing the world that justifies her choices and explains her appeal. It's the art of controlled chaos, the discipline of managing explosive force, the understanding that destruction can be beautiful when executed with precision and purpose. This philosophy extends beyond just combat tactics into a complete worldview. Chaos, in its pure form, is randomness without meaning. It's events occurring without pattern or purpose, outcomes that can't be predicted or influenced. Most people fear chaos, see it as the opposite of order, and therefore something to be eliminated or constrained. They build systems to prevent chaos, create structures that impose predictability on an uncertain world. But the firecracker sees differently. She recognizes that chaos isn't inherently bad. It's energy, potential, possibility. It's the raw material from which new patterns can emerge. The problem isn't chaos itself, but uncontrolled chaos. Randomness that serves no purpose and creates no value. What she's learned to do is take that chaotic potential and shape it, direct it, make it serve deliberate objectives. Every explosion is controlled chaos. The chemical reactions that produce explosive force are fundamentally chaotic at the molecular level. Trillions of atoms interacting in ways that are individually unpredictable, but in aggregate, with proper containment and direction, these chaotic reactions produce predictable results. The rocket flies straight. The explosion occurs where intended. The shrapnel spreads in the calculated pattern. This is the core of her philosophy. You don't eliminate chaos. You channel it. You create conditions where chaotic energy follows paths you've designed, produces outcomes you've selected. The control isn't absolute, can never be absolute, but it's sufficient. The explosion will never be perfectly identical twice, but it will always be effective. Her approach contrasts sharply with troops like the archers or musketeer, who rely on absolute precision. For them, success means hitting exactly what you aim at exactly when you intend to. There's no room for variation, no acceptance of unpredictability. The firecracker has learned to work with variation, to accept that some elements will always be outside perfect control, while ensuring the overall outcome aligns with objectives. This philosophy extends to how she thinks about battle itself. Perfect execution is impossible in the arena's chaos. Opponents make unexpected plays. Elixir counts fluctuate unpredictably. Latency affects timing. 1,000 small factors combine to create situations that can't be perfectly planned for. Troops that require perfect execution struggle with this reality. The firecracker has built flexibility into her approach, accepting that adaptation matters more than perfection. When things go wrong, when a shot misses or positioning proves suboptimal, she doesn't panic. She adjusts. Every explosion is information, feedback about current conditions. A rocket that detonates short of the intended target tells her about spacing and timing. Shrapnel that doesn't hit secondary targets informs future positioning. She treats mistakes as data rather than failures, constantly refining her understanding through experience. There's beauty in the explosion itself, independent of tactical effectiveness. The firecracker has learned to appreciate the aesthetic dimension of what she does. The colors in the blast, the way light and shadow play against smoke, the brief instant where force becomes visible. Other troops might perform their roles mechanically, seeing combat as task rather than art. She sees every detonation as a small masterpiece, brief but genuine. This appreciation isn't distraction from tactical purpose. It's integration of aesthetic experience with functional execution. She fights more effectively because she loves what she does, because the explosions bring her joy even in the midst of combat stress. The enthusiasm isn't liability. It's the fuel that powers sustained excellence, the reason she can practice endlessly without boredom. The controlled chaos philosophy also informs her teaching. When helping other troops improve, she doesn't demand they eliminate all uncertainty from their approach. Instead, she teaches them to identify which uncertainties matter and which don't, to focus control efforts where they'll have maximum impact while accepting that some elements will always vary. This creates more resilient warriors, soldiers who function effectively even when conditions aren't perfect. She's learned that trying to control everything is exhausting and ultimately futile. The arena is too complex, has too many variables, involves too many independent actors. Attempting perfect control burns out those who try, leads to frustration when reality inevitably deviates from plan. Better to control the controllable while gracefully accepting the existence of elements beyond control. This philosophy has made her surprisingly philosophical, for someone whose primary skill involves blowing things up. She thinks deeply about the nature of control and freedom, about how constraints actually enable creativity rather than limiting it. A rocket launcher constrains her options severely compared to troops with more versatile abilities. But within those constraints, she's found enormous room for expression and optimization. She sees parallels between her explosives and life in the arena generally. Everyone is constrained by their role, their statistics, their designed purpose. But within those constraints exists choice. How you approach your role, what attitude you bring to combat, how you interact with teammates, all of this remains under individual control. The firecracker chose to find joy in explosions, to see beauty in destruction. That choice colors everything else, transforms obligation into passion. Other troops have adopted elements of her philosophy. The bomber, who shares her love of explosive force, has learned from her about finding purpose in chaos. The Valkyrie, whose spinning attack creates its own kind of controlled chaos, recognizes a kindred spirit. Even troops without obvious connections to chaos have taken inspiration from her approach, learning that acceptance of uncertainty can lead to better outcomes than rigid demands for perfect control. The philosophy also extends to how she handles failure. Losses happen. Poor deployments waste elixir. Opponents outplay her. These outcomes are inevitable in a competitive environment. She doesn't catastrophize failure or see it as proof of inadequacy. It's just information, data about what didn't work, guidance for future adjustments. The controlled chaos mindset treats failure as part of the process rather than deviation from it. There's wisdom in accepting that you can't control outcomes, only your approach to pursuing them. She can't guarantee her rockets will always find targets, can't ensure opponents won't have perfect counters, can't prevent spell eliminations. But she can control her positioning, her timing, her decisions about when to engage and when to retreat. Focusing on the controllable while accepting the uncontrollable creates a sustainable approach to competition. This philosophy is why she's remained effective through balance changes. When developers adjusted her range or damage or health, she adapted. She didn't demand the game conform to her preferences. She assessed the new parameters and figured out optimal strategies within them. The controlled chaos approach is inherently flexible, built on adaptation rather than rigid optimization. In quiet moments, she sometimes articulates these ideas to troops who ask about her mindset. Embrace the explosion, she tells them. Control what you can, accept what you can't. Find beauty in both. It's simple advice, but it contains layers of meaning that reveal themselves through experience. The chaos isn't the enemy. Resistance to chaos is what creates suffering. Acceptance and direction of chaos creates artistry. The firecracker's art isn't just about technique or tactics. It's about approaching existence in the arena with a specific mindset, one that finds purpose in uncertainty and beauty in destruction. She's turned explosive force into a personal philosophy, a way of navigating the world that acknowledges chaos while refusing to be overwhelmed by it. And in doing so, she's become not just an effective warrior, but a complete being, someone whose external actions reflect internal understanding, legacy, and cultural impact. The firecracker's influence extends far beyond her role as a playable card. She's become a cultural phenomenon within the Clash Royale community, inspiring art, discussion, strategy innovation, and genuine affection from players worldwide. Understanding her legacy means examining how a fictional character can become meaningful to real people. Her release generated immediate excitement, but the sustained community engagement that followed was what established her as truly significant. Within weeks of becoming available, fan artists began producing illustrations. The distinctive visual design, with the rocket launcher and team-colored headband, proved immediately recognizable and fun to draw. Artists experimented with different styles, from realistic renderings to cute chibi versions to dramatic action scenes. The art community embraced her enthusiastically. Social media platforms filled with firecracker illustrations, each artist bringing their own interpretation while maintaining the core identity. Some emphasize the explosive chaos she creates, surrounding her with fire and shrapnel. Others focused on her personality, capturing that manic glee she seems to embody. The volume and quality of fan art indicated genuine affection, players expressing appreciation through creative effort. Memes emerged naturally, as they do with any popular character. The recoil slide became a running joke, with players creating humorous content about her constant backward movement. Firecracker activating King Tower became shorthand for spectacular self-sabotage in any context. Her pyromaniac tendencies inspired jokes about everything being solved with explosions. These memes, while playful, indicated cultural penetration. She'd become significant enough that referencing her communicated meaning within the community. Strategy content creators made her a frequent subject. YouTube videos analyzing her mechanics, explaining optimal placements, showcasing high-level gameplay. Deck guides featuring her prominently, with detailed explanations of supporting cards and strategic approaches. These resources help players improve their firecracker usage while also spreading awareness of her capabilities to those who had untried her extensively. Competitive players pushed her limits, discovering interactions and techniques that casual players might never find. The precision positioning required to avoid King Tower activation became a skill that separated good players from great ones. Tournament broadcasts would feature casters excitedly narrating excellent firecracker plays, recognizing that executing her well required genuine skill. She became a marker of player skill level, someone that novices struggled with but experts made look easy. The crossover to Clash of Clans in April 2024 expanded her reach significantly. Players who'd never touched Clash Royale suddenly encountered her in Builder Base, learning about this explosive warrior through a different game entirely. The Clash of Clans community had its own reactions, with some embracing her enthusiastically, while others questioned whether she fit that game's established aesthetic. But her presence in both main Clash titles elevated her status within the broader Supercell ecosystem. Community tournaments often featured her prominently. Players would build entire strategies around her capabilities, constructing decks that maximized her value. Watching high-level firecracker play became entertainment for spectators, appreciating the precision and strategic depth required for optimal usage. She contributed to the spectator appeal of competitive Clash Royale, creating memorable moments that viewers would discuss and replay. The character resonated particularly strongly with players who identified with her divergence from tradition. Those who felt constrained by expectations, who wanted to pursue unconventional paths, saw something of themselves in her choice to abandon archery for explosives. She became almost an inspirational figure, proof that you could reject the default path and forge your own identity. Merchandise featuring the firecracker appeared in various forms. Official Supercell products included her among other popular troops. Fan-made items proliferated, from custom phone cases to artwork prints to handcrafted figures. The willingness of fans to spend money on firecracker-related items indicated genuine affection beyond just gameplay appreciation. Her inclusion in special events and challenges gave players regular opportunities to engage with her specifically. Limited time modes that featured her prominently. Draft challenges where selecting her was often strategic priority. Seasonal events with firecracker-themed rewards. These kept her relevant and visible, even during periods when meta shifts might have reduced her general usage. The balance change discussions surrounding her became events in themselves. When nerfs were announced, the community would debate their necessity and impact for days. When buffs came, players would theorize about whether they'd be sufficient to bring her back to competitive viability. These discussions engaged thousands of players, creating shared experiences around a fictional character's numerical adjustments. Content creators who specialized in firecracker strategies developed their own followings. Players known for exceptional firecracker mastery became minor celebrities within the community, their gameplay studied by others seeking to improve. Tutorial videos from these experts would accumulate millions of views, indicating widespread interest in learning optimal firecracker techniques. She became associated with skill expression, a card that rewarded mastery and punished carelessness. The community developed a collective knowledge base about her, information that was shared and refined through countless discussions. Which interaction she won, which she lost, optimal timing for various scenarios, positioning tricks that maximize value while minimizing risk. This knowledge wasn't officially documented anywhere. It emerged organically through player experimentation and community sharing, becoming folklore passed between players. New players often receive firecracker advice from veterans. Watch out for King Tower activation was perhaps the most common warning, a lesson so important it became almost ritualistic to mention it. The experienced players remembered their own mistakes, the painful lessons learned through activating their own King Tower at crucial moments. They wanted to spare newcomers that frustration, to fast-track them past the most common pitfall. The firecracker's popularity remained remarkably consistent over her lifespan. Unlike some troops that surge in usage when strong and disappear when nerfed, she maintained a dedicated player base regardless of balance state. Some players simply enjoyed her playstyle so much that they continued using her even when other options might have been objectively superior. This loyalty indicated she transcended pure power level to become genuinely beloved. Cultural impact extended into language. Firecrackering became a verb in some community circles, referring to the specific act of clearing grouped enemies with area damage. Doing a firecracker meant accidentally benefiting your opponent through careless play, referencing the King Tower activation issue. These linguistic innovations show she'd become embedded enough in community consciousness to influence how players communicated. The anniversary of her release became a minor community celebration. Players would share memories of when she was introduced, discuss how she changed over time, post their favorite firecracker moments. It wasn't an official event, just organic community recognition that this character's arrival had been meaningful enough to remember and mark. Supercell's own promotional materials increasingly featured her. Trailer thumbnails, loading screens, social media posts all made use of her distinctive visual design. The company recognized her popularity and leveraged it for marketing purposes. She became one of the face characters of Clash Royale, instantly recognizable even to people who didn't play the game regularly. The legacy also includes her influence on subsequent card design. Supercell learned lessons from the firecracker's success and challenges. Future troops with recoil mechanics or complex positioning requirements were designed with her as a reference point, either emulating what worked or avoiding what proved problematic. She became a design touchstone, an example that developers would reference when creating new content. Educational content about game design principles often used her as a case study. How to create a character with clear strengths and weaknesses. How to balance high skill ceiling with accessibility. How to give a common rarity card legendary worthy distinctiveness. Game design students and aspiring developers studied the firecracker as an example of effective character creation. The community's protective attitude toward her was telling. When balance changes threatened to fundamentally alter her identity, players spoke up vocally. They didn't just want her to be strong. They wanted her to remain recognizable as the firecracker they'd come to know. The recoil slide, the shrapnel spread, the King Tower vulnerability. All of these were seen as essential to her character rather than just mechanics that could be changed arbitrarily. Her legacy is also in the players she inspired to improve. Countless individuals who struggled with her initially, but persisted, eventually mastering her through practice and dedication. These personal growth stories, while not officially documented, represent her real impact. She made players better at the game, taught them about positioning and timing and risk management in ways that transferred to other cards and strategies. The Firecracker proved that common rarity didn't mean common impact. In many games, the rarest items or characters received the most attention and affection. But she demonstrated that smart design and strong identity could make even an easily obtained card feel special. Every player had access to her, but mastering her was something that separated casual users from dedicated practitioners. Looking forward, her legacy continues evolving. New players discover her constantly, go through their own learning processes, develop their own relationships with the character. Veterans accumulate more memories, more perfect plays, and spectacular failures to add to their collections. She's not a static piece of gaming history. She's a living part of an ongoing game, continuing to create new stories and meaningful moments. The cultural impact of the Firecracker ultimately comes down to this. She matters to people, not just as a gameplay tool, though she certainly functions as that, but as a character, a personality, something that engaged imaginations and earned genuine affection. In the vast landscape of video game characters, most are forgotten quickly after their initial novelty fades. The Firecracker endured, became beloved, earned a permanent place in Clash Royale's cultural fabric. That's a legacy worth recognizing. Dreams of a pyromaniac. What does the Firecracker dream about when she's not in battle? What fills her thoughts during those quiet hours between deployments, when the arena sleeps and warriors have time to be something other than their combat roles? Understanding her inner life, her aspirations and hopes and private thoughts completes the picture of who she truly is. She dreams of the perfect explosion, not just effective or powerful, but aesthetically perfect. Every variable aligned precisely, creating a detonation that's beautiful in its symmetry and force. She's never quite achieved this ideal. Every explosion has been slightly asymmetric, slightly unpredictable in some small way. But the pursuit of perfection drives her, gives her something to strive toward, even knowing it may be impossible to fully reach. In these dreams, the perfect explosion isn't measured in damage numbers or tactical effectiveness. It's measured in beauty. The way light refracts through the expanding gases, the pattern formed by shrapnel distribution, the sound wave that carries just the right combination of frequencies. She imagines standing witness to this perfect detonation, seeing her life's work crystallized in a single moment of flawless execution. She dreams of understanding. Not everyone comprehends why she loves explosions, why she chose this path, what she finds meaningful in destruction. In her dreams, she can explain it in ways that make perfect sense, that help others see what she sees. The frustration of being misunderstood fades, replaced by the satisfaction of genuine connection with people who finally get it. There are dreams about teaching, about passing on everything she's learned to a new generation of explosive enthusiasts. She imagines a whole academy of firecrackers, each bringing their own innovations while building on her foundation. The knowledge she has accumulated through painful experience wouldn't die with her, but would continue growing through those she detrained. She dreams of peace, though not the kind most people imagine. Not the absence of conflict, but moments between battles where she can work on her craft without pressure. Time to experiment freely, to try modifications that might not work, to learn without the stakes of actual combat. Peace as creative freedom rather than cessation of all activity. Sometimes she dreams of her younger self, the archer trainee who hadn't yet discovered explosives. These dreams are bittersweet. She doesn't regret her choice, wouldn't change the path she took. But she wonders what that younger version would think seeing who she became. Would she be proud? Disappointed? The dreams never provide clear answers, leaving her with questions that can't be definitively resolved. She dreams of impossible scenarios, battles where she has unlimited rockets, can fire continuously without reloading, arenas where the entire floor is her optimal positioning, where every angle is perfect. Opponents who group so conveniently that every shot hits maximum targets. These fantasy scenarios are playful rather than serious mental exercises in imagining ideal conditions. There are nightmares too. Dreams where her rockets fail to detonate, where she pulls the trigger and nothing happens. Dreams where explosions occur prematurely, destroying her launcher and leaving her defenseless. Dreams where she accidentally harms allies, where her shrapnel strikes friends instead of enemies. These nightmares reflect her deepest fears, the things she works consciously to prevent. She dreams about the elderly woman who gave her first pancakes, imagining conversations they never had. In these dreams, she can properly articulate her gratitude, can explain how that simple kindness influenced her entire outlook. The woman understands perfectly, accepts the thanks with grace, tells her she's proud of who the firecracker became. There are dreams of discovery, finding new chemical compounds that create different explosion colors or effects. Blues and purples and greens instead of the standard reds and yellows. Not more powerful necessarily, just different, expanding the palette available for her explosive artistry. In the waking world, such discoveries haven't materialized, but in dreams, anything is possible. She dreams about the giant, their quiet friendship extending into scenarios where they can actually communicate easily. He speaks in full sentences, shares his thoughts and feelings, tells her things she suspects, he feels, but can't express. These dreams are comforting, reflecting the connection she values, even if waking reality limits their communication. Sometimes she dreams she's performing for an audience, demonstrating explosive techniques to spectators who watch with appropriate appreciation. They gasp at the right moments, applaud her precision, understand the skill required. It's validation she doesn't need consciously, but apparently craves unconsciously, recognition that what she does matters. She dreams of the arena itself changing, evolving into new configurations that create fresh tactical challenges. Different terrain, different obstacles, different tower placements. Her mind works through how she'd adapt her strategies, finding solutions to problems that don't yet exist. These dreams are almost like practice, mental rehearsal that keeps her mind sharp even during rest. There are dreams about her weapon, imagining improvements and modifications. A launcher that can fire multiple rockets simultaneously, creating synchronized explosions. A rocket that splits mid-flight into smaller projectiles, multiplying her area coverage. These innovations probably aren't practical, but dreaming about them satisfies her creative impulses. She dreams of acceptance, of traditionalists finally acknowledging that her choice to pursue explosives was valid. The archer instructors who disapproved, admitting they were wrong to doubt her. The veterans who criticized her methods, recognizing that innovation has value. Not because she needs their approval, but because vindication would feel satisfying. Sometimes her dreams are simple, almost mundane. Sitting by a fire, watching flames dance, feeling warmth on her face. No battles, no tactics, no pressure. Just her and fire, the fundamental element that first captured her imagination. These simple dreams might be the most telling, revealing what brings her peace. She dreams of legacy, of being remembered long after she's gone. Not for being the most powerful or the most popular, but for being herself completely and unapologetically. For choosing her path and walking it with commitment. For proving that you could succeed while remaining true to your nature. That kind of remembrance would matter more than any tactical achievement. There are aspirational dreams, visions of reaching even higher levels of mastery. Every shot landing perfectly, every explosion optimized, her execution so flawless that it transcends technique and becomes art. She's not there yet, may never fully reach that peak. But the dream itself motivates her continued practice and improvement. She dreams about teaching that young archer who comes to her with questions, watching her find her own path, whether that involves explosives or something else entirely. The satisfaction wouldn't come from creating another firecracker, It would come from helping someone discover their authentic self, whatever form that takes. Sometimes she dreams of simplicity, of having chosen the traditional path. Not because she wishes she had, but curious about what that alternate life would have been. These dreams are explorations rather than regrets, her mind examining paths not taken with mild curiosity but no real longing. The dreams reveal dimensions of her character that combat situations might not. They show her as reflective, thoughtful, complex. Someone with hopes and fears, aspirations and insecurities. The manic pyromaniac persona she projects in battle is real, but it's not complete. The dreams show the fuller picture, the private person existing beneath the public warrior. In the moments between sleeping and waking, when dreams fade but haven't fully released their hold, she sometimes has moments of clarity, insights about herself, about what matters to her, about why she's made the choices that define her life. These liminal state revelations don't always survive full consciousness, but they influence her nonetheless, shaping decisions in ways she might not consciously recognize. Her dreams are where she's most vulnerable, most honest, most completely herself, without the armor and the weapon and the role. They're where the firecracker exists without needing to be the firecracker, where she can be uncertain and questioning and complex. And when she wakes, returning to the demands of arena life, she carries something from those dreams forward. Perhaps just a feeling, perhaps specific ideas, perhaps nothing more than the reminder that she's more than her function. That beneath the explosive exterior lives a person with depth and dreams and a rich inner world that is entirely her own. Closing reflections. So here we are, at the end of this journey through the firecracker story. We've explored her origins, her training, her relationships, her philosophy. We've examined her mechanics and her cultural impact. We've tried to understand not just what she does, but who she is. The complete picture of this warrior who chose explosives over tradition and never looked back. What stands out most is how fully realized she is as a character, despite existing in a mobile game. She's not just a card with statistics and abilities. She's a personality, someone with history and motivations, relationships and dreams. The developers and community together created something that transcends its medium, a fictional character who feels real enough to care about. Her journey embodies universal themes. The courage to diverge from expected paths, to pursue what calls to you, even when others disapprove. The dedication required to master something difficult. The patience to persist through failures and setbacks. The satisfaction of finding where you belong, discovering the thing you were meant to do and the people you were meant to do it with. The firecracker teaches us that effectiveness doesn't require following established templates. She took components that shouldn't work together, a rustic launcher and explosive force, a pyromaniac personality and tactical precision, and forged them into something coherent and powerful. She's proof that innovation often comes from unconventional combinations, from bringing together elements that traditional thinking would keep separate. She also demonstrates that vulnerability can coexist with strength. Her low health and susceptibility to spells are real weaknesses, genuine points of failure that skilled opponents exploit. But these vulnerabilities don't negate her power. They contextualize it, create balance, ensure that using her effectively requires skill and understanding. She's strong because of her complete package, weaknesses included, not despite them. The relationships she's formed show the importance of community and connection. She didn't succeed alone. The elderly woman's kindness, the training officer's patience, the giant's friendship, the competitive drive from the princess, all of these connections shaped her development. Even someone as distinctive and individualistic as the firecracker exists within a web of relationships that influence and support her growth. Her story reminds us that mastery is a journey without endpoint. Even at her current skill level, even after evolution, she continues learning and improving. There's always a better positioning, a more optimal timing, a refinement that could add value. The pursuit of improvement isn't about reaching perfection. It's about the growth that happens along the way, the person you become through dedicated practice. The balance changes she's endured teach lessons about adaptation and resilience. When circumstances change, when the environment shifts, you adjust. You don't demand the world remain constant to accommodate your preferences. You assess new conditions and find optimal strategies within them. The Firecracker has been nerfed and buffed, strengthened and weakened, but she's remained relevant by adapting to each change. Her philosophy of controlled chaos offers wisdom applicable beyond gaming. We can't eliminate uncertainty from our lives. We can't control every variable or predict every outcome, but we can influence the things within our control while gracefully accepting what isn't. We can find beauty in unpredictability while working to direct chaotic forces toward constructive ends. The cultural impact she's achieved demonstrates how creative works can transcend their intended medium. She was designed to fill a gameplay role, to provide tactical options in a mobile game. But she became more than that through strong design, through the community's embrace, through the stories players told about her and with her. Art transcends intention when it resonates deeply enough with its audience. Looking at her complete story, from uncertain trainee to evolved master, we see a narrative of becoming. Not becoming someone else or something foreign to her nature, but becoming more fully herself. The evolution mechanic represents this literally, enhancing what was always there rather than replacing it with something new. Growth isn't about abandoning your essence. It's about developing it, refining it, expressing it more completely. The Firecracker will continue existing in Clash Royale, continue being deployed in battles, continue creating explosive moments. New players will discover her, go through their own learning journeys, develop their own relationships with the character. Veterans will continue mastering her nuances, finding new techniques and optimizations. Her story isn't finished because it's not that kind of story. It's ongoing, living, evolving alongside the game and community. And maybe that's the most important lesson of all. You don't have to be finished to matter. You don't need to have reached some final destination before your journey has value. The Firecracker is meaningful right now, in her current state, still growing and learning and adapting. She matters not despite being incomplete, but because growth and incompleteness are fundamental to existence. As we close this exploration, imagine the Firecracker standing at her post one more time. Rocket launcher on her shoulder, jar of powder nearby, that distinctive headband catching the light. She's preparing for another battle, another opportunity to execute her craft. But she's also more than that. She's someone with history and hopes, relationships and philosophy. She's complete and incomplete simultaneously. The person she's become and the person she's still becoming. The explosion is always about to happen. The trigger is always about to be pulled. The rocket is always loaded and ready. That moment of potential, that instant before detonation, that's where the Firecracker lives. In the space between preparation and execution, between idea and manifestation, between who she was and who she become. That's her element, her home, the place where she's most completely herself. And when she fires, when the rocket screams toward its target and explodes in that cascade of force and shrapnel, it's not just combat effectiveness, it's expression, it's art. It's a statement about who she is and what she values. Every explosion is a word in an ongoing conversation between her and the world, a dialogue conducted in fire and thunder and the poetry of controlled chaos. Final thoughts for sleep. Let your mind settle now. Let these stories find their places in your thoughts. The Firecracker's journey from uncertain trainee to confident master mirrors paths we all walk in our own ways. We all start somewhere uncertain. All face choices about who we'll become. All must decide whether to follow expected paths or forge our own. A love of explosions might seem strange at first, but think about what it really represents. Finding something that speaks to your soul, that brings you joy, that makes the challenges worthwhile. We all have our own version of explosions, whatever that might be. That thing that makes us feel fully alive, completely engaged, thoroughly ourselves. The relationships she's built remind us we don't succeed alone. The kindness of strangers, the patience of teachers, the loyalty of friends, the challenge of rivals, all of these shape us. The firecracker wouldn't exist without the community around her, without the connections that supported her growth. Neither would we. Her willingness to be vulnerable, to accept weaknesses alongside strengths, teaches courage of a different kind. Not the courage to charge into danger, though she has that too, but the courage to be known completely, to let others see the parts of us that aren't polished or perfect, to risk being understood. The balance changes, the adaptations, the continuous evolution. All of this reflects life's fundamental nature. Nothing stays the same. We can resist change and suffer, or we can embrace it and grow. The firecracker chose growth, chose adaptation, chose to meet each challenge with curiosity rather than resentment. As sleep approaches, as your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to drift, let the firecracker's story settle into wherever stories go when we rest. Let it become part of the mental landscape you carry. Another thread in the tapestry of experiences and knowledge and inspiration that makes you who you are. Imagine her standing watch one final time tonight. Rocket launcher ready, but at ease. She's not tense, not worried. She's present, aware, ready for whatever comes, while not borrowing trouble from the future. That state of relaxed readiness, of being prepared without being anxious, that's worth emulating as you drift towards sleep. The explosions will happen tomorrow. The battles will come again. There will be new challenges and fresh opportunities. But right now, in this moment, there's only rest. Only the quiet that comes after stories have been told, after lessons have been shared, after the work of understanding has been completed for the day. The firecracker exists in a game, but the principles she embodies are real. Choose your path deliberately. Master your craft through dedication. Find beauty in unexpected places. Build meaningful connections. Adapt to change with grace. These aren't just gaming strategies. They're approaches to living that serve us regardless of context. And if you take nothing else from her story, take this. It's okay to love what you love, even if others don't understand. It's okay to pursue what calls to you, even if the path is unconventional. It's okay to be exactly who you are, explosions and all, without apology or explanation to those who won't appreciate it anyway. The arena will be there tomorrow, will always be there really. The eternal conflict continues regardless of any individual participation. But you've taken time tonight to understand one small part of it, to know one warrior's story completely. That understanding has value independent of tactical applications or competitive advantages. It has value simply as connection, as the uniquely human activity of caring about stories and the characters within them. So rest now. Let the firecracker keep her watch while you sleep. Let her explosions paint the darkness behind your closed eyes. Brief flashes of color and light that don't disturb, but comfort. Let her journey toward mastery inspire your own journeys toward whatever excellence you pursue. Let her acceptance of controlled chaos help you accept the beautiful unpredictability of your own life. The rocket is loaded. The fuse burns slowly toward ignition. The arena waits in darkness. And you, dear listener, have earned your rest after following this explosive journey through one warrior's story. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the digital arena, the firecracker stands ready. Her love of fire undimmed, her spirit unbroken, her story continuing even as yours pauses for the night. If you've enjoyed this journey through the firecracker's lore, if these stories helped you understand this explosive warrior more completely, consider leaving a like on this video. Subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into Clash Royale character lore, for more explorations of the personalities and stories behind the cards you play. Share your own firecracker stories in the comments, your memorable moments, your favorite strategies, your thoughts on what makes this pyromaniac warrior so special. Until next time, may your rockets fly true, your shrapnel spread perfectly, and your King Tower remain mercifully unactivated. Good night and good dreams. Welcome to a journey through the rattling bones and hollow laughter of Clash Royale's most enduring warriors. Tonight, we delve deep into the realm where death is merely a beginning, where bones march eternal across arenas bathed in moonlight and magic. This is the complete story of skeletons, those fragile yet fierce fighters who have captured hearts worldwide, despite having none themselves. Close your eyes if you wish. Let the gentle rhythm of their skeletal footsteps lull you into dreams. For in the arena, the skeletons never truly rest, and neither does their legend. The Legacy of Bones, an introduction to skeleton lore in the beginning. When Clash Royale first emerged from the creative minds at Supercell on January 4th, 2016, the skeletons were already there, waiting. They had existed before in Clash of Clans, those tiny undead servants of the witch, but in this new arena, they would become so much more. They would become icons, memes, champions, and above all, beloved by millions of players who saw in their fragile forms a reflection of underdog determination. The skeleton, scientifically speaking, takes its name from the Greek word skeletos, meaning dried up or withered. But there's nothing withered about the spirit of these warriors. From the moment the first skeleton spawned onto an arena battlefield, clattering its tiny sword against shields 10 times its size, players recognized something special. Here was a troop that cost merely 1 elixir, the smallest investment possible, yet could shift the entire tide of battle with perfect placement and timing. Consider for a moment the philosophy embodied by these warriors. They are already dead, having crossed that threshold from which most fear to return. Yet they march on, driven by forces we can only imagine. Are they animated by dark magic? By ancient curses? By the will of the witch who birthed them? Or perhaps, as the lore quietly suggests, by something deeper, something that resonates with every player who has felt outmatched yet chose to fight anyway. The skeleton units in Clash Royale appear as small undead creatures with skulls that lack a lower jaw. Their purple eyes glow with an ethereal light that suggests awareness beyond mere animation. They wield short swords, crude but effective weapons in their bony hands. Their appearance is deceptively simple, almost comical, with their bobbing heads and scrambling movements. But any seasoned player knows the truth. Underestimate a skeleton at your peril. From the very first day of Clash Royale soft launch, skeletons have been present in multiple forms. The 3-skeleton card, the skeleton army with its overwhelming numbers, the giant skeleton carrying its devastating bomb, the witch perpetually summoning more, and later additions like the skeleton barrel, evolved variations, and ultimately the skeleton king himself. Each represents a different facet of skeleton lore, a different chapter in their ongoing story. What makes skeletons so captivating is their duality. They are simultaneously the weakest and most versatile troops in the entire game. A single zap can erase them from existence. A well-placed log can sweep them away like autumn leaves. Yet properly deployed, these same fragile warriors can demolish a prince's charge, overwhelm a P.E.K.K.A., or deliver devastating damage to a tower. They embody the strategic heart of Clash Royale itself, where positioning and timing matter more than raw power, where intelligence defeats brute force, where the smallest investment can yield the greatest returns. Throughout the years since 2016, skeletons have undergone numerous balance changes, each one documented and analyzed by the community. They've been 4 skeletons, then 3, then 4 again, then back to 3. The skeleton army has swelled and shrunk, costing 4 elixir, then 3. Every change sparked discussion, debate, and adaptation. Yet through it all, the essential nature of skeletons remained unchanged. They are fragile warriors whose strength lies not in individual power, but in numbers, speed, and the clever minds controlling them. But beyond the statistics and balance changes, beyond the strategic discussions and deck compositions, there exists a deeper narrative. The skeletons have names. They have personalities implied through animations and community interpretations. They have a culture that has evolved through official Supercell content, fan creations, animations, and the collective imagination of millions of players worldwide. They are not merely game pieces, but characters in an ongoing story, one that begins with a single skeleton named Larry. Larry, the original skeleton legend. If there is one skeleton whose name echoes through the halls of Clash Royale history louder than all others, it is Larry. To understand skeleton lore, we must understand Larry, for he is both beginning and symbol, everyman and legend. The ordinary made extraordinary through circumstance and community affection. Larry's story begins not in Clash Royale, but in Clash of Clans, in a commercial that would become legendary in the Supercell community. In this advertisement, a witch spawns a skeleton to assist in raiding an enemy village. The skeleton, small and seemingly insignificant, approaches an archer tower. The witch, seeing potential disaster, repeatedly warns the skeleton. "Don't touch that, Larry." "Larry, no, Larry." But Larry, driven by curiosity, or perhaps destiny, touches the archer tower anyway. The result is catastrophic chaos. The tower begins firing, the arrows missing their intended target but striking a balloon passing overhead. The balloon, now damaged and descending, crashes directly into the enemy village's elixir storage. Purple elixir spills everywhere, flooding the battlefield in a tide of magical energy. The entire raid dissolves into pandemonium, all because one small skeleton couldn't resist touching what he shouldn't. This commercial, simple in concept but perfect in execution, achieves something remarkable. It gave personality to a previously nameless unit. Larry became real in that moment. Not just a game piece, but a character with agency, curiosity, and the kind of innocent mischief that endears rather than annoys. The name Larry itself, so ordinary and unassuming, perfectly captured the essence of this every skeleton. This representative of all the little warriors who march into battle knowing they're outmatched. The Clash Royale community embraced Larry immediately and completely. Memes flourished. Fan art proliferated. Discussions about strategy often personified the skeletons, referring to sending in Larry and his friends, rather than merely deploying skeletons. The name appeared in official Supercell content, cementing its place in the canon. When Skeleton Army received an updated description, it read, "Spawns an army of skeletons. Meet Larry and his friends Harry, Gary, Terry, Mary, etc." Each of these names carries its own small personality in the community imagination. Harry, perhaps the brave one. Gary, later to become the general in evolved form. Terry, the troublemaker. Mary, breaking skeleton gender norms and showing the bones are bones regardless. And the etc. that follows acknowledges the countless other skeletons, each potentially having their own untold stories, their own moments of glory or comedy in the arena. But Larry's legend grew beyond simple name recognition. The animated short film Lost and Crowned elevated him to protagonist status. In this beautifully crafted piece of storytelling, Larry and his brother Peter work for the Red King in the Clash Royale arena. The plot revolves around Larry's fascination with the Red King's crown, his curiosity, that same trait that led him to touch the Archer Tower in the commercial, draws him to steal the crown. What follows is an adventure through trap-filled chambers, encounters with fire spirits that lead to explosive consequences, a tense journey into a dragon's lair, and ultimately the crown's return, though damaged beyond repair. Larry and Peter face punishment, reduced to washing dishes, but they survive their ordeal together. The short film does something crucial for skeleton lore. It shows skeletons having relationships, making choices, experiencing emotions like curiosity, fear, and brotherly bond. The theory that Larry eventually becomes the Skeleton King adds another layer to his legend. When the champion cards were introduced to Clash Royale in October 2021, the Skeleton King emerged as one of the first 3 champions, alongside the Golden Knight and Archer Queen. This massive skeleton warrior, wearing a crown and wielding a club, possesses the power to collect souls and raise fallen troops as skeletons. The visual connection between the Skeleton King's crown and the crown Larry stole him lost and crowned sparked immediate speculation among fans. Could Larry, the small skeleton who touched things he shouldn't and stole a crown, have somehow ascended to become the king of all skeletons? The timeline fits if you squint. The crown was damaged but not destroyed. Magic saturates the Clash universe. Transformation and evolution are core game mechanics. The idea that a simple skeleton might rise to royalty through circumstances both comic and tragic appeals to the underdog narrative that makes Larry so beloved. Whether the theory is officially canon or not, the Clash Royale community has largely embraced it. Fan animations, edits, and artwork frequently depict Larry's transformation into the Skeleton King. The narrative resonates because it follows a classic story arc. The smallest among us, through curiosity and adventure, becomes something greater. Larry represents potential, the idea that even the most insignificant unit in the game might have a destiny beyond its initial deployment. In competitive play, Larry has become shorthand for skeleton strategy itself. High-level players discussing replays will say things like, "He baited the zap with Larry, then cycled back to Hog," as naturally as if Larry were an official game term. Tournament casters reference him. Strategy guides acknowledge his cultural significance. Larry has transcended his status as meme to become part of the game's actual vocabulary. The Larry phenomenon also reflects something deeper about gaming communities. Players naturally seek to personify, to create narrative where pure mechanics exist. We don't just want to deploy units, we want to command warriors. We don't merely want to win. We want our victories to mean something, to be stories we can tell. Larry provides that narrative hook, that entry point into seeing the arena not as an abstract battlefield, but as a stage where characters we care about perform their roles. Social media has amplified Larry's legend. TikTok videos explaining how Larry became the Skeleton King rack up millions of views. YouTube animations showing Larry's adventures attract dedicated fan bases. Reddit threads debate the finer points of skeleton lore with genuine passion. Instagram fan art depicts Larry in countless scenarios, from comic moments to epic battles. The skeleton has become a brand unto himself, recognizable even to people who have never played Clash Royale. What's particularly fascinating is how Supercell has responded to this organic growth of lore. Rather than strictly controlling the narrative or dismissing fan theories, they've leaned into it. Official content references Larry. Emotes and cosmetics celebrate skeleton culture. The company seems to understand that the community's creative engagement with their game, their building of stories and meaning around skeletal warriors, makes the game richer for everyone. Larry's story, from commercial to icon, demonstrates the power of character in game design. You don't need complex backstories or cutscenes to create memorable characters. Sometimes all it takes is a name, a moment of personality, and the imagination of millions of players who want to believe that yes, this tiny skeleton matters. Larry matters. Every skeleton matters. And when you deploy them onto the arena, you're not just using a one elixir distraction. You're sending brave warriors into battle. Warriors with names and stories. Warriors who chose to fight despite knowing they're made of fragile bones. In the quiet of night, when you're falling asleep to tales of Clash Royale, remember Larry. Remember the skeleton who couldn't resist curiosity, who caused chaos, who stole a crown, who became a king. His story reminds us that even the smallest among us might be destined for greatness. Even when we feel fragile, brittle, easily broken, we can still charge forward with sword raised, ready to face whatever towers and troops await. And perhaps that's why Larry resonates so deeply. Because we've all felt like that one elixir skeleton, small and vulnerable in a world of giants and wizards. Yet we march on anyway, hoping our timing is right, our placement perfect, our contribution meaningful. We are all Larry, in the end. And Larry is eternal. The Skeletons card. 3 warriors, infinite possibilities. Let us now turn our attention to the card itself. The humble Skeletons card that has been part of Clash Royale since its very first day of existence. This common card, unlocked from the Bone Pit, which is Arena 2, costs just 1 elixir to deploy. For that minimal investment, you receive 3 fast, single target, ground targeting melee troops with very low hit points and very low damage. On paper, they sound almost worthless. In practice, they are one of the most versatile and valuable cards in the entire game. The visual design of the skeletons is deceptively simple, yet perfectly executed. They appear as small, undead creatures, their skulls distinctively lacking a lower jaw, giving them a permanent appearance of surprise or perhaps a skeletal grin. Their purple eyes glow with otherworldly energy, marking them as beings animated by magic rather than natural life. Each skeleton wields a short sword, a weapon proportional to their size, perfect for their quick, stabbing attacks. They wear no armor, no protection, nothing but bones held together by dark sorcery. When you deploy the Skeletons card, they spawn in a triangle formation, appearing simultaneously in an arrangement that allows them to quickly surround and attack from multiple angles. This formation is crucial to their effectiveness. Against single-target troops, the skeletons can attack from 3 directions at once, maximizing their collective damage output. Against area-damaged troops, the triangle formation at least ensures they don't all die to a single hit, though many area damage attacks can still eliminate all 3 with proper timing. The historical evolution of the Skeletons card tells its own story of balance and community response. When Clash Royale launched on January 4th, 2016, the card originally spawned 4 skeletons. For months, players learned to utilize this 4-skeleton swarm, developing strategies around their numerical advantage. Then on June 21st, 2016, a balance update decreased the count to 3, fundamentally changing how the card functioned. The description shifted from 4 fast, very weak melee fighters to 3 fast, very weak melee fighters, and the word swarm became surround to reflect their diminished numbers. The community adapted, as communities do, finding new ways to leverage 3 skeletons instead of 4. But the story didn't end there. On February 13th, 2017, another balance update increased the count back to 4 skeletons. Players celebrated the return of the 4th warrior, adjusting their strategies once again. This lasted until November 2nd, 2017, when yet another balance update reduced them back to 3 skeletons, where they have remained since. These changes might seem arbitrary to casual observers, but they represented careful attempts by Supercell to balance one of the game's most fundamental cards. 4 skeletons for 1 elixir proved too strong, providing too much defensive value and cycle speed. 3 skeletons hit a sweet spot where they remained useful, but required more skill to extract maximum value. The back-and-forth nature of these changes also demonstrates how difficult game balance is, how even seemingly small adjustments can ripple through the entire meta. Beyond these count changes, the skeletons received numerous other adjustments over the years. February 19th, 2016 saw their hit points and damage increased by 11%. May 18th, 2016 brought another 5% increase. The March 2016 update decreased their sight range from 6 tiles to 5.5 tiles. The May 2016 update fixed the infamous range bug that had given troops slightly more range than intended, decreasing skeleton range from 0.75 tiles to 0.5 tiles though their effective range remained unchanged due to how the bug worked. Most recently, on October 6, 2025, a balance update increased the skeleton's attack time interval to 1.1 seconds from 1 second, making them attack slightly slower. Each of these changes affected how skeletons performed in battle, how players deployed them, what matchups they excelled or struggled in. The competitive community analyzed every adjustment, theory-crafted new deck compositions, and gradually discovered optimal usage patterns. High-level play evolved alongside the skeletons themselves, with professional players pioneering techniques that would filter down through the ranks to casual players. The strategic applications of the skeleton's card are wonderfully diverse. Their most obvious use is a distraction for medium to high hit point units. Against troops like Prince, Inferno Dragon, Peke, Mighty Miner, Sparky, or Mini Peke, the skeletons can surround and distract, buying precious seconds for your towers to deal damage while preventing or resetting charge abilities. A perfectly timed skeleton deployment can stop a Prince mid-charge, negating thousands of damage for a 1 elixir investment. Against building targeting troops that cannot fight back effectively, like Hog Rider or Ram Rider, skeletons provide substantial damage per second relative to their cost. While the skeletons alone won't fully counter such troops, they slow them down significantly, often securing the difference between the tower taking 1 hit or 2, between winning and losing close matches. 3 small skeletons stabbing away at a hog's flanks might look comical, but those tiny swords add up. In offensive scenarios, skeletons serve multiple purposes. They can tank tower shots for more valuable units, sacrificing themselves so your musketeer or wizard stays alive longer. They can support a tank push, adding their modest damage to the death ball rolling toward enemy towers. They can split push, drawing defensive attention to one lane while your main attack develops in another. At just 1 elixir, you can afford to throw skeletons at problems speculatively, testing opponent responses or cycle through your deck quickly. The psychological dimension of skeleton deployment shouldn't be underestimated either. Experienced players learn to predict skeleton placements, holding spells or timing area damage specifically to counter them. This creates mind games where you might fake a skeleton deployment, causing opponents to waste spells preemptively. Or you might deploy skeletons in unusual positions, places where opponents expect other troops, throwing off their timing. The humble skeletons become tools not just of combat, but of deception. Perhaps most importantly, skeletons are the ultimate cycle card. In cycle decks built around quickly returning to your win condition, skeletons allow you to rotate through your hand faster than almost any other option. You can deploy them defensively, extract value, and find yourself back to your Hog Rider or Miner or Royal Giant 1 card sooner. Over the course of a match, that acceleration compounds, potentially giving you multiple additional attacks with your primary win condition. The community has developed extensive shorthand for skeleton plays. Larry and friends stop the Prince is understood to mean distracting with skeletons. Cycling skeletons at the bridge refers to throwing them offensively just to progress through your deck. Skeleton kiting describes pulling enemy troops toward the center using skeleton placement, maximizing tower damage. These phrases, used thousands of times daily across forums, streams, and Discord servers, constitute a shared language built around 3 small undead warriors. The skeletons that spawn from the dedicated Skeletons card are identical to those spawned by the Witch, Tombstone, Skeleton Barrel, Skeleton Army, Graveyard, and Super Witch. This creates interesting strategic interactions. If your opponent uses Witch, you already know exactly how much damage each skeleton deals, how much health they have, how they'll behave. The consistency across all skeleton generating sources makes them predictable, which actually enhances their utility because predictability enables precise calculation. One fascinating detail: even though the Skeletons card spawns 3 warriors, The card render displays only one skeleton. This single representative skeleton has become iconic, appearing in emotes, clan badges, battle banners, and countless pieces of fan art. That one skeleton, depicted mid-stride with sword raised, somehow captures the essence of all skeletons everywhere. It is Larry and Harry and Gary and Terry and Mary. It is every skeleton that ever charged courageously into battle despite knowing that a strong sneeze could disperse them back to the netherworld. The skeletons have been featured in numerous special game modes beyond standard battles. They've appeared in Troop Rush, where their speed and cost made them particularly valuable. They've been part of special challenge formats. They've been buffed in temporary modes, receiving crazy bonuses like rage or damage multipliers that transform them from fragile distractions into actual threats. Each mode offered new perspectives on these familiar warriors, showing what they might be capable of under different rules. In the grand narrative of Clash Royale, the basic skeletons card represents something essential. These are the common soldiers, the unnamed masses. The ones who fight not because they're legendary or epic, but because fighting is their purpose. They are the proof that rarity doesn't determine worth, that common can be extraordinary with proper application. Every legendary card in your deck might grab attention, but those 3 skeletons costing 1 elixir might be the difference between victory and defeat. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the skeletons marshalling in formation. 3 warriors, bones clicking softly as they ready their swords. They know they're fragile. They know powerful enemies await. They know a single spell could erase them from existence. Yet when you deploy them, they charge forward without hesitation, doing their duty, playing their role, proving that even the smallest contribution matters in the grand scheme of battle. They are soldiers, eternal. The skeleton swarm reduced to its essential triangle, and they are magnificent precisely because they ask for so little, yet give so much. The skeletons card is simplicity itself. 3 warriors for 1 elixir, but within that simplicity lies infinite complexity. Every match, every deployment, every interaction is unique. The same 3 skeletons, yet different every time. Constant, yet ever-changing. Small, yet significant. Dead, yet more alive in community imagination than many games' most elaborate characters. And so they march on, these 3 warriors. Larry, probably, and 2 of his many friends. Into the arena, into legend, into dreams where bones rattle like wind chimes and purple eyes glow in darkness. The skeletons card, humble beginning and eternal presence, foundational and irreplaceable. Sleep now and let them stand watch. They've defended towers for years. They can certainly guard your dreams. Skeleton Army. Meet Larry's extended family when 3 skeletons aren't enough. When the situation demands overwhelming force rather than surgical precision, when you need not a squad but an army, there exists a card that answers that call. The Skeleton Army, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 6, spawns 15 skeletons in a scattered formation for 3 elixir. This is where Larry truly brings the family reunion, where names like Harry, Gary, Terry, and Mary are joined by Barry, Cherry, Carrie, Fairy, Scary, Sherry, Gary, McClory, Huckleberry, and the legendary Doot, sometimes called Ledoot. The official card description says it all with wonderful character. Spawns an army of skeletons. Meet Larry and his friends Harry, Gary, Terry, Mary, etc. That casual, etc. acknowledges that 15 is a lot of names to remember, but each skeleton is an individual nonetheless. According to the October 1st, 2018 balance changes, Supercell officially revealed the complete list of names, cementing skeleton personalities in canon rather than leaving them to fan speculation alone. The Skeleton Army's visual deployment is satisfyingly chaotic. Unlike the ordered triangle of the 3 skeleton card, the army scatters across a wide area in seemingly random positions. This formation serves multiple purposes. It makes the army more resistant to single-area damage hits, as skeletons are spread too far for many spells to catch them all. It allows them to surround enemies from every direction simultaneously, creating a skeletal tide that engulfs rather than merely attacks. It looks appropriately overwhelming, a genuine army rather than a small squad. Each skeleton in the army is identical to those from the basic skeleton's card, having the same hit points, damage, speed, and appearance. They spawn with the same lack of lower jaw, the same purple eyes, the same short swords. What changes is quantity and formation. Where 3 skeletons provide precision, 15 provide overwhelming force. Where 3 can distract, 15 can destroy. The difference between a squad and an army is more than numerical. It's philosophical. The historical evolution of Skeleton Army parallels the broader skeleton story in Clash Royale. When the game launched on January 4th, 2016, Skeleton Army spawned 20 skeletons and cost 4 elixir. This massive horde could overwhelm nearly any ground troop, creating swarms so dense that enemies simply vanished beneath the clicking, slashing chaos. But the 4 elixir cost made it a significant investment, vulnerable to spell counters that could generate positive elixir traits for opponents. The April 4th, 2016 tournament update increased the count from 20 to 21 skeletons and compressed their spawning pattern when deployed near the river, fixing an issue where some would spawn in enemy territory before others. The description was also changed to add Ledut, a reference to skeleton memes that had proliferated through the community. The October 20th, 2016 balance update made the most significant change, decreasing the cost to 3 elixir, but reducing the skeleton count to 15 and adjusting their levels to compensate. This transformation from a 4 elixir swarm of 21 to a 3 elixir swarm of 15 fundamentally altered how players use Skeleton Army. The card became more versatile, easier to include in various deck archetypes, quicker to cycle through. The reduced cost made spell counters less profitable for opponents, though cards like Zap or Log could still eliminate the entire army for a positive trade. The balance struck a middle ground where Skeleton Army remained powerful, but required more careful timing and placement. Over subsequent years, Skeleton Army received the same hit point and damage adjustments as other skeleton units, plus various quality of life improvements. The card's formation was tweaked multiple times to prevent exploitation. Eventually, with the October 26, 2022 update, its unlock arena was moved from Bone Pit to Peike's Playhouse, changing when new players could access this powerful card. Each adjustment reflected ongoing efforts to keep Skeleton Army relevant without making it oppressive. The strategic applications of Skeleton Army are distinct from the basic Skeletons card, despite using identical units. The army excels at shutting down single-target threats with overwhelming numbers. Against troops like P.E.K.K.A., Prince, Giant, Golem, or any building targeting unit, the 15 skeletons swarm and destroy before the target can eliminate them all. The damage per second from 15 tiny swords is substantial, capable of melting through even the most heavily armored foes given time. On defense, Skeleton Army serves as an emergency button against pushes that threaten to break through. When your opponent commits heavily to an attack, dropping Skeleton Army in their path can halt momentum completely. The skeletons surround, distract, and defeat, buying precious seconds for your towers and other defenses to respond. Even if spells counter the army, you forced opponents to spend resources, potentially leaving them vulnerable to counterattacks. The army also functions as bait in spell bait strategies. If opponents hold Zap or Log specifically to counter your Skeleton Army, they can't use those spells on your Goblin Barrel, Goblin Gang, or other swarm threats. You create rock, paper, scissors scenarios where opponents must choose which threat to spell and which to accept. Sometimes, just having Skeleton Army in hand influences opponent behavior. making them play more conservatively or hold spells defensively rather than using them offensively. The vulnerability to spells represents Skeleton Army's greatest weakness. Zap, Log, Arrows, Bar Barrel, Snowball, and numerous other cards can completely eliminate the entire army for neutral or positive elixir traits. This makes timing crucial. Deploy Skeleton Army when opponents have already used their spell, when they're low on elixir, or when baiting will create opportunities elsewhere. Deploy it carelessly, and you've essentially donated 3 elixir to your opponent. Against area-damaged troops like Wizard, Witch, Valkyrie, or Bomber, Skeleton Army can still work if deployed directly on top of the enemy unit. The skeletons spawn surrounding the threat, attacking from all angles simultaneously. While the area damage will eliminate skeletons continuously, the combined damage from the entire army can defeat the threat before all skeletons die, especially with tower assistance. This requires precise placement, deploying right on top of the target rather than in front of it. The Skeleton Army has inspired countless memorable moments in competitive play. Professional players pulling off perfectly timed army deployments, converting defense into overwhelming counterattacks. Devastating spell predictions where players zap or log positions before opponents deploy the army, catching it the instant it appears. Failed predictions where the spell hits empty ground and the army tears through defenses unopposed. Each moment contributes to the card's legend, proof that 15 small skeletons can shift entire matches. In terms of lore, the Skeleton Army represents community. These aren't individual skeletons operating independently. They're a collective. Larry and his friends, fighting together, moving as one, sharing a purpose that transcends individual survival. When you deploy Skeleton Army, you're not calling forth 15 separate entities, but one entity composed of 15 parts. They work in harmony, their movements coordinated by some unseen force, possibly the dark magic that animated them initially. The named skeletons add personality to this collective. Larry, the famous one, presumably leads or at least represents the group. Harry might be brave, always at the front. Terry could be the troublemaker, attacking from unexpected angles. Mary breaks gender norms, proving skeleton warriors come in all flavors. Gary, who might become General Gary in evolved form, perhaps coordinates tactics. Barry, Cherry, Carrie, Fairy, Scary, Sherry, Gary, McClary, and Huckleberry each contribute their own essence to the arc, individual notes in a symphony of bones. The Doot or Ledoot skeleton deserves special mention. This name emerged from internet skeleton memes, particularly the Thank Mr. Skeletal meme that spread across social media years ago. When Supercell officially acknowledged Ledoot in the card description update, they validated community culture, showing they appreciated the organic memes and inside jokes that had developed around their game. Ledoot represents the intersection of official lore and fan creation, a skeleton that exists simultaneously in Supercell's universe and in community imagination. Skeleton Army's visual design has evolved over the years. The card render has been updated multiple times, refining the skeletal appearance, adjusting the color palette, improving the level of detail visible. Yet the core image remains, a horde of skeletons, weapons raised, rushing forward as an unstoppable tide. The render captures motion and energy, conveying the sense that these bones are very much active despite their former owners being very much not. In October 2025, Skeleton Army received its evolution version, adding General Gary to the mix. This development expanded the lore significantly, showing that among the army exists hierarchy and leadership. General Gary appears as a guard variant with purple eyes, wearing a helmet with golden handle and team-colored. Crest a purple cape with gold lining, carrying a spear with attached purple banner, displaying a skull symbol and wielding a wooden shield bearing the card evolution symbol. The existence of General Gary raises fascinating questions. Was he always present among the army, simply unnamed and undistinguished until evolution? Or does evolution elevate one skeleton from the ranks to leadership position? In most depictions, Skeleton Army includes both Larry and Gary among its named members. If Gary evolves into General, does this make him superior to Larry? Or are they equals, with Gary handling tactical command while Larry retains his status as symbolic leader? These questions might seem silly, overthinking game mechanics that simply needed a cool evolution design. But they matter to the skeleton lore community, to players who have invested years into caring about these rattling warriors. The relationships between named skeletons, the hierarchy and social structures implied by titles like General, the possibility that skeleton society exists beyond what we see in battle, all of this enriches the experience of deploying the card. Consider also the tragedy inherent in Skeleton Army. Every deployment, you summon 15 warriors who know they're likely to be obliterated by a spell, burned by a wizard, swept away by log. Yet they come anyway, rushing forward with eternal optimism or perhaps eternal resignation. They are soldiers who die repeatedly, rewinding through some cycle of resurrection that brings them back to deploy again and again and again. Do they remember their previous defeats? Do they carry the weight of countless battles in their hollow bones? Or does each deployment feel like the first time, fresh and new, unburdened by memory of past defeats? The community has embraced Skeleton Army through countless memes and creative works. Animations showing the army overwhelming powerful troops, only to be zapped away at the last second. Comic strips depicting Larry organizing his friends for another doomed charge. Fan fiction exploring the relationships between named skeletons, their camaraderie in the face of certain destruction. This engagement demonstrates how a simple card can become canvas for imagination, how 15 identical game pieces can transform into 15 distinct characters with stories worth telling. In professional tournaments, Skeleton Army usage statistics tell their own story. The card falls in and out of meta favor, depending on the popularity of spell cards and swarm threats. When log usage spikes, Skeleton Army deployment drops. When log fades, the army returns. This rhythm, this dance between card and counter, plays out over months and years, tracked by data analysts and felt by players at every level. The army persists because even when countered, properly used skeletons extract value, buy time, create opportunities. As sleep approaches and consciousness fades, picture the Skeleton Army in your mind. 15 warriors appearing simultaneously in scattered formation. Larry and Harry and Gary and Terry and Mary and Barry and Cherry and Carrie and Fairy and Scary and Sherry and Gary and McClary and Huckleberry and Doot. Each one a character, each one a story. They don't move in perfect unison like disciplined soldiers. They scramble, they rush, they surround and attack from every angle like the enthusiastic undead horde they are. Some will fall quickly, swept away by spells or area damage. Others will land crucial hits, their tiny swords delivering death by 1,000 cuts. A few might survive the entire engagement, standing victorious among the wreckage of defeated enemies, raising swords in skeletal triumph before disappearing back to whatever realm spawned them. Each deployment writes a small story, 15 characters in search of purpose, finding it in the chaos of arena combat. The Skeleton Army represents community at its finest. Not one hero but many, not individual glory, but collective achievement. When you play this card, you're deploying friendship, deploying cooperation, deploying the understanding that together we are stronger than apart. Larry couldn't stop a prince alone, but Larry plus 14 friends absolutely can. That's the magic of the army, the transformation of individual weakness into collective strength. And so they wait, these 15 skeletons ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Ready to charge once more into battle, weapons raised, bones rattling with anticipation, or perhaps just wind passing through their rib cages. They are the Skeleton Army, fierce despite fragility, powerful through numbers, beloved by millions. Let them march through your dreams tonight, clicking their way to victory or glorious defeat, laughing that hollow laugh that sounds like wind through empty halls, living their best undead lives in service to the arena. The giant skeleton. When Larry grew up and found a bomb, while regular skeletons embody speed and numbers, one skeleton took a different evolutionary path. The giant skeleton, that hulking bomb-carrying behemoth, represents what happens when skeletons embrace size, strength, and explosive consequences. This epic card, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 4, costs 6 elixir and deploys a single massive skeleton that doesn't just fight. It transforms death itself into a weapon. The giant skeleton's appearance immediately sets it apart from its smaller brethren. This is no fragile warrior held together by wispy magic. This skeleton stands tall, its bones thick and sturdy, its frame imposing. It wears a tattered purple cape that flows behind it as it moves, adding an air of dark nobility. Most distinctively, it carries an enormous bomb on its back, a black sphere with a glowing red fuse that promises devastation. The bomb is almost as large as the giant skeleton itself, yet it carries this burden with apparent ease, suggesting supernatural strength befitting its undead nature. The giant skeleton's skull follows the familiar jawless design, but scaled up dramatically. Its purple eyes glow with the same ethereal energy as regular skeletons, but brighter, more intense, as if more magic was required to animate this larger frame. Unlike regular skeletons that wield tiny swords, the giant skeleton carries an absolutely massive bomb as its primary weapon, though it can also deliver devastating melee attacks with its bare, bony hands when enemies get close. The card's description is simple but evocative. The bigger the skeleton, the bigger the bomb. Carries a bomb that blows up when the giant skeleton dies. This mechanic defines the card's entire identity. The giant skeleton isn't primarily about the damage it deals while alive, though that damage is respectable. It's about what happens when it falls, the moment when death becomes offensive capability, when defeat transforms into delayed victory. When the giant skeleton dies, its bomb drops to the ground and begins a 3-second countdown, marked by increasingly frantic ticking and glowing. After 3 seconds, the bomb detonates in a massive explosion that deals tremendous area damage to all ground units and structures within its radius. The damage is enough to eliminate most troops instantly and deal significant damage to buildings, including towers. This death damage makes the giant skeleton uniquely threatening, forcing opponents to carefully manage not just the living skeleton, but its posthumous revenge. The historical evolution of giant skeleton reveals constant struggle with balance. Since Clash Royale's launch on January 4th, 2016, this card has received more adjustments than almost any other, as Supercell tried to find the sweet spot where it felt powerful without being oppressive. The original giant skeleton dealt 1100 death damage at tournament standard, enough to destroy most troops and deal devastating damage to towers. This made it both terrifying and frustrating, depending which side of the deployment you found yourself on. The May 3, 2016 balance update decreased death damage by 20%, from 1100 to 880, reducing its tower-threatening capability while maintaining its defensive strength. The October 20, 2016 update decreased death damage again, from 880 to 720, a further 18% reduction. Players adapted, using giant skeleton more defensively than offensively, leveraging the death bomb to clear enemy pushes rather than threatening towers directly. The November 1, 2016 update increased the bomb timer from 3 seconds to 4 seconds, giving opponents more time to escape the blast radius. This significantly weakened the card, as skilled players could now kite units away from the bomb or retreat their troops before detonation. The December 12, 2016 update then decreased the timer back to 3 seconds, acknowledging the 4-second timer had overcorrected. Balance changes continued over the years. February 2nd, 2018 decreased bomb damage by 8%. The March 5th, 2018 update decreased hit points by 4%. July 2nd, 2018 increased bomb timer to 4 seconds again. August 6th, 2018 decreased hit points by 6%. September 3rd, 2018 decreased hit points by 4% more and reduced bomb radius by 1 tile. Each change attempted to rein in a card that consistently overperformed at lower skill levels while underperformed at the highest competitive levels. The pattern continued through 2019, 2020, and beyond. Hit speed adjustments, hit point tweaks, bomb damage modifications, radius changes, each trying to thread the needle between useful and oppressive. The June 7, 2021 update added a new visual effect where the bomb's timer appears above it, making the countdown more visible and giving players clearer information about when detonation would occur. The October 2024 balance update increased bomb damage significantly, from 742 to 850 at max level, swinging the pendulum back toward offensive viability. Most dramatically, the June 2023 rework completely reimagined how Giant Skeleton functioned. The bomb damage was increased essentially, radius was adjusted, and the entire role of the card shifted. Previously a defensive specialist, the rework pushed Giant Skeleton toward more hybrid use, equally viable on defense and in counter pushes. Community reaction was mixed, with players debating whether the changes preserved the card's identity or transformed it into something fundamentally different. Throughout all these changes, certain strategic truths remain constant. Giant Skeleton excels at stopping ground pushes, especially beatdown strategies that cluster troops behind a tank. When opponents commit heavily to an attack, Giant Skeleton can be dropped in the middle of their push, tanking damage while its bomb threat forces either retreat or acceptance of massive casualties. Even if opponents eliminate the Giant Skeleton quickly, the bomb still detonates, potentially wiping out the entire push and creating positive elixir trades. On offense, Giant Skeleton functions as a unique tank. It has substantial hit points, allowing it to absorb tower damage while support troops work behind it. But opponents must calculate whether to eliminate it near their tower, risking bomb damage, or to kite it away, potentially allowing more hits from support troops. This creates psychological pressure, forcing difficult decisions under time constraint. Even if the Giant Skeleton never reaches the tower, just walking toward it forces opponent reactions that create opportunities. The synergy between Giant Skeleton and clone strategies produce some of competitive Clash Royale's most explosive moments. Cloning a Giant Skeleton creates a second bomb threat, potentially doubling the area denial or tower damage. Opponents facing cloned. Giant Skeletons often face impossible choices. Let both reach the tower and accept devastating bomb damage, or eliminate them quickly and still take significant bomb damage. The psychological impact of 2 bombs ticking down simultaneously cannot be overstated. Dark Prince became a classic companion for Giant Skeleton, as the Charging Prince could clear path for the slower skeleton while benefiting from the bomb-clearing defensive troops. Tornado paired excellently, pulling enemy troops into the bomb's blast radius and preventing their escape. Executioner and Bowler synergized by clearing swarms that might distract or quickly eliminate the Giant Skeleton before it reached valuable positions. Night Witch often accompanied Giant Skeleton, spawning bats that forced opponent responses while the skeleton lumbered forward. In terms of lore, the Giant Skeleton raises fascinating questions. Is this a skeleton that grew to enormous size through dark magic or accumulated death energy? Is it a different species of skeleton entirely, perhaps once belonging to a giant humanoid creature? Or is it, some theories suggest, what happens when regular skeletons like Lari are exposed to too much magic, too much power, transforming from small warrior into massive bomber? The bomb itself carries mysterious origins. Where did this enormous explosive device come from? Did some mad alchemist create it? Did the giant skeleton craft it from materials scavenged across the arena? Or is the bomb itself magical, conjured from death energy and manifested as physical explosive? The game never explains, leaving these questions to fuel fan theories and imaginative speculation. The giant skeleton's personality, as much as can be inferred from animations and behavior, seems almost melancholic. It moves slowly, deliberately, without the manic energy of smaller skeletons. Its stance suggests weight, not just physical, but existential. This skeleton knows it will die. It knows its death will cause massive destruction. It accepts this fate with what appears to be resignation, carrying its bomb toward enemies like Atlas carrying the world, burdened but unyielding. Community creativity around Giant Skeleton has produced countless memorable works. Animations showing the skeleton approaching towers while defenders scramble desperately to stop it. Comics depicting the giant skeleton as a tragic figure, wanting friends but knowing its explosive death makes closeness dangerous. Memes about the satisfaction of perfectly timed bomb detonations versus the frustration of bombs that explode too late or in wrong positions. The card has personality despite or perhaps because of its simple, destructive purpose. In competitive play, Giant Skeleton has enjoyed periods of prominence and stretches of obscurity. During metas favoring beatdown strategies, Giant Skeleton emerges as counter, punishing players who cluster troops together. During spell-heavy metas where players hold splash damage specifically to counter swarms, Giant Skeleton struggles to find value. The card's viability ebbs and flows with the broader meta, but it never completely disappears, always lurking in some player's deck, ready to surprise opponents who forgot to respect the bomb. The Giant Skeleton's bomb has produced some of Clash Royale's most memorable tournament moments. Perfectly predicted bombs catching entire pushes, eliminating 6 or 7 elixir worth of troops in one explosion. Failed predictions, where the bomb explodes on empty ground while the troops it was meant to counter survive elsewhere. Desperate overtime situations, where a bomb detonating a tower delivers exactly enough damage for victory. Each moment becomes highlight, becomes story, becomes part of the card's growing legend. The visual spectacle of the bomb detonation deserves appreciation. The expanding circle of flame, the shockwave rippling outward, the sound design combining explosion with magical energy release. Everything about the detonation emphasizes impact, making each explosion feel significant even after you've seen it thousands of times. It's a death worthy of the skeleton carrying the bomb, spectacular and devastating in equal measure. As you drift into sleep, imagine the giant skeleton's slow march. Each step deliberate, bones creaking under the weight of the bomb, purple cape flowing behind like banner or shroud. It knows enemies await. It knows its journey ends in explosion. Yet it walks on, faithful to its purpose, accepting its role as both weapon and sacrifice. The bomb ticks down after death. 3 seconds of anticipation. 3 seconds of scrambling or acceptance. 3 seconds before the world erupts in flames that consume everything within reach. The giant skeleton is tragedy made tactical, death made deliberate, sacrifice made strategic. It is the skeleton that grew up, that took on greater burden in exchange for greater impact. Where Larry and his friends dance through battle with manic energy, the giant skeleton walks with grim determination. Where regular skeletons hope to survive and contribute, the giant skeleton knows its greatest contribution comes after life ends. It is the undead made more undead, animated for the express purpose of becoming unanimated again. Existence defined by the moment of cessation. And yet there's something admirable in that certainty, that acceptance of purpose. The giant skeleton doesn't question its role or resist its fate. It simply carries its bomb forward, step by step, closer to whatever awaits, ready to transform its death into devastating art. That's a kind of courage, isn't it? Knowing the ending yet marching toward it anyway. making peace with explosive destiny, finding meaning in destruction. Let the giant skeleton guard your dreams tonight. That massive frame a wall between you and anything that might disturb rest. Trust in the bomb to eliminate threats, to clear away chaos, to create space for peace. The skeleton that grew up can protect you now, carrying its burden so you don't have to carry yours. Sleep soundly, knowing that somewhere in the arena, a giant skeleton is walking its eternal walk, counting down to an explosion that will echo through tomorrow. The witch, mother of skeletons and necromantic architect behind every army of skeletons, stands a summoner, a wielder of dark magic who calls bones from the earth and animates them with purpose. The witch, that purple-robed necromancer with her staff of power and army of undead servants, represents the source from which skeletons flow. This epic card, unlocked from PEKK's Playhouse, which is Arena 4, costs 5 elixir and deploys a ranged splash damage dealer who continuously spawns skeletons throughout her lifetime. The witch's visual design immediately communicates her dark nature. She wears flowing purple robes adorned with skull motifs, marking her as a practitioner of death magic. Her staff, topped with a glowing skull, serves as both weapon and necromantic focus. Her face is obscured by her hood, adding mystery and suggesting someone who has looked into death's realm long enough to be changed by it. Purple energy swirls around her, the same purple that glows in skeleton eyes, connecting her visually to her undead creations. Every few seconds, the witch spawns skeletons behind her. These skeletons are identical to those from the Skeleton's card and Skeleton Army, having the same stats, speed, and behavior. They spawn in groups of 3, appearing in that familiar triangle formation. Over her lifetime, if left unchallenged, a single witch can spawn dozens of skeletons, creating a perpetual stream of undead warriors that overwhelm through attrition. She is factory and commander, creator and controller, the necromantic heart of skeleton society. The witch's attack consists of lobbing skulls from her staff in a splash damage arc. These projectiles travel through the air before impacting and dealing area damage to ground and air units. The splash radius allows her to clear swarms effectively, making her strong against other skeleton-based strategies, goblin gangs, and clustered troops. The damage is moderate, not devastating but respectable, enough to wear down targets over time while her skeletons do the primary offensive work. Since Clash Royale's launch on January 4th, 2016, the witch has undergone numerous balance changes, reflecting ongoing struggle to make her competitively viable without being oppressive. Early versions spawned skeletons more frequently and had different damage profiles. Over time, Supercell adjusted her skeleton spawn rate, hit points, damage, hit speed, spawn speed, and various other statistics, searching for the balance point where she felt powerful without dominating matches. The January 13th, 2016 update increased witch hit points by 5%. The February 2nd, 2016 update increased her damage by 5% and decreased her skeleton spawn time from 8 seconds to 7 seconds, making her spawn skeletons more quickly. The May 3rd, 2016 update decreased her range from 6 tiles to 5.5 tiles. The November 1st, 2016 update increased her first skeleton spawn time from 1 second to 2 seconds, preventing instant skeleton swarms upon deployment. More significant changes came in later years. The June 1st, 2018 rework completely reimagined the witch, increasing her first skeleton spawn time to 5 seconds, increasing her skeleton spawn speed to 7 seconds, but also allowing her to spawn 4 skeletons instead of 3. Her damage was increased, but her hit speed was decreased, fundamentally changing how she functioned in battle. These changes made her more powerful but less oppressive, requiring more skill to use effectively. The October 7th, 2019 update reverted many of these changes, decreasing her skeleton spawn count back to 3, decreasing her damage, but increasing her hit speed and decreasing her skeleton spawn time. She was rebuilt again, differently from both her original incarnation and the 2018 rework. The community adapted once more, learning the new witch's rhythm, discovering her optimal placements and synergies. In 2021, the witch received her evolution, adding a new dimension to her character. When evolved, the witch becomes the Super Witch, her robes darker, her power greater, spawning big skeletons instead of regular skeletons. These big skeletons are larger, stronger, and more durable than regular skeletons, transforming the witch from moderate threat to genuine win condition. The evolution emphasized her identity as Skeleton Matriarch, the ultimate expression of necromantic power. Strategically, the witch functions primarily as a support card, rather than a tank or primary win condition. Her value comes from continuous skeleton generation, creating perpetual pressure that opponents must address. Place her behind a tank like Giant, Golem, or Lava Hound, and she spawns skeletons that protect the tank while dealing damage. She converts defense into offense, transforming a simple defensive witch into a counter-push threat that can spiral out of control if ignored. On defense, the witch excels against swarms and ground-targeting troops. Her splash damage clears skeleton armies, goblin gangs, and bats quickly. Her spawn skeletons distract single-target threats like Prince, P.E.K.K.A., or Mini P.E.K.K.A., buying time for towers to deal damage while preventing charge abilities. A well-placed witch can stop ground pushes single-handedly, then transition into offense with her surviving health and accumulated skeleton bodyguards. Rocket kills her instantly, though at neutral elixir trade. Lightning hits her and nearby troops simultaneously, making it efficient if opponents can catch her with support units. Mini P.E.K.K.A., Prince, and other high-damage troops can reach and eliminate her before her skeletons overwhelm them if they read properly supported or have clear paths. The relationship between Witch and her skeletons has inspired significant lore speculation. Is she their creator, literally animating bones with dark magic? Is she their commander, calling forth skeletons that already exist in some netherworld? Is she their mother, as her title Mother Witch in some contexts suggests, giving birth to undead children through necromantic means? The game never clarifies, leaving these questions open for interpretation. Consider the implications if the witch truly creates skeletons. Every Larry, every Harry, every member of the skeleton army might ultimately trace their existence back to a witch's spell. In this interpretation, the witch is skeleton genesis, the source from which all other skeleton cards derive. Regular skeletons are simply those that persist after their witch falls, continuing to serve their purpose even after their creator's demise. Alternatively, if the witch merely summons existing skeletons from elsewhere, she becomes a portal or conduit. Somewhere in the Clash universe exists a skeleton realm, a boneyard or underworld where countless undead warriors await. The witch's magic creates temporary bridges between that realm and the arena, allowing skeletons to cross over, fight, and return. In this interpretation, Larry and his friends have independent existence, and the witch is simply the means by which they enter battle. The Mother Witch title, introduced with a separate card later in Clash Royale's history, adds another layer. This variant transforms enemy troops into pigs rather than spawning skeletons, but her title suggests a maternal relationship with something. If there's a Mother Witch, does that make the regular witch their sister, daughter, or simply lesser variant? Does the title indicate biological or metaphorical motherhood? Can the undead even have family structures in the traditional sense? Community content often portrays the witch as caring for her skeletons, treating them as her children or loyal servants. Animations show her mourning when they fall, celebrating their victories, scolding them for misbehavior. Comic strips depict domestic scenes where the witch prepares meals skeletons can't eat or tucks them into beds they do in need. These humanizing portrayals transform her from mere game piece into character with emotional depth and relationships worth exploring. In battle, the witch's skeleton spawning creates interesting rhythms. She spawns, Enemies clear the skeletons. She spawns again. A cycle that continues until she falls or reaches her target. This rhythm means pressure is constant but predictable. Skilled opponents time their spells to clear skeletons immediately after they spawn, maximizing efficiency. Skilled witch players time their deployments to align skeleton spawns with pushes, maximizing their impact. The sound design around Witch emphasizes her necromantic nature. Her attack carries ethereal, ghostly tones. Her skeleton spawning comes with distinctive audio cues, alerting attentive players even if they're not watching that specific position. Her death sound suggests magic dissipating, the spell that held everything together finally breaking. Even her presence on the field has ambient audio, subtle whispers that reinforce her dark magic theme. The Witch has been featured in various game modes beyond standard battles. In certain draft challenges, she becomes high-value pick, offering splash damage, swarm generation, and versatility. In triple elixir mode, her skeleton spawning becomes overwhelming, creating floods of undead that opponents struggle to contain. In special challenges where certain cards are buffed, powered-up witches become nearly unstoppable, spawning skeletons so quickly that the screen fills with rattling bones. Competitive usage of Witch has varied across Clash Royale's history. She's been meta-defining during certain periods, appearing in top ladder decks and championship tournaments. She's been completely absent during others, considered too vulnerable or slow for the pacing of competitive play. She's the definition of meta-dependent. Strong when the cards that counter her are weak when those counters dominate. This volatility makes her interesting, never quite settling into permanent position in the tier lists. The Witch also represents player progression for newer players. Unlocked relatively early from Arena 4, she provides accessible splash damage and swarm generation that helps players understand key strategic concepts. Learning when to deploy the Witch, how to support her, when to sacrifice her for value, these lessons translate to understanding the game at deeper levels. Many players remember their first Witch, the excitement of unlocking that epic card and trying it in battle for the first time. As sleep deepens and dreams begin, imagine the Witch standing at the boundary between life and death. Her staff glows with purple energy, that light that connects all skeletons to their source. She raises the staff, speaks words in languages long forgotten, and bones rise from the earth. 3 skeletons, then 3 more, then 3 more again, an endless procession of undead warriors answering her call. She is mother, creator, commander, architect of skeletal armies. Where other troops fight alone or in fixed groups, she builds her army dynamically, adapting to the flow of battle. Her magic is patient, inexorable, the kind of power that doesn't overwhelm immediately, but accumulates over time until suddenly the battlefield is covered in rattling bones and gleaming purple eyes, and her enemies realize, too late, that they should have addressed her sooner. The Witch represents transformation of death into purpose. Bones that should rest in peace instead rise to serve. Endings become beginnings. What was lost becomes found, though changed, though different, though animated by forces that transcend natural life. She is the proof that in Clash Royale's universe, death is not final but transitional, not an ending but a different kind of existence. Let her magic protect your sleep tonight. Let her skeleton stand guard while you rest. She who commands death itself can surely ensure your dreams remain peaceful, your rest undisturbed. The Witch watches, staff in hand, ready to summon defenders should nightmares approach. Behind her, an infinite army of bones awaits her command, loyal until the final tower falls, faithful beyond death itself. The mother of skeletons nurtures her children through battle after battle. She calls them forth, watches them fight, welcomes them back when they fall. This is her purpose, her power, her eternal role in the arena. And as long as witches exist, skeletons will never truly be gone. They are always just a spell away from rattling back into existence, ready for one more battle, one more charge, one more moment in the moonlight, before returning to whatever realm spawned them. Night Witch, sister of darkness and Bat Matriarch. While the witch rules over skeleton armies, her darker counterpart holds dominion over a different form of death servants. The Night Witch, released on May 12, 2017, as part of a major update, brought with her not skeletons but bats, those small flying creatures that swarm through the night sky with chittering malevolence. This legendary card, unlocked from Hog Mountain, which is Arena 10, costs 4 elixir and represents the witch's shadow, the necromancer who chose a different path towards similar ends. The Night Witch's appearance immediately distinguishes her from her skeletal sibling. Where the witch wears purple, the Night Witch wears black with purple accents. Her robes are darker, more tattered, suggesting someone who has delved deeper into Forbidden's magic. Her staff is twisted and gnarled, topped not with a skull, but with a purple crystal that pulses with malevolent energy. Her face is pale, her expression severe, her entire design suggesting someone who has sacrificed more for power than the witch ever did. Most distinctively, the Night Witch's familiar spirits are not skeletons, but bats. She continuously spawns bats throughout her lifetime, 4 at a time rather than 3 skeletons, creating airborne swarms that attack both ground and air units. These bats are fragile, even more so than skeletons, dying to any damage whatsoever. But they fly, giving them mobility and targeting flexibility that ground-bound skeletons lack. They swarm around enemies, overwhelming through numbers and speed, death delivered on leathery wings. The Night Witch's attack differs fundamentally from the witch's splash projectiles. Instead, she shoots dark energy bolts that deal high single-target damage to ground units. This makes her excellent at eliminating high hit point threats rather than clearing swarms. Combined with her bat spawning, she represents a different strategic niche. Tank killer rather than swarm counter, assassin rather than area denier, precision rather than spread. Upon death, the Night Witch spawns 4 bats immediately, a death spawn similar to but distinct from the giant skeleton spawn. These final bats represent her last act of necromancy, a posthumous contribution that can catch opponents off guard. The death spawn ensures that defeating the Night Witch doesn't completely end her threat, as those 4 bats might reach towers or eliminate weakened troops, extracting final value from your elixir investment. The Night Witch's introduction to Clash Royale was explosive, arguably one of the most impactful card releases in the game's history. When she first arrived, she was overwhelmingly powerful, dominating the meta so completely that nearly every competitive deck included her. Her bat spawn rate was too fast, her damage too high, her death spawn too threatening. She defined the meta for weeks, warping deck building and strategy around either using her or countering her. The June 12, 2017 balance update, mere weeks after her release, significantly nerfed the Night Witch. Her bat spawn time was increased from 6 seconds to 7 seconds. Her hit points were decreased by 9%. Her damage was decreased by 9%. Her death spawn bats were reduced from 4 to 3. These changes were dramatic, reflecting how overpowered she had been. But even after them, she remained viable and popular. Subsequent updates continued refining the Night Witch. The October 9, 2017 update increased her bat spawn speed from 7 seconds back to 6 seconds, but decreased her range from 5.5 tiles to 5 tiles. The March 5, 2018 update decreased her hit points by 5%. The May 31, 2018 update decreased her bat spawn speed from 6 seconds to 5 seconds, but decreased her damage by 17%. Each change tried to find the sweet spot between powerful and oppressive. The pattern continued over years. Her hit speed was adjusted, affecting how quickly she could eliminate targets. Her sight range was modified, changing her ability to lock onto troops. Her initial bat spawn time was increased, preventing instant bat swarms upon deployment. Her death spawn was adjusted multiple times, settling at 4 bats again in later updates. Through it all, the Night Witch remained relevant, never quite as dominant as her release, but never falling into complete obscurity. Strategically, the Night Witch functions as a versatile support card that excels behind tanks. Place her behind a golem, and she spawns bat after bat, creating aerial swarms that opponents must address while the golem absorbs damage. Use her with giant, and her high single target damage eliminates troops trying to counter your tank, while bats provide additional pressure. Pair her with Lava Hound, and you create overwhelming air pressure that opponents struggle to counter with typical anti-air defensive cards. On defense, the Night Witch shines against high hit point ground units. Her high single target damage lets her melt through tanks like Giant Royal Giant or Golem. Her bats distract and delay, buying precious seconds for towers to deal damage. Against aerial threats, her bats can surround and eliminate, though they're vulnerable to splash damage from support troops. She's versatile enough to handle various threats, making her valuable in many situations. The relationship between Night Witch and bats mirrors the Witch's relationship with skeletons, but with subtle differences. Bats are not undead in the same sense that skeletons are. They're creatures transformed or controlled through dark magic, living things corrupted rather than dead things animated. This distinction matters lore-wise, suggesting that the Night Witch's magic operates through domination and corruption rather than pure necromancy. Some community theories suggest the Night Witch and Witch are siblings, sisters who chose different paths in their magical studies. The Witch mastered animating the dead. The Night Witch mastered controlling the living. Both pursue power through dark arts, but their methods and philosophies diverge. The Night Witch is specialist, optimized for specific conditions, while the Witch is generalist, functional in all circumstances. Visual design reinforces this nocturnal theme. The Night Witch's color palette is blacks and purples, colors of midnight and shadow. Her animations are smoother, more graceful, suggesting someone who moves through darkness like water through cracks. Her bat spawning looks effortless, as if the bats emerge naturally from her presence, rather than being deliberately summoned. She doesn't command death, she embodies it, becoming living shadow that spawns smaller shadows to do her bidding. The bats themselves deserve attention. These tiny creatures, with their leathery wings and chittering cries, are even more fragile than skeletons. Any damage kills them instantly, making them vulnerable to splash, spells, and area damage troops. Yet they fly, giving them tactical advantages skeletons lack. They can cross rivers without bridges, bypass ground defenses entirely, target air units, and reach towers more directly. Their fragility is offset by mobility and spawn rate, creating constant pressure through renewed waves. In competitive play, Night Witch has been part of numerous meta decks. The Golem Night Witch beatdown archetype dominated for months, overwhelming opponents through relentless pressure. Bridge spam decks utilized her for quick pressure and tower damage. She appeared in various hybrid decks that leveraged her versatility. Professional players pioneered techniques for maximizing her value, like timing bat spawns to tank tower shots for more valuable units or using her to kite building targeting troops while bats dealt damage. The Night Witch's legendary rarity makes her harder to obtain and upgrade than the common witch, creating accessibility barriers for free-to-play players. This rarity feels appropriate given her power level and versatility, but it means many players experience her primarily as opponent rather than tool. Facing fully upgraded Night Witches when your own is underleveled creates frustration, as the card's strength scales significantly with levels, affecting bat spawn rate and survivability. Special game modes featuring Night Witch reveal different facets of her power. In Triple Elixir, she spawns bats so quickly that the air fills with leathery wings. In draft challenges, she becomes premium pick, offering versatility and win condition potential simultaneously. In challenges where certain rarities are banned, Her absence is felt immediately, highlighting how much her presence shapes strategies and deck building. The Night Witch has become so integral to certain playstyles that her removal fundamentally changes how those decks function. Animations depict her as more sinister than the Witch, more willing to embrace morally questionable magic. Fan art frequently shows her in dramatically shadowed settings, surrounded by swirling bats and dark energy. Comics contrast her seriousness with the Witch's occasional whimsy, suggesting personality differences alongside their magical specializations. The Night Witch is the one who didn't hesitate, who dove into forbidden knowledge without reservation, who paid whatever price power demanded. The bats she commands reflect this darker commitment. While skeletons retain some cartoonish charm despite being undead, bats feel more genuinely threatening. Their chittering, their swarming, their association with vampires and caves in darkness all contribute to making them feel dangerous rather than merely deadly. When Night Witch spawns bats, it feels like releasing something that should remain contained, letting loose creatures that belong in nightmares rather than battlefields. Yet beneath the dark aesthetic, Night Witch serves similar strategic purpose to her skeletal counterpart. Both are support cards that spawn secondary units continuously. Both convert defense into offense effectively. Both require opponents to balance addressing the spawner versus the spawn units. Both reward players who protect them, allowing their spawn mechanics to generate overwhelming value over time. They are variations on a theme, different implementations of the same core concept: the perpetual spawner who creates value through persistence. The Night Witch's presence in clan wars, special events, and seasonal content has been significant. She appears in special challenges, serves as draft pick in clan war duels, features in limited time modes with unique rules. Each appearance reminds players of her versatility and power, why she achieved legendary status, why she remains relevant years after her initially overpowered release. She has staying power that many cards lack, constantly finding new relevance as meta shift and strategies evolve. As sleep deepens and consciousness fades further into dreams, picture the Night Witch in your mind. She stands in shadow, staff planted firmly in ground, purple energy pulsing through the twisted wood. Around her, bats circle endlessly, their wings creating soft whooshing sounds that blend into a susurrus of dark promise. She is patience and inevitability, the slow accumulation of threats that eventually becomes unstoppable. She doesn't charge forward like skeleton warriors. She walks deliberately, spawning bats with each step, creating aerial clouds that grow denser with each passing second. By the time she reaches enemy positions, she's accompanied by dozens of bats, a living storm of wings and teeth that descends upon defenders like biblical plague. This is her power. Not immediate impact, but inevitable buildup. Not explosive force, but gradual overwhelming. The Night Witch represents the darker path, the choice to embrace shadow fully rather than balance between light and dark. Where the Witch summons bones that once lived, the Night Witch corrupts life itself, bending living creatures to her will. Where the Witch builds armies of the past, the Night Witch commands swarms of the present. Both serve death, but through different philosophies, different methods, different relationships with the fundamental forces they channel. Let her watch over your sleep tonight, this sister of shadows. Let her bats circle your dreams, keeping nightmares at bay through their very presence. She who commands creatures of darkness can surely ensure darkness remains at proper distance, threatening only your enemies, protecting you through night's longest hours. The Night Witch stands vigil, patient and powerful, ready to release her swarms should anything disturb your rest. In the morning, you'll wake without remembering her presence, without knowing that through the night, bats circled overhead and dark magic held watch. That's how the Night Witch prefers it, working from shadows, letting others claim glory while she accomplishes what needs accomplishing. She's the dark to the witch's light, the shadow to her sister's substance. the necessary balance that allows both to exist. Evolved Skeletons, Purple Hats, and Never-Ending Resurrection. On October 24th, 2022, Clash Royale introduced a new mechanic that would fundamentally change how certain cards functioned. Card evolution arrived, allowing specific cards to reach new heights of power when upgraded beyond maximum level. The Skeletons were among the first cards to receive this transformation, and their evolution introduced mechanics that turned a simple 3-skeleton card into a perpetual nuisance that refused to stay dead. Evolved Skeletons maintain the same basic stats as their non-evolved counterparts in terms of hit points and damage. The 3 skeletons that spawn still die to any damage, still wield tiny swords, still scramble forward with that characteristic skeletal energy. But there's one crucial, game-changing difference. When an evolved skeleton dies, it respawns as another evolved skeleton after 4 seconds. This creates a cycle of resurrection that continues until time expires or something breaks the cycle through overwhelming force. The visual indicator of evolution is subtle but distinctive. Evolved skeletons wear purple hats, small caps that mark them as different from regular bone warriors. These hats don't provide defense or change behavior. They're purely cosmetic markers that let players instantly identify which skeletons will resurrect. The purple color matches the skeleton's glowing eyes, creating visual consistency that ties the evolution theme together. It's a whimsical touch, suggesting that achieving evolution grants skeletons not just power but style. The evolution mechanic transforms how players use and opponents counter the skeleton's card. Regular skeletons, once eliminated, are gone until you cycle back to the card and deploy it again. Evolved skeletons return automatically, creating pressure that persists far longer than the 3 elixir investment suggests. They become defensive permanents, constantly respawning to distract and damage threats. They become offensive persistence, continuously attacking towers unless completely stopped. To evolve cards, players must reach King level 14, the maximum King level. They need the card at maximum level, requiring significant time and resources for common cards like skeletons. Then they need evolution shards, special items that accumulate slowly through various game modes and occasionally through shop purchases. Finally, they need gold, the universal currency that gates all upgrades. The combined requirements make evolution accessible primarily to dedicated players or those willing to spend money, creating power disparities that sparked community debate. When first introduced, evolved skeletons immediately impacted the competitive meta. Their persistent respawning made them exceptionally valuable on defense, as they continuously distracted and damaged troops without requiring additional elixir investment. On offense, they provided constant chip damage, requiring opponents to address them repeatedly or accept slow tower deterioration. The 4-second respawn timer proved short enough that properly protected, evolved skeletons could chain resurrections indefinitely. Balance adjustments followed quickly. The November 7, 2022 update increased the respawn time from 4 seconds to 6 seconds, giving opponents more breathing room between skeleton waves. This change reduced their oppressive feel without eliminating their core strength. The evolution remained powerful, but required more careful protection and strategic placement. Further minor adjustments tweaked their power level over subsequent months. Strategically, evolved skeletons function differently from their regular counterparts. With regular skeletons, you accept that they're temporary, disposable tools that provide value then disappear. With evolved skeletons, you invest in permanence, creating threats that require sustained attention or hard counters. They're less about immediate impact and more about maintaining pressure, about creating problems opponents must repeatedly address. On defense, evolved skeletons shine against predictable attacks. Drop them to counter a hog rider, and they'll respawn to counter the next hog rider. Use them against a royal giant, and they'll return to distract the next royal giant push. Their resurrection turns single defensive plays into lasting solutions, extracting enormous value from what appears to be a minimal elixir investment. However, this strength depends on protecting them, ensuring they die in your territory where they can respawn safely. Offensively, evolved skeletons function as perpetual chip damage. Deploy them at the bridge and, even if they're immediately countered, they'll respawn and attack again. This forces opponents into difficult choices. Ignore them and accept continuous tower damage, or repeatedly spend resources countering them, potentially falling behind in elixir. Smart players cycle evolved skeletons constantly, creating multiple respawn chains that overwhelm through accumulated pressure. The counterplay to evolved skeletons involves breaking their respawn cycle. Area damaged troops like Valkyrie, Wizard, or Bomber can clear them repeatedly. Spells like Zap or Log can reset the cycle timing. Building placements can distract them away from valuable targets. Most effectively, eliminating them in enemy territory prevents respawn entirely, as they only resurrect if they die on your side of the arena. This creates interesting positional dynamics where the location of skeleton deaths matters enormously. The lore implications of evolution, particularly for skeletons, are fascinating. What does it mean for the dead to refuse to stay dead? Regular skeletons are already undead, animated beyond their natural end. Evolved skeletons are undead that resurrect repeatedly, creating cycles of death and rebirth that suggest something beyond simple necromancy. Are they trapped in a curse that prevents final rest? Have they achieved some form of skeletal enlightenment that grants them pseudo-immortality? Or is evolution simply concentrated dark magic, so powerful that it overcomes even death's grip on death itself? The purple hats add personality to this existential question. Someone gave these skeletons hats. Was it the witch marking her most powerful servants? Was it Larry distributing hats to his closest friends as symbol of their special status? Or did the skeletons claim the hats themselves, fashioning them from materials scavenged across battlefields, wearing them with skeletal pride? The game doesn't answer, leaving this small detail to fuel imagination and fan theories. Community response to evolved skeletons mixed excitement with concern. Players appreciated the new strategic depth evolution added, the fresh ways of using familiar cards, but the power level sparked debate. Were evolved skeletons too strong, warping the meta around them? Did their respawn mechanic feel unfair, creating situations where opponents felt helpless? Or was the community simply adjusting to new mechanics, learning counterplay that would eventually bring evolved cards into balance? Professional players quickly integrated evolved skeletons into competitive decks. Cycle decks leveraged their persistence to maintain constant pressure. Defensive decks used them as foundations for stopping pushes. Hybrid strategies combined both approaches, defending with evolved skeletons, then converting their respawns into counterattacks. Tournament matches showcased clever evolution timing, with players cycling to evolved cards precisely when opponents lacked answers. The evolution mechanic's greatest impact might be psychological. Players holding evolved skeletons know they have persistent threat that opponents must respect. Players facing evolved skeletons know they must carefully manage that threat or watch it spiral out of control. This mental component, the weight of knowledge that these skeletons won't simply die and disappear, changes how both players approach the entire match. It's pressure that exists even when the card isn't deployed, simply because it could be. In terms of sound and visual design, evolved skeletons receive special attention. Their respawn animation is distinctive, purple energy swirling as bones reassemble from ethereal components. The sound of resurrection carries magical tones, clearly different from initial deployment. These design choices ensure players immediately recognize when skeletons are respawning versus being freshly deployed, maintaining clarity even during chaotic battles. The community has created extensive content around evolved skeletons. Guides explaining optimal usage, when to protect respawns versus when to let skeletons die in enemy territory. Montages showing endless chains of resurrection. Skeletons dying and respawning dozens of times in single matches. Memes about opponents' frustration facing infinite skeleton loops. Discussions debating whether the evolution mechanic is healthy for the game or problematic power creep. Consider also the philosophical dimension of never-ending skeletons. In stories, undead that cannot be permanently killed are typically horrors, curses, problems to be solved rather than powers to be celebrated. But in Clash Royale, this eternal return becomes tactical advantage, strategic tool, blessing rather than curse. It's a fascinating inversion of traditional undead narratives, where resurrection is desirable rather than tragic, where refusing to stay dead is victory rather than damnation. As you descend deeper into sleep, imagine evolved skeletons in their endless cycle. 3 warriors fall in battle, bones scattering across arena floor. Purple energy swirls, and they rise again. Hats slightly askew, but spirits undimmed. They charge once more, knowing death is temporary, that they'll return again and again until victory is achieved or time expires. They are persistence incarnate, the refusal to accept defeat, the embodiment of try again, taken to supernatural extremes. Let them guard your dreams with their immortal vigilance. When nightmares approach, the skeletons fall defending you. 4 seconds pass, and they rise again, ready to face the same threats once more. They cannot be permanently defeated because they cannot permanently die. They are evolution's gift to those who need protection that never wavers, defense that never rests. Warriors who literally cannot quit because quitting would require staying dead, and they've evolved beyond death's ability to hold them. The purple hats bob in rhythm with their movements, marking them as special, as chosen, as evolved beyond their common origins. Larry and his friends reach new heights, not through size or strength, but through transcending death itself. They are skeletons squared, undead made more undead, the already impossible made more impossible still. And they march through your dreams wearing those ridiculous purple hats with absolute dignity. Because style matters even when your bones held together by dark magic and stubborn refusal to rest. Evolution made skeletons immortal in the most literal sense possible. They don't just survive, they return. They don't just persist, they resurrect. They are the answer to the question, what if skeletons simply refuse to accept defeat? And that answer is terrifying for opponents, comforting for allies, and absolutely fascinating for anyone who appreciates the philosophical implications of animated bones that won't stay unanimated. Sleep soundly, knowing that somewhere in the arena, evolved skeletons are dying and respawning, maintaining eternal watch, ensuring that no threat goes unchallenged, that no tower stands undefended, that no battle is truly over until time expires. They are the warriors who learn that death is optional, that endings are merely transitions, that with enough determination and a sharp purple hat, even the smallest skeleton can become eternal. The Skeleton King, from Larry to royalty on October 26, 2021. Clash Royale introduced champions, a new rarity of cards that could only be unlocked from King level 14, and brought unique abilities that no other troops possessed. Among the first 3 champions released was the Skeleton King, and the community immediately recognized him as potentially connected to skeleton lore as most beloved character, Larry himself. The Skeleton King stands as the largest, most imposing skeleton in the game. He towers over regular skeletons, dwarfing even the giant skeleton in presence and authority. His appearance immediately communicates royalty. He wears an ornate crown, golden and glittering, sitting atop his skull with undeniable majesty. He carries a massive club, larger than several regular skeletons combined, capable of delivering devastating area damage with each swing. His bones appear thicker, sturdier, suggesting supernatural durability befitting a monarch. His purple cape flows behind him as he moves, the same purple that marks all skeleton units, connecting him to his subjects through shared coloration. His eyes glow with intense purple light, brighter than any regular skeleton, as if concentrated power or authority manifests through more brilliant luminescence. Everything about his design screams importance, power, leadership. This is not merely a skeleton. This is the skeleton, the king of all bones, the ruler of the undead realm. The Skeleton King's most distinctive feature is his ability, Soul Gathering. When activated, all troops within range that die contribute their souls to the Skeleton King, granting him increased damage. Additionally, he can resurrect fallen troops as skeletons that fight for him, bringing back even enemy units as undead servants. This ability, thematically perfect, connects him to skeleton lore, positioning him as the ultimate necromancer, the being who commands death itself rather than being merely subject to it. The resurrection mechanic feels like evolution of the witch's skeleton spawning, where she continuously creates skeletons from nothing. The Skeleton King transforms death itself into skeleton warriors. Fallen allies, defeated enemies, even other skeletons once they die can all be resurrected by the King's power. He is recycler of death, ensuring nothing truly ends while he reigns, converting every casualty into another undead servant. The theory that Laurie became the Skeleton King draws primarily from the animated short, Lost and Crowned. In this film, Larry steals the Red King's crown, triggering a series of misadventures that see the crown damaged and Larry punished. The Skeleton King's crown bears visual similarity to the crown from the animation, suggesting narrative connection. If Larry kept the crown after his punishment, if he discovered it held transformative power if wearing it long enough changed him fundamentally, then perhaps the small skeleton who couldn't resist touching things eventually became the king who rules all skeletons. The timeline supports this theory if we assume the animated shorts exist in a chronological sequence relative to card releases. Lost and Crowned could be Larry's origin story, explaining how he obtained the crown that would eventually transform him. His punishment, reduced to washing dishes, might have been temporary. Perhaps he continued wearing the crown in secret, its magic working slowly, gradually enlarging his bones, amplifying his power until he emerged transformed as the Skeleton King. Alternatively, the transformation might have been sudden. Perhaps the crown's damage during the adventure released concentrated magic, blessing or cursing Larry with immediate transformation. Maybe the dragon's involvement, the fire spirit's explosions, or the Red King's own magic residue all combined to create circumstances under which a simple skeleton could become royalty. The exact mechanism isn't important to the theory. What matters is the possibility, the narrative satisfaction of Larry's journey from lowly skeleton to ultimate skeleton authority. The Skeleton King's personality, as evidenced through his animations and emotes, shares characteristics with Larry from the shorts. There's a playfulness beneath the regal exterior, a sense that he doesn't take himself entirely seriously despite his imposing presence. His victory animations have whimsy that suggests someone enjoying their power rather than solemnly bearing responsibility. This lighter touch feels consistent with Laurie's character, the curious skeleton who touched things he shouldn't, who stole crowns on impulse, who approached the world with childlike wonder despite being undead. Supercell has never officially confirmed or denied the Larry to Skeleton King theory. This ambiguity is likely intentional, allowing fans to believe what resonates with them while maintaining flexibility for future lore developments. The company seems to appreciate that sometimes fan theories enhance engagement more than official declarations would. By leaving the connection implied rather than explicit, they invite community participation in skeleton lore, making players co-creators rather than merely consumers. Competitively, the Skeleton King has been impactful since his release. His high hit points make him difficult to eliminate quickly. His area damage allows him to clear swarms and pressure multiple targets simultaneously. His ability provides value in both offense and defense, resurrecting fallen troops during enemy pushes, or creating overwhelming attacks by converting your own casualties into skeleton reinforcements. He functions as tank, damage dealer, and support simultaneously, justifying his champion status. The 80 elixir cost makes him expensive, requiring careful elixir management and strategic timing. You can't simply drop the Skeleton King reactively like you might with cheaper troops. He represents significant investment that must be protected and leveraged properly. But when used effectively, he can swing entire matches, his presence on the field fundamentally changing how both players approach combat. He is win condition and defensive anchor, game changer and game ender. His synergies extend throughout skeleton-based strategies. Pair him with Witch, and her skeleton spawning feeds his resurrection ability, creating exponentially growing undead armies. Use him with Graveyard, and fallen graveyard skeletons can be resurrected, extending the spell's impact. Combine him with Skeleton Army, and you have numerical superiority backed by royal authority. Swarms led by their king into glorious battle. The Skeleton King also introduced champion cycle mechanics to the game. Once deployed, he must be defeated and respawn before you can deploy him again. This creates risk-reward decisions around when to commit your champion. Deploy him too early, and he might die without extracting full value, forcing you to wait through respawn timer during crucial moments. Deploy him too late, and you've left powerful tool unused, potentially losing matches you could have won. Mastering champion timing separates skilled players from merely competent ones. In terms of lore significance, the Skeleton King represents culmination of skeleton evolution in Clash Royale. From common 3 skeleton card, to epic skeleton army to legendary Night Witch, and now champion Skeleton King, skeletons have climbed the rarity ladder, proving their worth at every tier. The King embodies everything skeleton lore represents: persistence despite fragility, power through numbers, dignity despite being literal bones, and the refusal to accept that death is the end. His existence also raises questions about skeleton society and hierarchy. If there's a king, is there a kingdom? Do other skeletons serve him willingly or through compulsion? When you deploy skeletons or skeleton army, are you calling forth the king's subjects, or are these independent warrior bands? Does the witch answer to the Skeleton King, or are they rivals, competing powers within the undead realm? The game doesn't answer, but these questions fuel fan discussions and creative works. The Skeleton King's emotes add personality beyond what gameplay reveals. He has expressions of joy, frustration, cockiness, and determination. These emotional displays humanize him despite his decidedly inhuman nature. He's not merely a powerful game piece, but a character with feelings, reactions, personality. This emotional depth makes his connection to Larry feel stronger, as both display that crucial trait, character that transcends their undead nature. Community content around the Skeleton King often explores his royal duties and relationships with other skeleton units. Animations show him leading skeleton armies into battle, not from the back, but from the front, club swinging with regal authority. Comics depict his coronation, possibly showing Larry's transformation or simply celebrating the king's existence. Fan theories connect him to every other skeleton-related card, building elaborate mythologies around the Skeleton Kingdom and its ruler's role within it. As Sleep claims you more completely, envision the Skeleton King on his throne. Not a physical throne in some castle, but a throne of bones assembled from countless fallen skeletons who served before him. He sits with crown gleaming, club resting against his shoulder, surveying his domain of death and battle. Around him, skeletons bow, skeletons train, skeletons prepare for the next deployment. He rises when battle calls, moving with purpose and power that lesser skeletons cannot match. His very presence inspires his subjects, transforms frightened bones into confident warriors. When he activates Soul Gathering, death itself becomes his servant, corpses rising at his command, everything that falls becoming his to command. He's the alpha and omega of skeleton existence, the beginning and end, the Larry who was and the king who is. Let him rule your dreams tonight, this monarch of bones. Let his authority ensure your rest remains undisturbed. What nightmares would dare approach when the Skeleton King stands guard? What fears could penetrate his royal protection? Sleep under his crowned shadow, safe in knowledge that skeleton royalty watches over you, ready to resurrect any who would threaten your peace, converting your enemies into loyal undead servants. The Skeleton King represents achievement, the possibility that even the smallest among us might someday rule. Larry, if the theory holds, went from touching things he shouldn't to wearing a crown and commanding death itself. That's a journey worth celebrating, a transformation that inspires. And even if Larry and the Skeleton King are separate entities, the King still embodies skeleton potential realized, the absolute peak of what animated bones might achieve. He is the skeleton finally given his due, elevated from common to champion, from disposable distraction to game-changing presence. He proves that skeletons aren't merely tools, but characters with depth, with lore, with significance beyond their elixir cost. The Skeleton King reigns eternal, and under his rule, skeletons have claimed their rightful place among Clash Royale's greatest legends. Lost and Crowned, the animated adventure that defined Larry on August 9th, 2021, Supercell released Lost and Crowned, an animated short that would become foundational to skeleton lore in Clash Royale. This beautifully crafted film, running approximately 3 minutes, tells the story of Larry and his brother Peter working for the Red King in the arena. The narrative that unfolds is simple yet profound, combining comedy, adventure, and character development into a package that resonates far beyond its brief runtime. The short opens with Larry and Peter performing maintenance work in the Red King's castle or arena facilities. They're janitors essentially, skeletons given the unglamorous job of keeping things clean and functional. This immediately establishes them as everyman characters, workers rather than warriors, skeletons with jobs beyond battle. It humanizes them, showing that skeleton existence includes mundane duties alongside glorious combat. Larry's attention is immediately drawn to the Red King's crown, glittering golden atop the monarch's head. Larry has always been characterized by curiosity, that same impulse that led him to touch the Archer Tower in the original commercial. Here, that curiosity fixates on the crown, that symbol of authority and power that sits tantalizingly visible, yet completely inaccessible to a simple cleaning skeleton. You can see in Larry's body language, in the tilt of his skull, in his reaching gestures, that he wants that crown desperately. What follows is a comedy of errors driven by skeleton determination and questionable decision-making. Larry manages to steal the crown, though the exact mechanism varies between different viewer interpretations of the rapid sequences. With crown in hand, Larry and Peter must navigate the castle's defensive systems, chambers filled with traps designed to protect valuable items from thieves. The fact that the crown was improperly secured before they stole, it raises interesting questions about the Red King's security, protocols, or perhaps his trust in his skeleton employees. The Fire Spirit sequence provides some of the animation's most memorable moments. Larry and Peter encounter fire spirits, those small explosive elementals that hover and burn with manic energy. The skeleton's attempts to avoid or neutralize the fire spirits result in cascading chaos, explosions triggering more explosions, flames spreading through chambers and chain reactions of fiery destruction. The animation quality shines here, with fluid movements and dynamic camera angles that create genuine tension despite the comedic tone. Peter proves himself a loyal brother throughout the ordeal, staying with Larry despite the increasingly dangerous situations Larry's theft has created. This brotherly bond adds emotional weight to the narrative. These aren't just two random skeletons. They're family, connected by something deeper than simply being spawned by the same witch. Their relationship suggests that skeletons have social structures, family bonds, relationships that matter beyond mere unit deployment. The dragon's lair represents the adventure's climax. Having escaped the fire spirits and navigated countless traps, Larry and Peter find themselves in a chamber dominated by a massive dragon, possibly a juvenile or sleeping dragon that suddenly awakens. The scale contrast is powerful. Two tiny skeletons, one wearing a stolen crown, facing a creature that could incinerate them with a single breath. Yet they persist, somehow surviving through combination of luck, quick thinking, and skeletal resilience. The crown becomes damaged during the dragon encounter, dented or cracked depending on how you interpret the visual damage shown. This detail becomes crucial for theories about Larry's eventual transformation into the Skeleton King. The crown's damage might have released magic, altered its properties, or simply made it wearable for a skeleton, whereas the perfect crown would have been too large or incompatible with skeletal anatomy. Eventually, Larry and Peter manage to return the crown to the Red King, though it's no longer in pristine condition. The king's reaction is disappointment rather than fury, suggesting he has some fondness for his skeleton employees despite their criminal behavior. The punishment is gentle by royal standards. Larry and Peter are assigned to dishwashing duty, a demotion from their previous janitorial roles, but hardly cruel, an unusual punishment for crown theft and castle destruction. The final scenes show Larry and Peter washing dishes together, banter between them suggesting they don't particularly regret their adventure despite its consequences. They're together, they survived, they experienced something beyond their normal existence. The crown theft, the chase, the dragon, all of it created memories and stories worth more than the punishment they received. It's a satisfying conclusion that acknowledges consequences while maintaining the lighthearted tone throughout. Lost and Crowned achieves several crucial things for Clash Royale's lore. First, it established Larry and Peter as distinct characters with personalities, relationships, and agency. They're not merely game pieces, but beings who make choices, albeit questionable ones. Second, it showed skeleton society beyond battle, revealing that skeletons have jobs, hierarchies, and lives that extend past the 3 seconds they typically survive in arena combat. Third, it created narrative foundation for the Skeleton King theory, providing origin story for how a simple skeleton might obtain the crown that would transform or mark him as royalty. The animation quality itself deserves recognition. The movements are fluid and expressive, giving the skeletons impressive range of body language despite lacking faces capable of detailed expression. The environments are richly detailed, showing the Red King's castle as lived in space rather than abstract background. The action sequences are dynamic and well choreographed, maintaining clarity even during chaotic moments. It's professional-grade animation that respects the source material while elevating it. The short's soundtrack complements the action perfectly, with music that swells during dramatic moments and softens during character beats. Sound effects are satisfying, from the clatter of skeleton bones to the whoosh of fire spirits to the dragon's intimidating presence. Even without dialogue beyond occasional skeletal noises, the audio design communicates everything necessary for understanding the narrative and emotional beats. Community response to Lost and Crowned was overwhelmingly positive. Fans celebrated seeing beloved characters receive proper animated treatment. The short was analyzed frame by frame, with viewers discovering small details and Easter eggs hidden throughout. It inspired fan art, fan fiction, and extensive discussions about its implications for Clash Royale lore. Supercell had created something that transcended marketing, becoming genuine entertainment that enriched player connection to the game. The short also raised interesting questions that remain unanswered. Why did Larry want the crown so badly? Was it simple kleptomania, the same impulse that made him touch the Archer Tower? Or did he sense something about the crown, some connection or destiny that drew him to it? Why did Peter help him despite knowing it was wrong? Brotherhood? Or does he also feel the crown's pull, supporting Larry's quest even if he doesn't fully understand it? What happened to the crown after Larry and Peter returned it? Did the Red King have it repaired? Did he discard it as damaged? Or, as the Skeleton King theory suggests, did Larry manage to keep it after all, perhaps as partial payment for his labor, or through another theft we never witnessed? The animation doesn't show us, leaving these crucial plot points open for interpretation and speculation. The dragon's role also invites questions. Why was a dragon living in the Red King's castle? Is it a pet? A prisoner? A guard? Does it relate to other dragon cards in the game, like Baby Dragon or Inferno Dragon? Or is it unique, an individual creature whose story intersects with Larry's just this once? The animation treats the dragon as an obstacle rather than character, but its presence suggests depths to arena world building that other content only hints at. Lost and Crowned exists in a peculiar narrative space. It's clearly part of Clash Royale's official lore, released by Supercell through official channels. Yet it's also somewhat divorced from the game itself, telling a story that doesn't directly connect to gameplay mechanics or match outcomes. It's world building, character development, lore enrichment that asks nothing of players except that they watch and enjoy. This willingness to create content that exists for its own sake, rather than serving immediate game promotion, demonstrates Supercell's investment in their universe. The short has been used in promotional campaigns, appearing in advertisements and social media posts. But it's also become something players seek out independently, something they share with friends who don't play Clash Royale, something that stands as entertainment regardless of game knowledge. A well-crafted story with appealing characters transcends its original purpose, becoming a cultural artifact that outlives its marketing intent. As you drift deeper into dreams, let Lost and Crowned play in your mind. See Larry reaching for that glittering crown, unable to resist despite knowing consequences await. Watch Peter loyally following his brother into danger, their bond stronger than common sense. Feel the heat of fire spirit explosions, the terror of the dragon's chamber, the relief when they survive against all odds. Experience their adventure, their choices, their punishment, their ultimate acceptance that some experiences are worth any price. Larry and Peter's story reminds us that curiosity, while dangerous, leads to adventures worth having. That loyalty to those we care about matters more than following rules. That consequences, while unavoidable, can be survived and even embraced. That simple skeletons can have complex motivations, can want things beyond their assigned roles, can dream of crowns even when they know crowns aren't meant for creatures like them. Lost and Crowned gave skeletons depth, narrative, the beginning of mythos that players would build upon for years to come. It transformed Larry from meme into protagonist, from running joke into hero of his own story. And in doing so, it elevated all skeletons, showed that even the most disposable units in the game could be characters worth caring about, worth creating content around, worth dreaming about as Sleep finally claims you fully. Tombstone and skeleton spawners. Buildings that bleed bones. Not all skeletons enter the arena through direct deployment. Some emerge from structures, spawn continuously by buildings that serve as skeletal factories, producing warriors at regular intervals until destroyed or time expires. The Tombstone, introduced early in Clash Royale's history, represents the classic skeleton spawner, a building that creates tactical advantages through persistent troop generation rather than direct damage or defensive mechanics. The Tombstone unlocks from Bone Pit, appropriately Arena 2, and costs 3 elixir to deploy. It's a rare building card that spawns skeletons at regular intervals throughout its 30-second lifetime. The building itself appears as a weathered gravestone, cracked and ancient, emanating purple necromantic energy that marks it as more than mere stone. The visual design immediately communicates its purpose. This is where skeletons come from, the literal tombstone from which the undead rise. Every 2.9 seconds, the tombstone spawns one skeleton, continuing this production until the building is destroyed or its lifetime expires. Additionally, when destroyed, the tombstone spawns 4 skeletons as a death spawn, similar to the Night Witch's posthumous bat production. This ensures that even successful destruction of the tombstone rewards the deploying player with additional skeletons, extracting final value from the elixir investment. The historical evolution of Tombstone reveals constant adjustments aimed at keeping it relevant without making it oppressive. When Clash Royale launched on January 4th, 2016, the Tombstone spawns skeletons every 2.9 seconds and costs 3 elixir, stats that have remained relatively stable throughout the game's history. However, numerous tweaks to spawn timing, hit points, lifetime, and death spawn have refined how the building functions in practice. The May 18, 2016 balance update increased Tombstone hit points by 8%, making it slightly more durable against damage. The July 4, 2016 update decreased its hit points by 11%, reverting some of the earlier buff after data showed it had become too strong defensively. The January 23, 2017 update increased its lifetime from 40 seconds to 60 seconds while decreasing hit points by 30%, fundamentally changing its role from durable structure to fragile but long-lasting spawner. Later updates continued the refinement process. The June 12, 2017 balance update decreased lifetime from 60 seconds back to 40 seconds while increasing hit points, trying to find optimal balance between duration and durability. The October 9, 2017 update decreased spawn speed from 2.9 seconds to 2.5 seconds, making it spawn skeletons faster, but reducing its lifetime to 30 seconds. Each change affected how players used Tombstone and how opponents countered it, creating evolving strategies around this seemingly simple building. The death spawn mechanic has also been adjusted multiple times. Originally spawning 4 skeletons, it was reduced to 3 at one point, then increased back to 4. The timing of the death spawn, whether skeletons appear immediately or after a brief delay, has been fine-tuned to prevent exploitation while maintaining the mechanic's value. These adjustments reflect Supercell's ongoing effort to make Tombstone useful without making it frustrating to face. Strategically, Tombstone excels as a distraction building that provides continuous value through skeleton spawning. Against single-target troops like Prince, Hog Rider, or Mini P.E.K.K.A., the Tombstone pulls them toward the center of your side while spawning skeletons that surround and attack. Even after the building falls, the death spawn provides additional distraction and damage. For 3 elixir, you receive significant defensive value if the building survives long enough to spawn multiple skeleton waves. The building's placement is crucial for maximizing effectiveness. Plant it too close to the river, and it becomes vulnerable to direct tower damage or spells. Place it too far back, and enemy troops might ignore it, targeting towers directly. The optimal placement varies by opponent deck and troop composition, requiring players to adapt positioning based on threats they're facing. Mastering Tombstone placement separates players who extract maximum value from those who waste its potential. Tombstone also functions as spell bait in certain deck archetypes. If opponents hold Fireball, Rocket, or Poison specifically to eliminate your Tombstone, they can't use those spells on your Goblin Barrel, 3 Musketeers, or other valuable targets. You create decision points where opponents must choose which threat to spell and which to handle through other means. This mind game element adds strategic depth beyond the building's simple skeleton spawning function. In beatdown strategies, Tombstone can support pushes by providing continuous skeleton reinforcements. Place it behind your tank, and it spawns skeletons throughout the push's development, adding their damage to your accumulated death ball. The building stays safely behind your advancing troops, protected from direct assault while churning out warriors. This transforms a defensive structure into offensive support, demonstrating Tombstone's versatility. The lore implications of Tombstone are dark and fascinating. This building literally spawned skeletons from a grave, suggesting that beneath the arena ground lie countless buried bones waiting for necromantic magic to call them forth. The tombstone serves as portal or conduit, connecting the surface world with whatever realm the dead inhabit. Each skeleton that emerges has been summoned from that realm, pulled through the stone into temporary service. Does each tombstone contain specific skeletons, individual warriors bound to particular graves? Or does it tap into a general pool of available undead, summoning whoever answers the call? Are the skeletons spawned from Tombstone different from those spawned by witches or deployed directly? The game treats them identically in terms of stats and behavior, but lore-wise, their origins might differ significantly, affecting their nature even if not their combat performance. The death spawn raises especially interesting questions. When the tombstone is destroyed, why do 4 skeletons emerge? Is this a final desperate measure? The building releasing all remaining undead in one burst? Or is it the opposite? The destruction breaking the seals that kept most skeletons contained, allowing a few to escape? Perhaps the tombstone as destruction creates conditions where the boundary between Death's realm and the arena thins momentarily, permitting skeletons to cross over without full ritual or sustained magic. Community creativity around Tombstone includes strategies, guides, and humorous content about its role in matches. Montages show perfect tombstone placements that single-handedly stop massive pushes, the building spawning just enough skeletons at just the right moments to overwhelm attackers. Memes celebrate the frustration of opponents who spell the tombstone only to face the death-spawned skeletons anyway, extracting value even in destruction. Discussions debate optimal placement for different scenarios, building collective knowledge around maximizing this 3 elixir building. The tombstone has been featured in various special game modes and challenges. In draft challenges, it becomes valuable pick for its defensive versatility and low cost. In triple elixir mode, multiple tombstones can be deployed, creating skeleton production rates that overwhelm through sheer numbers. In challenges where buildings are buffed or receive special properties, Tombstone becomes even more powerful, sometimes dominating the temporary meta until the mode ends. Professional players have utilized Tombstone in tournament decks when the meta favored its defensive capabilities. It's been part of various archetypes, cycle decks appreciating its low cost, defensive decks valuing its distraction potential, and beatdown decks leveraging its spawning for push support. Its usage statistics ebb and flow with balance changes and meta shifts, but it never completely disappears, always finding relevance in some players' strategy. The building's visual design has been refined over Clash Royale's history. The gravestone itself has received updated textures, making weathering and cracks more detailed. The purple necromantic energy has been enhanced, making it more visible and thematically consistent with other skeleton-related cards. The skeleton spawn animation has been polished, ensuring smooth emergence from the ground rather than jarring materialization. These aesthetic improvements enhance player experience without changing fundamental gameplay. Other skeleton spawners exist in Clash Royale beyond Tombstone, though they're fewer than one might expect given how popular skeletons are. The graveyard spell continuously spawns skeletons in a targeted area, functioning as offensive spawner rather than defensive building. The Witch and Night Witch spawn skeletons and bats respectively while moving, making them mobile spawners rather than static buildings. Each spawner type offers different strategic applications, different ways of leveraging continuous troop generation. The absence of additional skeleton spawner buildings is notable. Why doesn't Clash Royale have a skeleton barracks or bone tower or crypt? Perhaps Supercell felt Tombstone adequately filled the skeleton spawner niche. Or perhaps they worried about oversaturating the game with skeleton-generating cards. Alternatively, future updates might introduce new spawners as the game evolves, though predicting content releases is always speculative. As your consciousness fades deeper into sleep, picture the tombstone standing vigil in the arena. That ancient grave marker, weathered by countless battles, glowing with purple energy that pulses like a heartbeat. Every few seconds, the ground before it shifts and cracks, bones emerging from below, assembling into skeletal warriors that immediately scramble toward their duties. The cycle continues endlessly, death feeding life feeding death in perpetual rotation. The tombstone represents permanence in impermanence. The building itself eventually falls or expires, but while it stands, it creates. It takes death, that ultimate ending, and transforms it into beginning, into continuous generation of warriors who fight despite having already fallen once. It's philosophical commentary disguised as game mechanic, even from graves. From the absolute conclusion, new possibilities emerge. Let the tombstone guard your dreams tonight. Let it spawn skeletal sentinels who patrol the boundaries of your rest, ensuring nothing disturbs the peace you've earned. Every few seconds, new guardians emerge, replacing those who fell defending you, maintaining constant watch that never wavers because the source never depletes. The grave gives endlessly, the dead serve eternally, and you sleep soundly knowing that from the tombstone's magic, protection flows without end. The building that bleeds bones, the grave that grants warriors, the stone that spawns soldiers. Tombstone is all these things and more, a 3-elixir investment that pays dividends in distraction, damage, and defensive depth. It stands where you place it, spawning skeletons until destruction or expiration, then spawning 4 more for good measure, ensuring that even in defeat, it contributes. That's skeleton philosophy in architectural form. Persist, provide value, and when you finally fall, make certain you take something with you. Skeleton Barrel. Airborne delivery of rattling chaos on October 9th, 2017. Clash Royale introduced a card that combines skeletons with aerial mobility in a way no previous card had achieved. The Skeleton Barrel, a common card unlocked from Jungle Arena, which is Arena 9, costs 3 elixir and deploys a barrel carried by 2 balloons that, when destroyed or reaching its target, drops 8 skeletons to wreak havoc below. Is the skeleton equivalent of the Goblin Barrel, trading surprise tower damage for overwhelming skeleton swarm delivered from above. The visual design of Skeleton Barrel immediately communicates its purpose. A wooden barrel, weathered and cracked, hangs suspended beneath 2 purple balloons. The balloons match the color scheme of all skeleton-related cards, that signature purple that marks them as products of dark magic. Inside the barrel, if you look closely during brief moments before deployment or destruction, you can see skeletons packed tightly, waiting for their aerial journey to conclude so they can begin their ground assault. The barrel itself appears fragile, held together by rusted metal bands that look like they might fall apart at any moment. This fragility is reflected in gameplay, as the Skeleton Barrel has very low hit points, dying to most damaging spells and quickly eliminated by defensive troops. But this fragility serves design purpose, making the barrel high-risk, high-reward card that requires skill and timing rather than being automatically effective. When deployed, the Skeleton Barrel moves toward targeted building or the nearest Princess Tower if no building is specified. Its speed is medium, faster than tanks like Giant, but slower than quick troops like Goblins. As it travels, it's vulnerable to air targeting troops and spells, creating opportunities for opponents to destroy it before it reaches valuable positions. But if ignored or inadequately defended, the barrel reaches its destination and drops its skeletal payload directly onto defenders. Upon destruction, either from damage or reaching its target, the Skeleton Barrel releases 8 skeletons. These skeletons drop simultaneously in a circular formation around where the barrel was when it broke, creating instant surrounding threat to any troops or buildings nearby. 8 skeletons is substantial, more than twice the 3 from the basic Skeletons card, enough to overwhelm single-target troops quickly, or deal significant damage to buildings before being cleared. The historical evolution of Skeleton Barrel shows Supercell's struggle to balance this unique card. Upon release, it spawned 8 skeletons and cost 3 elixir, statistics that have remained mostly stable. However, numerous adjustments to the barrel's hit points, death damage, skeleton count, and deployment mechanics have tweaked its power level over the years. The November 20th, 2017 update increased barrel hit points by 14%, making it more likely to reach targets before destruction. The January 24th, 2018 update decreased skeleton count from 8 to 7, reducing the swarm's overwhelming potential. Later updates continued refining the card. The June 4th, 2018 update increased skeleton count back to 8 while adjusting other properties to compensate. The November 5th, 2018 update added death damage to the barrel itself, meaning when it breaks, it deals a small amount of damage before skeletons drop. This change gave Skeleton Barrel additional chip damage potential, even if opponents immediately eliminated the skeletons, making it slightly more reliable as offensive tool. More recent adjustments focused on fine-tuning balance. The April 4th, 2022 update increased barrel hit points by 5%. The June 27th, 2022 update increased death damage by 10%. Each change reflected data showing the card was slightly under or overperforming at various trophy ranges and skill levels. The adjustments were typically minor, suggesting Skeleton Barrel was close to balanced, but needed occasional nudges to maintain optimal power level. Strategically, Skeleton Barrel functions primarily as offensive pressure card that forces opponent responses. Unlike ground troops that can be distracted by buildings or defensive placements, the barrel flies directly toward towers, ignoring most defensive structures. Opponents must have air targeting troops or spells ready to intercept it, or accept the barrel reaching their tower and dropping 8 skeletons directly on their defensive line. The card excels in combination with other threats, creating split-push scenarios or overwhelming opponents who've committed resources elsewhere. Launch a ground assault in one lane, then drop Skeleton Barrel in the other lane, forcing opponents to divide their attention and resources. Or use Skeleton Barrel as follow-up to other attacks, dropping it after opponents use their air targeting defenses on different cards, ensuring the barrel reaches its destination unopposed. Skeleton Barrel also functions as spellbait in spell-heavy metas. If opponents hold arrows, fireball, or zap specifically for your Skeleton Barrel, those spells aren't available for other threats. You can bait the spell with different cards, then deploy Skeleton Barrel, knowing opponents lack efficient answers. This creates rock, paper, scissors scenarios where proper sequencing of cards matters enormously, where knowing what's in opponent's hand determines your deployment decisions. On defense, Skeleton Barrel sees less use but can serve niche purposes. Dropping it on top of enemy troops releases 8 skeletons that immediately surround and attack, similar to how Skeleton Army functions, but delivered from air rather than ground. This can catch opponents off guard, as they're not expecting defensive deployment of what appears to be purely offensive card. The tactic requires precise timing and placement, but can generate positive elixir trades against certain threats. The lore implications of Skeleton Barrel raise amusing questions. Who built this barrel? Who decided that putting skeletons in a barrel suspended by balloons was sensible strategy? The contraption seems almost comedic, like something from a cartoon rather than serious military equipment. Yet it works, delivering undead warriors through aerial means that ground defenses cannot intercept, proving that sometimes ridiculous ideas are strategically sound. Are the skeletons inside the barrel conscious during transit? Do they experience the flight? Feel the wind? See the arena passing below them? Or do they exist in suspended animation, unaware until the barrel breaks and releases them into immediate combat? The game doesn't answer, but imagining 8 skeletons crammed into a barrel bouncing against each other as balloons carry them toward towers, creates humorous mental image that makes the card more memorable. The balloons themselves carry interesting implications. They're purple, matching skeleton aesthetics, suggesting they might be magical constructs rather than natural balloons filled with hot air or helium. Does necromantic magic power them? Are they spirits bound into balloon form, enslaved to carry skeletal cargo? Or are they simply purple-painted conventional balloons, and we're reading too much into color choices? The ambiguity allows for various interpretations, each adding different flavor to the card's lore. Community content around Skeleton Barrel celebrates its explosive potential and frustrating vulnerability. Montages show perfect barrel placements that drop 8 skeletons directly onto opponent towers, dealing substantial damage before defenders can react. Compilations feature failed attempts where barrels are shot down pathetically short of their targets, wasting 3 elixir on nothing. Guides teach proper timing, positioning, and combination strategies that maximize barrel effectiveness while minimizing wasted deployments. The satisfaction of successful skeleton barrel deployment cannot be overstated. Watching that fragile vessel float toward enemy towers, witnessing opponent panic as they realize they lack answers, seeing the barrel pop and rain skeletons onto defensive troops, then watching those 8 warriors rapidly eliminate defenders and attack the tower. All of it creates emotional payoff that makes the card fun even beyond its competitive viability. Conversely, the frustration of having Skeleton Barrel easily countered is equally memorable. Spending 3 elixir only to watch opponent casually shoot down the barrel before it reaches anything valuable feels terrible, like throwing away resources for no return. This risk-reward dynamic makes Skeleton Barrel polarizing, beloved by some players and avoided by others, depending on their tolerance for high variance outcomes. Professional players have used Skeleton Barrel in competitive decks when metas favored aggressive, multi-lane pressure strategies. It appeared in various hybrid and control decks that leveraged its aerial approach as alternative win condition. Usage statistics show it as a niche card, powerful in right circumstances but not universally strong across all metas. Its effectiveness depends heavily on what cards opponents are running, whether they have reliable air targeting answers or must scramble to defend its approach. The Skeleton Barrel represents innovation in skeleton delivery systems, where Tombstone spawns them from graves and witches summon them through magic. The barrel simply carries them through the air and drops them onto enemies. Its low-tech solution to high-level strategic problem: how to get fragile ground troops past ground defenses. The answer, apparently, is to put them in a barrel and float them over obstacles. It shouldn't work as well as it does, but that's part of its charm. As sleep takes you further into dreams, imagine the Skeleton Barrel floating through night sky. 2 purple balloons carrying that wooden container, inside which 8 skeletons wait patiently or impatiently for their journey to end. They don't know exactly where they're going or what awaits them. They just know that when the barrel breaks, they'll spill out and fight whatever's there. That's faith. In a way, trust that whoever deployed them chose wisely, that their aerial insertion will place them where they're needed most. Let the Skeleton Barrel drift through your dreams tonight, carrying skeletal guardians to wherever nightmares might spawn. When fears approach, the barrel breaks above them, raining bones and swords and that distinctive rattling laughter. 8 defenders appear instantly, surrounding threats before they can approach, overwhelming through numbers what they lack in individual strength. The barrel is delivery system, and what it delivers is protection, 8-fold security dropped from sky. The airborne assault of rattling chaos, the flying barrel of bones, the purple balloon vessel of violence. Skeleton Barrel is all these things. 3 elixir of potential that either pays off dramatically or fails spectacularly, depending on opponent readiness and your timing. It's Clash Royale at its most volatile, most exciting, most dependent on skill and circumstance rather than raw power. And that makes it perfect for skeletons, those troops that have always been about smart play over brute force. Graveyard, the spell that spawns an endless swarm. On November 1st, 2016, Clash Royale introduced a spell unlike any that had come before. The Graveyard, a legendary spell card that costs 5 elixir, doesn't deal direct damage or provide buffs or clear enemy troops. Instead, it summons skeletons, continuously spawning them in a targeted area for 9 seconds, creating what amounts to temporary tombstone that opponents cannot destroy through conventional means. Its skeleton spawning is spell, area denial through continuous undead generation, and it would become one of the game's most distinctive and polarizing cards. The visual presentation of Graveyard is appropriately grim and atmospheric. When cast, the targeted area becomes marked with purple energy, dark magic suffusing the ground. Then, one by one, skeletons begin emerging from that corrupted earth, each appearing with small bursts of necromantic power. The spawning continues throughout the spell's duration, creating a steady stream of undead warriors that opponents must continuously address or accept mounting damage. The spell spawns a total of 15 skeletons over its 9-second duration, each skeleton appearing in random position within the spell's radius. This randomness is crucial to Graveyard's design, preventing players from reliably predicting exactly where each skeleton will emerge. Some might spawn directly next to the tower, immediately beginning to attack. Others might appear at the radius edge, requiring precious seconds to walk toward targets. This variance makes each Graveyard deployment unique, creates different scenarios even when using identical placement. The skeletons spawned by Graveyard are identical to those from other skeleton cards, having the same hit points, damage, and speed. However, their spawning timing follows specific pattern. Skeletons appear approximately every 0.5 seconds, though the exact timing has been adjusted through various balance updates. This rhythm means opponents can't simply ignore the Graveyard, as damage accumulates steadily throughout its duration, but they also can't rely on single defensive action to counter it completely. Graveyard's historical evolution reveals constant struggle with balance, perhaps more than any other spell in Clash Royale. Upon release on November 1st, 2016, it immediately became controversial. Its damage potential was enormous if left uncountered. It felt almost impossible to counter completely due to continuous spawning and spawn randomness. Early Graveyard meta was defined by players either running Graveyard themselves or building decks specifically to counter it, warping the entire competitive scene around single card. The November 14th, 2016 update, mere weeks after release, decreased skeleton spawn count from 21 to 15 and decreased skeleton spawn duration from 10 seconds to 9 seconds. This significant nerf acknowledged the card had been released too powerful, overwhelming defensive capabilities at most skill levels. Even after this adjustment, Graveyard remained strong, requiring careful management from opponents and skillful play from users. Subsequent updates continue tweaking Graveyard's various parameters. The February 13th, 2017 update decreased skeleton level by 1, making them slightly weaker though, still using the same base stats. The June 12th, 2017 update increased deploy time from 1 second to 2 seconds, giving opponents more reaction time before skeletons began spawning. The August 24th, 2017 update decreased skeleton deploy time to 0.5 seconds per skeleton, making the spawning more rapid and continuous rather than staggered. More adjustments followed over the years. The spell's radius was modified, affecting how spread out skeletons appeared. The spawn timing was refined repeatedly, trying to find rhythm that felt fair for both users and opponents. The skeleton levels were adjusted relative to the spell's level, ensuring damage scaled appropriately with upgrades. Each change reflected ongoing attempt to make Graveyard strong enough to justify its 5 elixir cost and legendary rarity without making it oppressively frustrating to face. Strategically, graveyard functions as a unique win condition that bypasses traditional defensive structures. Unlike troops that can be distracted by buildings or kited with defensive placements, graveyard spawns directly where you cast it, typically on or very near opponent towers. Opponents must respond with troops or spells, cannot simply redirect the threat. This makes graveyard excellent against players who rely heavily on buildings for defense, as buildings do nothing to stop spell deployment. The spell excels when combined with tanking troops that absorb tower damage while skeletons work. Place a knight, Valkyrie, or ice golem in front of opponent's tower, then cast graveyard on that tower. The tank draws tower aggro while skeletons spawn and attack, potentially dealing thousands of damage before opponents can eliminate both the tank and all the skeletons. This tank plus graveyard combination has been Graveyard's primary usage pattern since its release, defining the archetype of graveyard beatdown. Graveyard also creates psychological pressure. Once opponents know you're running graveyard, they must play more conservatively, holding defensive troops or spells specifically to counter future graveyard deployments. This allows you to pressure other lanes or build pushes, knowing opponents are playing around your spell. The threat of graveyard influences opponent behavior even when the spell isn't being actively used, creating strategic advantage through implied threat alone. Defensive troops that counter graveyard effectively become more valuable in the meta when graveyard is popular. Valkyrie, with her spinning area damage, clears skeletons rapidly. Poison spell damages skeletons over time while slowing their attack speed. Archers provide ranged splash that eliminates spawning skeletons. The graveyard meta becomes partly about which defensive tools are most efficient at clearing continuous skeleton spawns, and deck building adjusts accordingly. The lore implications of graveyard are perhaps the darkest of all skeleton-related cards. This spell literally transforms ground into graveyard, corrupting earth with death magic until bones rise unbidden from below. It suggests that beneath every part of the arena lies potential for skeleton spawning, that death is always just a spell away from surfacing. The necromantic power required to cast graveyard must be immense, greater than what individual witches command, accessing death on more fundamental level. Are the skeletons spawned by graveyard pulled from actual graves somewhere? Does the spell reach into death's realm and drag warrior spirits back to physical world, forcing them into newly formed bone bodies? Or does it create skeletons from scratch, assembling them from death energy and arena soil? The spell's name suggests actual graveyard is created, implying the skeletons were once buried there. Though whether that burial happened centuries ago or moments ago remains unclear. The random spawn positions add to the horror. Skeletons don't emerge in neat lines or organized formations. They erupt chaotically, unpredictably, like ground itself is rejecting them, vomiting them back into the world of the living. This lack of order makes graveyard feel more like natural disaster than military tactic, more like curse than strategy. It's appropriate, then, that its rarity is legendary, marking it as something beyond normal cards, something that breaks or bends the usual rules. Community response to graveyard has always been mixed. Players who use it appreciate its unique mechanics and game-winning potential. Players who face it often complain about its randomness, the way lucky spawn positioning can decide matches through variance rather than skill. This polarization has made Graveyard one of Clash Royale's most discussed cards, generating endless debates about whether it is healthy for the game or problematic design that should be reworked or removed. Professional players have built entire careers partially around Graveyard mastery. Tournament specialists who pilot Graveyard decks with incredible precision, reading opponent responses, adapting spell placement to counter defensive positioning, combining Graveyard with exactly right support troops at exactly right moments. Watching professional Graveyard play reveals depths to the card that casual usage doesn't expose, demonstrating that despite randomness, Skill expression exists in timing, positioning, and decision-making. The spell has been featured prominently in special challenges and events. Graveyard Focus challenges task players with winning matches using decks built around the spell. Special modes sometimes buff Graveyard, spawning more skeletons or spawning them faster, creating overwhelming undead floods that showcase what the spell could be if balance weren't a concern. These temporary experiences remind players why Graveyard must be carefully balanced, as unbridled skeleton spawning becomes unstoppable quickly. Graveyard's interaction with other cards creates interesting synergies and counters. Free spell cast on opponent towers prevents them from targeting spawning skeletons, allowing the undead swarm to deal devastating damage. Rage spell increases skeleton attack speed, making them deal damage faster. Poison cast on opponent defensive troops weakens them while they try to clear skeletons, improving Graveyard's effectiveness. Each combination adds strategic depth, creating deck archetypes built around maximizing Graveyard value through specific card pairings. As Sleep claims you deeper still, envision the Graveyard spell in action. Purple energy marking corrupted ground, then the first skeleton erupting from Earth with burst of dark magic. Another appears nearby, then another, each one scrambling immediately toward the nearest tower or troop. The spawning continues relentlessly. 9 seconds of continuous undead generation. 15 skeletons total emerging from ground that shouldn't spawn anything yet does anyway, because magic has transformed it into a literal graveyard. Let Graveyard protect your dreams tonight by turning them into protected zones where nightmares cannot tread. Any fear that approaches gets immediately swarmed by spawning skeletons. 15 defenders emerging to eliminate threats before they reach you. The spell's duration covers you through night's darkest hours, ensuring continuous protection that doesn't falter or fade until rest is complete and morning comes. The spell that spawns an endless swarm, the magic that makes ground itself reject death, the legendary necromancy that summons 15 warriors from 5 elixir and 9 seconds. Graveyard represents skeleton philosophy perfected. Not individual strength, but overwhelming numbers. Not powerful units, but persistent pressure. Not immediate impact, but accumulating damage that eventually becomes unstoppable. It's skeleton essence distilled into spell form. Everything skeletons represent made into targeted effect that opponents must respect or be destroyed by. Skeleton dragons and other bony surprises. While most skeleton lore focuses on ground troops and spawners, Clash Royale has occasionally experimented with skeleton-related cards that break expected patterns. The skeleton dragons, introduced on September 7, 2020, represent one such experiment. Flying skeletons that breathe fire, combining undead nature with draconic abilities in ways that feel both strange and compelling. Though not strictly skeletons in the traditional sense, their skeletal appearance and connection to death magic warrant inclusion in comprehensive skeleton lore. Skeleton dragons appear as a pair of small, skeletal dragon creatures. Their bones are visible beneath tattered, leathery wings, their skulls dragon-shaped but clearly fleshless. Purple energy glows from their eye sockets, connecting them visually to other skeleton units while their dragon form sets them apart. They're common cards that cost 4 elixir and unlock from training camp, making them accessible early while remaining relevant throughout progression. The most distinctive aspect of skeleton dragons is their attack. They breathe fire in area damage cones, hitting multiple targets with each blast. This gives them splash damage capability from the air, rare combination that makes them valuable against swarms and clustered troops. They're not individually powerful, having relatively low hit points and moderate damage, but together as a pair, they provide reliable area control both offensively and defensively. When skeleton dragons were first introduced, they represented Supercell's attempt to create accessible splash damage air troop, filling niche between expensive cards like Baby Dragon and less reliable options. The community response was generally positive, appreciating the versatility these skeletal flyers provided. However, balance concerns emerged quickly, as their combination of low-cost, splash damage, and flying made them perhaps too efficient in too many situations. Balance updates followed their release, adjusting hit points, damage, and hit speed to bring skeleton dragons into better equilibrium with other cards. The October 5, 2020 update decreased their damage by 6%. The March 1, 2021 update decreased their hit points by 3%. These changes were relatively minor, suggesting the card launched close to balanced, but needed fine-tuning rather than major rework. Strategically, skeleton dragons function as versatile support troops that provide aerial splash damage. Behind a tank, they clear swarms that might distract the tank while dealing damage to towers. On defense, they eliminate air swarms like minions or bats while providing ranged area damage against ground troops. Therefore, elixir cost makes them affordable enough to deploy reactively while substantial enough to provide meaningful impact. The lore implications of skeleton dragons are fascinating. Are they actual dragons that died and were resurrected through necromancy? Their flesh rotted away, but their bones animated through dark magic? Or are they artificial constructs, skeleton warriors modified with dragon characteristics through magical experimentation? Their small size suggests they might be young dragons, juveniles who died prematurely and were brought back, trapped in undead state before reaching full maturity. The connection between skeleton dragons and other skeleton units isn't explicitly stated in-game. Do they serve the Skeleton King? Were they created by witches as specialized aerial units? Or do they represent entirely separate faction of undead? Skeletal dragons, having their own society and purposes beyond the ground-based skeleton warriors we're more familiar with. The game doesn't clarify, leaving these questions open for interpretation. Beyond skeleton dragons, Clash Royale has hinted at other skeleton-related content through cosmetics, emotes, and seasonal events. Halloween celebrations often feature skeleton-themed content, acknowledging the connection between skeletons and spooky celebrations. Special challenges sometimes modify skeleton spawn rates or behaviors, temporarily transforming the game into skeleton-dominated chaos. These seasonal touches keep skeletons relevant beyond their competitive viability, cementing them as cultural touchstones within the game. Emotes featuring skeletons have been particularly popular. Larry's various expressions, the Skeleton King's reactions, generic skeleton celebrations and frustrations all have been immortalized in emote form. Players use these to communicate, to taunt, to celebrate, to commiserate. Skeleton emotes transcend their original context, becoming universal language among Clash Royale players, regardless of which decks they actually run. Skins and tower cosmetics sometimes feature skeleton themes, allowing players to customize their appearance with undead aesthetics. Skeleton-themed towers, skeleton-decorated arenas, skeleton banners and badges, all available through various progression systems or shop purchases. These cosmetic options demonstrate Supercell's recognition that players love skeletons enough to want them visible beyond just card deployments. The community has also created unofficial skeleton content that has become part of the broader culture around the game. Fan-made skeleton challenges, custom rules that make skeleton cards more powerful or numerous, circulate through social media and friend groups. Players create skeleton-only decks, handicapping themselves competitively for the satisfaction of winning with nothing but bone warriors. These community-driven celebrations of skeleton culture demonstrate how deeply the units have embedded themselves in player consciousness. As your mind drifts through the borderlands between wake and sleep, picture the unexpected skeleton variations. Dragons with skeletal wings breathing fire, guard skeletons with shields and special armor, evolved forms with purple hats and resurrection abilities. Each variant represents different expression of skeleton concept, different answer to question of what else skeletons might become. They're proof that even familiar concepts can surprise, that there's always room for innovation, even within established patterns. Let these bony surprises populate your dreams with unexpected wonder. Let skeleton dragons fly through your mind sky, breathing fire that warms rather than burns. Let new skeleton variants you've never seen materialize in your imagination. Combinations of bones and magic that Supercell hasn't implemented yet, but might someday. The skeleton family continues growing, adding members, surprising us with what warriors made of death can accomplish when given chance to evolve. The strategic evolution of skeleton meta over Clash Royale's long history since its 2016 launch. Skeletons have played vastly different roles in competitive and casual play. The skeleton meta has shifted dramatically through various eras, with these bone warriors rising and falling in prominence based on balance changes, new card introductions, and evolving player strategies. Understanding this evolution reveals not just game history, but how a simple concept, fragile warriors that die easily but cost little, can remain relevant for nearly a decade. In the early days of Clash Royale's 2016 launch, skeletons were immediately recognized as essential cycle cards. The original 4-skeleton deployment for 1 elixir represented incredible value, allowing players to cycle through their decks faster than almost any other option while extracting defensive value. Early competitive players built entire strategies around cycling skeletons and other cheap cards to reach their win conditions repeatedly, establishing the cycle deck archetype that remains viable today. The skeleton army's initial 20-skeleton swarm for 4 elixir dominated early meta, providing defensive capabilities that could stop nearly any ground push. Players quickly learned that having answers to skeleton army was mandatory, not optional. Decks without area damage spells or splash troops struggled against the overwhelming bone tide. This forced diversity in deck building, as pure single-target strategies became unviable when 1, 3, or 4 elixir card could completely shut them down. The reduction of skeletons from 4 to 3 on June 21, 2016, marked the first major skeleton meta shift. Suddenly, the card that had been automatic inclusion in many decks felt slightly less powerful, marginally less capable of completely stopping threats. Some players abandoned it, seeking other cycle options. Others adapted, learning new placement techniques that maximized the value of 3 skeletons instead of 4. The community debated whether the change was necessary or excessive, with passionate arguments on both sides. When skeletons returned to 4 count on February 13, 2017, the community celebrated. The familiar 4-skeleton squad had returned, and players who had maintained faith in the card felt vindicated. But the celebration was short-lived. On November 2, 2017, the count decreased back to 3 permanently, establishing the current standard. By this point, players had experienced both versions extensively and largely accepted that 3 skeletons represented better balance, providing value without being oppressive. The introduction of Graveyard on November 1, 2016, created entirely new skeleton archetypes. Graveyard beatdown decks became competitively viable, combining tanks with the spell to create overwhelming pressure. Players who had never considered skeleton-focused strategies suddenly found themselves building entire decks around maximizing Graveyard value. The spell's legendary rarity and unique mechanics made it aspirational, something players worked toward unlocking and mastering. Throughout 2017 and 2018, skeleton-based strategies ebbed and flowed with the meta. Log-bait decks, which relied on forcing opponents to use their log on other troops before deploying skeleton army or goblin barrel, became prominent. These decks required careful sequencing and mental tracking of opponent spells, elevating strategic depth. Skeleton Army became not just a defensive card, but a mind game, a threat opponents had to respect even when not deployed. The Night Witch, as May 2017 release and subsequent dominance, created a brief Night Witch meta, where the card appeared in nearly every competitive deck. Her bat spawning, rather than skeleton spawning, technically falls outside pure skeleton lore, but her thematic kinetic connection to dark magic and the witch made her feel like part of the skeleton family. When she was nerfed, skeleton purists felt relief, as the Night Witch's overwhelming power had somewhat overshadowed traditional skeleton strategies. The years 2019 and 2020 saw skeleton strategies remain relevant but not dominant. The introduction of new cards, new mechanics, and continued balance changes meant skeleton decks competed with increasingly diverse strategies. Yet they persisted, their fundamental efficiency ensuring they never completely fell out of favor. Professional players continued piloting skeleton-heavy decks in tournaments, demonstrating that mastery of these simple units could compete with the flashiest new legendary cards. The October 2021 introduction of champions, including the Skeleton King, revitalized skeleton strategies at the highest competitive levels. The Skeleton King's ability to resurrect fallen troops as skeletons created new strategic possibilities. Decks built around maximizing soul collection and resurrection value emerged, with players carefully managing deaths to feed the king's power. The 80 elixir cost made him high risk, high reward, perfectly fitting the skeleton philosophy of extracting maximum value from minimal resources. The Evolution Mechanics October 2022 introduction, with evolved skeletons among the first evolutions, fundamentally changed how players viewed the basic skeleton's card. What had been purely disposable suddenly became potentially immortal, respawning every 4 seconds if they died in your territory. This transformed defensive strategies, as evolved skeletons could be planted once and continuously respawn to counter multiple threats. The meta adapted around this new reality, with players either evolving their own skeletons or building specific counters into their decks. According to recent statistics, Skeleton Army has become one of the most used cards globally, appearing in approximately 18% of all decks above 5,300 trophies. This remarkable statistic demonstrates that nearly 9 years after Clash Royale's launch, skeleton-based strategies remain not just viable, but dominant in May trophy ranges. The 3 elixir cost and potential to shut down major pushes keeps Skeleton Army relevant despite countless new cards and mechanics introduced over the years. The regular Skeletons card maintains strong usage as well, with recent data showing over 30% usage in competitive ranges and a 51% win rate. These statistics prove that 1 elixir cycle cards remain fundamental to Clash Royale strategy. Players continue discovering new ways to extract value from 3 fragile warriors, continuing the tradition established in 2016 of skeleton efficiency defining successful deck building. The Skeleton King has seen significant usage increases in recent seasons, doubling its presence in competitive decks according to seasonal data. This surge correlates with various balance changes and the introduction of new synergistic cards. The King's ability to convert deaths into skeleton reinforcements pairs perfectly with strategies that generate many casualties, creating overwhelming undead swarms that opponents struggle to contain. Graveyard continues finding niches in competitive play, though its usage fluctuates more than simpler skeleton cards. The spell requires specific deck builds and synergies to function optimally, making it more archetype-defining than universally applicable. When Graveyard is strong in the meta, entire deck strategies revolve around it. When it's weak, it nearly disappears from competitive play. This volatility reflects its unique design as win condition rather than support card. Giant Skeleton has experienced perhaps the most dramatic meta journey of any skeleton card. Once a dominant defensive option, it has been buffed and nerfed repeatedly, reworked entirely, and continues searching for stable competitive viability. Recent balance changes, increasing its bomb damage, have restored some relevance, but it remains niche compared to its glory days. The community debates whether Giant Skeleton can ever be properly balanced or if its fundamental design, trading death for massive area damage, is inherently problematic. The meta-evolution of skeletons reflects broader Clash Royale design philosophy. Simple mechanics executed well remain relevant regardless of power creep. While new cards introduce complex abilities and flashy effects, 3 skeletons for 1 elixir continues providing value nearly a decade after launch. This consistency makes skeletons reliable anchors in ever-changing metas. Cards players can trust when everything else is uncertain. Different trophy ranges show different skeleton usage patterns. Lower trophy ranges often feature skeleton army heavily, as newer players lack reliable counters and the overwhelming swarm feels unstoppable. Mid-trophy ranges see more balanced skeleton usage, with players learning proper counters but still respecting skeleton value. High trophy and professional play show sophisticated skeleton deployment, with every placement calculated, every cycle intentional, every skeleton serving specific strategic purpose. Regional differences also affect skeleton meta. Some regions favor aggressive skeleton-heavy strategies, building decks around overwhelming opponents through continuous pressure. Others prefer defensive skeleton usage, holding cards for perfect counterplays rather than proactive deployment. These regional meta differences create interesting dynamics in international tournaments, where players must adapt to unfamiliar strategic philosophies. The seasonal meta shifts keep skeleton strategies evolving. Balance changes each month can dramatically affect skeleton viability, either directly through skeleton card adjustments or indirectly through changes to cards that counter or synergize with skeletons. Players who master skeletal strategies must constantly adapt, learning how each balance update affects their preferred deck archetypes. Looking at win rates over time, skeleton cards have maintained remarkable consistency. While individual cards fluctuate, skeleton cards collectively hover around 50 to 52% win rates, suggesting good overall balance. This consistency is remarkable, given how many cards exist and how dramatically metas shift. It suggests Supercell has successfully balanced skeleton cards to be strong without being oppressive, useful without being mandatory. The professional player perspective on skeletons reveals deep appreciation for their strategic depth. Professional players consistently cite skeleton cards as examples of good game design, where simple mechanics create complex decision trees. When to deploy skeletons, where to place them, which threats to counter with them, all these decisions separate good players from great ones. In professional hands, skeletons become surgical tools, precise instruments that extract maximum value from minimum investment. Content creators have built entire channels partially around skeleton strategies. YouTube guides teaching optimal skeleton deployment generate millions of views. Twitch streamers showcase skeleton-only challenges, handicapping themselves for entertainment. TikTok creators make skeleton-focused content that reaches audiences who don't even play Clash Royale. The cultural impact of skeletons extends beyond the game itself, becoming recognizable symbols even to casual observers. The cycle deck archetype, which relies heavily on skeletons and other cheap cards, has been competitively viable throughout Clash Royale's entire history. This archetype emphasizes quick cycling to your win condition, using cheap cards like skeletons to maintain defensive pressure while constantly rotating through your deck. The consistency of cycle decks across nearly 9 years proves that skeleton-based strategies have fundamental strengths that transcend temporary meta conditions. Skeleton-based strategies represent another enduring archetype. These decks run multiple cards vulnerable to the same spells, forcing opponents into impossible choices. If they log your skeleton army, your goblin barrel gets through. If they save long for goblin barrel, skeleton army wreaks havoc. This rock-paper-scissors dynamic creates engaging gameplay where prediction and psychology matter as much as mechanical skill. The control archetype often incorporates skeletons as defensive tools that transition into counterattacks. After using skeletons to stop an enemy push, the surviving skeletons become offensive threats that must be addressed. This dual-purpose utility makes skeletons valuable in control strategies that emphasize efficiency and conversion of defense into offense. Bridge spam strategies sometimes utilize Skeleton Barrel as surprise win condition. The barrel has ability to bypass ground defenses and drop 8 skeletons directly on towers creates explosive damage potential. Combined with other fast troops like Battle Ram or Bandit, Skeleton Barrel becomes part of relentless pressure that overwhelms opponents through speed rather than power. Beatdown strategies, particularly those using Golem or Giant, often include skeletons for cycling and defensive support. While the main win condition is the big tank, skeletons help reach that tank faster while providing cheap defensive answers that preserve elixir for offensive investments. The supporting role skeletons play in Beatdown demonstrates their versatility across vastly different strategic philosophies. The evolution of skeleton counters has been as important as skeleton evolution itself. Log became nearly mandatory in competitive decks, partially because of its efficiency against skeleton army and other swarms. Zap's instant reset and damage made it valuable for clearing skeletons quickly. Arrows, Fireball, Poison. Each spell's viability has been partially determined by how effectively it handles skeleton threats. Troop-based counters have also shaped meta. Valkyrie's spinning area damage makes her excellent against skeleton swarms. Bomber's Splash can clear skeletons rapidly. Dart Prince's Charge and Shield give him advantages against skeleton-based strategies. The presence or absence of these counters in meta directly affects how often skeleton strategies appear and succeed. Building placements have evolved to better handle skeleton threats. Players learned optimal positions for buildings to pull and distract skeletons from graveyard or kite giant skeleton away from towers. These placement refinements represent meta knowledge that has accumulated over years, passed down from professional players to casual players through guides, streams, and direct experience. Prediction plays involving skeletons showcase the highest levels of strategic thinking. Predicting opponent's skeleton army deployment and preemptively using log or arrows demonstrates not just mechanical skill, but psychological understanding of opponent patterns. These predictions become mind games themselves, with players faking patterns to bait predictions that can then be punished. The interaction between skeletons and various game mechanics has created interesting strategic wrinkles. Skeletons can activate King Tower if placed correctly against certain attacks, providing permanent defensive advantage. They can be used to test for enemy traps or hidden troops. They can kite building targeting troops into disadvantageous positions. Each interaction adds strategic depth that rewards experience and game knowledge. Tournament meta often differs from ladder meta in how skeletons are deployed. Tournament standard levels create different relative power levels than ladder's level-dependent calculations. Professional players optimize skeleton usage for tournament conditions, sometimes discovering techniques that don't work as well on ladder or vice versa. This creates parallel meta evolution that occasionally converges, but often diverges based on competitive context. The influence of YouTubers and professional players on skeleton meta cannot be overstated. When prominent players showcase successful skeleton strategies, usage rates spike across all levels as players attempt to replicate professional success. This trickle-down effect means professional meta decisions about skeleton usage eventually affect millions of casual players, creating ripple effects throughout the entire player base. Special challenges and limited-time modes often feature modified skeleton mechanics that temporarily reshape meta. Trickle elixir modes make continuous skeleton spawning overwhelming. Draft challenges, where skeletons are premium picks, demonstrate their fundamental value. Special rules that buff specific rarities can make common skeletons temporarily dominant or weak. These temporary metas provide fresh experiences while reinforcing understanding of skeleton strengths and weaknesses. As Sleep claims you deeper, picture the meta evolution as living entity. constantly shifting landscape where skeletons navigate through changing conditions. See them rising in prominence as counters fade, falling as new threats emerge, but never disappearing completely. Watch the pendulum swing between 4 skeletons and 3, between 20 skeleton army and 15, between various spawn rates and costs and mechanics. All adjustments seeking balance that remains eternally elusive because perfect balance might be impossible in complex systems. The strategic evolution of skeleton meta tells story of adaptation, of persistent relevance despite constant change, a fundamental value that transcends temporary power. These bone warriors have marched through 9 years of shifting metas, always finding their place, always mattering to some players and some strategies. That's remarkable longevity that few cards achieve, testament to elegant design that serves multiple purposes without being mandatory for any. Let the meta history guard your dreams tonight. The endless cycle of buffs and nerfs, the rise and fall of various skeleton strategies, the constant search for optimal usage that drives millions of players to experiment, adapt, and discover. The meta never stops evolving, but skeletons remain constant presence within that evolution. Bones rattling through every era, reminding us that some things persist not through domination, but through being exactly what S needed when it S needed. Community legends, when players became skeleton storytellers. Beyond official content and competitive statistics, skeleton lore has been profoundly shaped by community creators who fell in love with these rattling warriors and dedicated countless hours to celebrating them through various creative mediums. From animations to comics, from fanfiction to custom challenges, the Clash Royale community has transformed skeletons from game pieces into cultural icons with rich, player-generated mythology that rivals and sometimes surpasses official lore. The animation community deserves first recognition for their extraordinary contributions to skeleton lore. Independent animators, some professional and others hobbyist, have created hundreds of skeleton-focused videos that collectively represent thousands of hours of work. These animations range from simple comedic shorts showing hilarious misadventures to elaborate multi-episode series exploring skeleton society and culture. The best of these animations achieve view counts in the millions, sometimes reaching audiences far beyond Clash Royale's player base. One particularly influential animation trend involves Larry's daily life outside of battles. These videos depict Larry and his skeletal friends engaging in mundane activities, shopping for bones, trying to eat food they can't digest, attempting to make friends with non-skeleton troops who find them creepy. The humor comes from treating skeletons as normal people with skeleton-specific problems, creating comedy through contrast between their undead nature and very human desires for connection, purpose, and acceptance. Another animation trend explores darker themes, presenting skeletons as tragic figures trapped in cycles of death and resurrection. These more serious works question the ethics of necromancy, explore what consciousness means for animated bones, and contemplate whether skeletons suffer or simply exist without capacity for suffering. While less popular than comedic content, these philosophical animations demonstrate the creative community's willingness to engage deeply with skeleton lore's implications. The comic and illustration community has been equally prolific. Artist platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and DeviantArt host thousands of skeleton-themed Clash Royale artworks. Some present skeletons in epic battle scenes, portraying them as heroic warriors despite their fragility. Others focus on cute, chibi-style interpretations that emphasize skeletons' endearing qualities. Still others create dark, gothic pieces that lean into death magic aesthetics, presenting skeletons as genuinely eerie rather than comical. Long-form comic series following skeleton characters have developed dedicated followings. These comics develop original characters, create ongoing narratives, and build worlds where skeletons have personalities, relationships, and agency beyond their game roles. Some comics are strictly canon compliant, working within established Clash Royale lore. Others take wild liberties, creating alternate universes where skeletons rule kingdoms, fight interdimensional wars, or run surprisingly successful businesses. Fan fiction represents another massive category of community skeleton content. Archive sites host thousands of Clash Royale stories, and skeletons appear prominently in many. Some stories explore Larry's transformation into the Skeleton King, filling narrative gaps that official content leaves open. Others create romance between skeleton characters and other troops, somehow making relationships between undead warriors and living beings feel genuine and emotionally resonant. The shipping community, which pairs characters in romantic relationships, has enthusiastically embraced skeleton characters. Larry and various other characters have been shipped in countless stories and artworks, with creators finding ways to depict romance despite anatomical challenges inherent in skeleton-involved relationships. These works range from wholesome and innocent to explicitly adult, demonstrating the full spectrum of fan creation across all content rating levels. Theory crafting represents more analytical community engagement with skeleton lore. Dedicated fans compile every skeleton-related detail from official sources, building elaborate theories about skeleton origins, purposes, and futures. The Larry to Skeleton King theory, discussed extensively in earlier sections, emerged entirely from community observation and speculation before any official confirmation or denial. These theories spread through forums, Discord servers, and Reddit threads, gaining adherents and skeptics in equal measure. The custom challenge community has created skeleton-specific game modes that push skeleton strategies to extremes. Skeleton-only challenges, where players can use only skeleton cards, demonstrate the versatility of bone-based strategies. Triple skeleton spawning modes that make witches and tombstones, produce skeletons 3 times as fast, create overwhelming undead floods that completely change gameplay. These custom modes, shared through friend challenges, provide fresh experiences that official Supercell modes don't offer. YouTube creators have built substantial followings partially through skeleton-focused content. Challenge videos, where creators attempt to reach specific trophy counts using only skeleton cards, attract hundreds of thousands of views. Theory videos explaining skeleton lore and connections generate passionate comment discussions. Compilation videos showing the best skeleton plays from professional matches serve both entertainment and educational purposes, teaching viewers advanced techniques while celebrating skeleton versatility. Twitch streamers engage with skeleton lore through live interaction with their audiences. Chat members spam skeleton emotes, request skeleton-only matches, donate specifically to fund skeleton deck upgrades. Streamers create skeleton-themed channel points rewards, skeleton sub-badges, skeleton donation alerts. The live format allows real-time community building around shared appreciation for skeletal warriors, creating spaces where skeleton enthusiasm is celebrated rather than mocked. TikTok has become increasingly important for short-form skeleton content. Quick animations showing Larry's reaction to various game situations go viral regularly. Skeleton memes spread rapidly through the platform's algorithm, reaching casual mobile game audiences who might never watch longer YouTube content. TikTok creators have developed distinct skeleton content styles that work within the platform's constraints, maximizing impact in videos under 60 seconds. The cosplay community has even embraced skeleton characters, though creating convincing skeleton costumes presents unique challenges. Dedicated cosplayers have constructed full skeleton armor, complete with glowing purple eyes, short swords, and attention to detail that honors the source material. Convention photos show skeleton cosplayers alongside Clash Royale's more traditionally bodied characters, proving that dedicated fans will represent their favorite troops regardless of difficulty. The music community has created skeleton-themed songs and remixes. Original compositions celebrating Larry and his friends mix game sound effects with actual instruments, creating surprisingly catchy tracks. Remixes of Clash Royale's soundtrack incorporate skeleton sound effects, the rattling bones becoming percussion elements. Some creators have even written and performed full ballads telling skeleton stories, complete with lyrics exploring their undead existence. Meme culture around skeletons has become self-sustaining. Each new skeleton-related update spawns waves of memes. Balance changes generate memes about buffed or nerfed skeletons crying or celebrating. New skeleton cards inspire memes comparing them to existing variants. Skeleton interactions with other cards become meme templates used for situations completely unrelated to Clash Royale. The skeleton as meme transcends the skeleton as game piece. The competitive community contributes through detailed statistical analysis and strategic guides. Players compile data on skeleton usage rates, win rates, optimal placements, and synergies. They create tier lists ranking skeleton cards. They write comprehensive guides teaching everything from basic skeleton mechanics to advanced techniques that only top players execute consistently. This analytical content helps players improve while deepening understanding of why skeletons remain competitively relevant. Community tournaments specifically celebrating skeleton strategies have been organized through various platforms. These events require participants to use skeleton-heavy decks, proving themselves through bone-based battle. Prize pools, though typically modest, demonstrate community willingness to invest resources in celebrating skeletons. Winners gain recognition within niche communities that value skeleton mastery above all else. The Discord server ecosystem contains numerous skeleton-dedicated spaces. These servers host discussions about skeleton lore, share skeleton content, organize skeleton tournaments, and simply provide gathering places for players who appreciate these fragile warriors more than any other aspect of Clash Royale. Some servers have hundreds or thousands of members, creating substantial communities united by skeletal enthusiasm. Language communities have adapted skeleton lore to their cultural contexts. Japanese fan content incorporates anime aesthetics and storytelling conventions. Spanish language creators add cultural flavor that differs from English content while maintaining core skeleton appreciation. Chinese fan content sometimes blends skeleton lore with local gaming culture and preferences. This global diversity enriches skeleton lore, showing how universal skeleton appeal transcends linguistic and cultural barriers. The community has also created physical merchandise independently of Supercell's official products. Custom t-shirts, stickers, phone cases, and artwork featuring skeleton characters are sold through print-on-demand services. While these operate in legal gray areas regarding intellectual property, they demonstrate demand for skeleton merchandise that official channels don't fully satisfy. Fans want to wear their skeleton appreciation literally, displaying allegiance to Larry and his friends in daily life. Perhaps most touchingly, the community has created charity initiatives around skeleton themes. Fundraising streams where donations unlock skeleton-only challenges. Charity tournaments where entry fees go to good causes. Awareness campaigns using skeleton characters to promote various social issues. All demonstrate how community appreciation for skeletons extends beyond mere entertainment into real-world positive impact. The educational content created by community members helps new players understand skeleton strategies. From basic deployment tips to advanced kiting techniques, from counterplay guides to synergy explanations, community educators have built comprehensive curricula around skeleton mastery. This knowledge transfer ensures that each new generation of players learns from previous generations' accumulated wisdom. Community contests and challenges keep skeleton engagement fresh. Screenshot competitions for best skeleton deployment, replay contests for most creative skeleton play, art competitions celebrating skeleton aesthetics. All these community-organized events maintain enthusiasm while showcasing talented community members. Winners gain recognition that encourages continued creation and participation. The role-playing community has created extensive skeleton backstories and personalities. Detailed character profiles for Larry, Harry, Gary, Terry, and Mary establish their relationships, motivations, and personal histories. Some role players create original skeleton characters that exist alongside canon skeletons, expanding the skeleton family through collaborative storytelling. These role-playing exercises develop narrative skills while celebrating skeleton characters in deeply personal ways. Modding communities, though less prevalent for mobile games than PC games, have created skeleton-focused modifications where possible. Custom skins that change skeleton appearances, modified game files that adjust skeleton stats for personal enjoyment, fan-made skeleton games inspired by, but separate from Clash Royale, all demonstrate technical community members' dedication to skeleton celebration through code and design. The archive and preservation community ensures skeleton content remains accessible. Dedicated fans download and save skeleton videos, artwork, and stories, protecting them against potential deletion or platform closures. These digital archivists understand that community-created content represents valuable cultural artifacts worth preserving for future skeleton enthusiasts who might discover these warriors years from now. As sleep deepens, picture this vast community of creators and fans. Millions of people across the world who saw 3 small skeletons in a mobile game and decided they mattered enough to create around, to build upon, to celebrate through countless creative works. Animation studios, art galleries, fiction archives, all built on foundation of skeleton appreciation, all proving that community passion can rival official content in depth, breadth, and impact. Let their creativity inspire your dreams tonight. Let fan animations play in your mind's theater. Let community theories about skeleton origins weave narratives in your sleeping thoughts. Let the sheer volume of creative works dedicated to celebrating bones and swords and purple eyes remind you that sometimes the most unlikely things become beloved precisely because they re so simple, so humble, so genuinely themselves. The community made skeletons legends not because Supercell demanded it, but because something about these fragile warriors resonated so deeply that millions couldn't help but create, share, discuss, and celebrate. That's organic cultural phenomenon, authentic appreciation that no marketing campaign could manufacture. The community saw Larry touch that Archer Tower and collectively decided, yes, this skeleton matters to us. And in making that decision, they ensured he always would. Rest now, knowing that while you sleep somewhere in the world, a community member is creating new skeleton content, drawing Larry in new situations, writing stories about skeleton adventures, theorizing about skeleton futures. The community never sleeps, constantly producing, constantly celebrating, constantly ensuring that skeleton lore grows richer with each passing day. They are the true keepers of skeleton legend, and their dedication ensures these bone warriors will rattle through gaming culture for generations to come. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sound. Not the clash of swords against shields. Imagine something more elegant, more deliberate, more hypnotic. The sound of a double-bladed axe spinning through the air, cutting precise circles through space itself, accompanied by the most unexpected of battle cries. An opera singer's voice, soaring and powerful, echoing across the battlefield with notes that somehow make destruction beautiful. This is the signature of the Valkyrie, and her story is woven through thousands of years of mythology, game design philosophy, strategic evolution, and the countless battles fought in the arenas of Clash Royale. The Valkyrie stands as one of the most recognizable figures in the entire Clash universe. With her vibrant orange hair flowing behind her, her piercing blue eyes focused with warrior's intensity, and that massive double-bladed axe that seems impossibly heavy yet moves with grace in her hands, she represents something fundamental about the game itself. She is not the flashiest card. She doesn't rain down destruction from the sky like a rocket spell. She doesn't charge with the unstoppable momentum of a prince. She doesn't possess the raw, devastating power of a P.E.K.K.A. What she does, however, is something perhaps more valuable. She endures. She persists. She stands her ground and spins, and in that spinning motion, she creates zones of absolute control that few other cards can match. When you deploy a Valkyrie on the battlefield, you're not just placing a troop. You're making a statement about your strategy, about your patience, about your understanding of the fundamental rhythm that governs Clash Royale combat. She costs 4 elixir, a moderate investment that sits in that perfect middle ground between cheap cycle cards and expensive win conditions. 4 elixir buys you not just her considerable health pool, not just her area damage that strikes in a full 360-degree circle, but something more intangible. It buys you breathing room. It buys you time to think, to react, to formulate your next move while she handles the immediate threat with her methodical, spinning assault. Her appearance tells a story all by itself. The orange hair is no accident of design. It's a visual signal, a flag that announces her presence on the battlefield. In the chaos of a Clash Royale match, where units swarm and spells explode and buildings crumble, that shock of orange hair becomes a landmark, a reference point. Your eyes can find her instantly in the mayhem, track her movement, judge her health, assess whether she needs support, or whether she's handling the situation with her characteristic efficiency. The blue eyes provide contrast, a touch of cold calculation to balance the fiery hair. They suggest intelligence behind the strength, strategy behind the spinning. This is not a berserker who charges blindly into combat. This is a warrior who has mastered her weapon so completely that what looks like a simple spinning attack is actually a carefully controlled expression of martial prowess. The double-bladed axe itself deserves contemplation. In real historical warfare, double-bladed axes were actually quite rare. They look impressive, certainly, but they present significant balance issues and don't offer substantial advantages over single-blade designs in practical combat. But the Valkyrie doesn't exist in the realm of practical historical warfare. She exists in a space where mythology meets game mechanics, where the rule of cool and the demands of gameplay balance create their own internal logic. That double-bladed axe serves multiple purposes in her design. Visually, it justifies her 360-degree attack pattern. She doesn't need to turn, doesn't need to reposition. The axe itself, with blades on both ends, creates damage in all directions as she spins. Mechanically, it explains why her attacks can hit multiple targets simultaneously, why ground troops surrounding her all take damage regardless of their position relative to her facing direction. The team-colored suit she wears speaks to the essential nature of Clash Royale itself. Whether she's clad in blue or red, whether she's fighting for your towers or against them, she remains fundamentally the same warrior. The color marks allegiance, but doesn't change identity. This is elegant game design philosophy made manifest in character design. Every Valkyrie is the same Valkyrie, yet in each match she fights for one side against the other. And the color coding provides instant recognition without requiring different character models. Her wristbands and boots suggest practical warrior's gear, protection for joints that bear the stress of constant combat, armor that allows mobility while providing defense. But there's more to the Valkyrie than just her appearance in Clash Royale. To truly understand her, to appreciate the depth of her character and the reasons behind her design, we need to journey back. We need to travel not just to the development studios where game designers first sketched her abilities and balanced her statistics, but further. We need to go back thousands of years, to the cold northern lands where ancient peoples told stories around fires, where warriors sought glory in battle, and poets sang of what waited beyond death. We need to understand the original Valkyries, the mythological beings from whom this video game character draws her name and her fundamental concept. Because the Valkyrie in Clash Royale is not just a character plucked from nowhere. She is a translation, an interpretation, a modern retelling of one of mythology's most fascinating and complex figures. The ancient choosers Norse mythology's Valkyries. Long before the first mobile device displayed a Clash Royale battlefield, long before the concept of video games existed, long before electricity or engines or even the printing press, people in the harsh lands of Scandinavia told stories. These weren't just entertainment, though they certainly served that purpose during long winter nights. They were explanations for the world, frameworks for understanding life and death, courage and cowardice, fate and choice. Among the most captivating figures in these Norse myths were the Valkyries, and their story is both darker and more nuanced than most modern interpretations suggest. The word Valkyrie comes from Old Norse Valkyrja, which translates literally to chooser of the slain. Already in this name we find the core of what made these figures so compelling and so fearsome to the Norse peoples. They were choosers. They exercised agency over the most fundamental question a warrior could face, whether they would live or die in battle. This wasn't a passive role. The Valkyries didn't simply arrive after battles ended to collect souls like some cosmic cleanup crew. They were active participants in the determination of fate itself, deciding before swords were even drawn which warriors would fall and which would survive. In the most ancient tellings, before the concept of Valhalla developed into the glorious hall we know from later sources, Valkyries were quite likely much darker figures. Some scholars believe they evolved from older death demons, supernatural entities drawn to battlefields not as noble guides, but as harbingers of carnage, beings who feasted on the violence and death that warfare produces. Think of them as closer to the Greek Keres, those spirits of violent death who hovered over battlefields, or to the Irish Morrigan, the war goddess who appeared as a crow picking over the dead. These weren't beautiful maidens on white horses. They were aspects of death itself, supernatural predators for whom human warfare was both hunting ground and banquet. This darker origin helps explain some of the more sinister aspects of Valkyrie lore that persisted even in later, more romanticized versions. The Darhalja, a poem preserved in the Njál saga, provides one of the most vivid and disturbing depictions of Valkyries. It describes 12 women working at a loom, but this is no ordinary weaving. The loom is weighted with severed human heads. The threads are human intestines. And what they weave is the fate of warriors about to fight at the Battle of Clontarf. As they work, they sing about how they're determining who will live and die, how their weaving dictates the flow of battle. This is far from the noble warrior maidens of later depictions. These are beings whose power over life and death is visceral, physical, grounded in the bloody reality of medieval warfare. But as Norse culture evolved, as the concept of Valhalla became more developed and central to Norse religious thought, the Valkyries evolved with it. They transformed from death demons into something more complex, more nuanced. They became servants of Odin, the Allfather, the chief god of the Norse pantheon. Their role shifted from causing death capriciously to selecting which fallen warriors were worthy of a place in Valhalla. This is a crucial distinction. They were still choosing who died in many versions of the myths, but now that choice had purpose, had meaning, had a grander design behind it. Valhalla itself deserves understanding to fully grasp the Valkyrie's role. The word likely derives from Volvol, which may have originally meant something closer to Rock of the Slain rather than Hall of the Slain. This suggests that even the concept of the afterlife destination evolved over time. In its most developed form, Valhalla was portrayed as a magnificent hall in Asgard, the realm of the gods. Its roof was made of shields, its rafters from spears. Inside, chosen warriors called Einherjar spent their days fighting each other in glorious combat, dying again and again, only to be restored to life each evening for a night of feasting and drinking mead served to them by the Valkyries themselves. This eternal cycle of combat and feasting had a purpose. It was preparation. The Einherjar were training, maintaining their skills, keeping themselves battle-ready for Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, the prophesied final battle where the forces of chaos would assault Asgard and the gods themselves would fight and die. When that day came, Odin would need every warrior he could muster. The Valkyrie's job, therefore, wasn't simply to collect the dead. It was to recruit for this ultimate army, to identify warriors who combined skill in battle with the courage and honor that made them worthy of fighting alongside gods. The sources describe Valkyries in varying ways. Sometimes they number 9, sometimes 12, sometimes 13. Some sources suggest there were as many as 300. Individual Valkyries were named in various texts. Brynhildr, perhaps the most famous, whose story inspired Wagner's opera and indirectly influenced the tale of Sleeping Beauty. Sigrun, who appears in the Helga Visa Hundingsbana poems. Hildur, associated with endless battle. Skegel, who appears in the tale of King Haakon. Gndul, mentioned in the Poetic Edda. Each had their own stories, their own characteristics, their own relationships with mortal heroes. Because yes, the Valkyries didn't remain distant, purely supernatural figures in all the myths. Many stories tell of Valkyries who fell in love with mortal heroes, who defied Odin's commands to save the men they loved, who married humans and lived mortal lives. The story of Brynhildr exemplifies this. She defied Odin by choosing the wrong king to survive in a battle, choosing based on who she thought deserved victory rather than following Odin's decree. As punishment, Odin stripped her of her Valkyrie status, put her into an enchanted sleep, and imprisoned her within a ring of fire. Only a hero brave enough to ride through those flames could wake and claim her. This became the hero Sigurd, and their tragic love story has echoed through literature for over 1,000 years. These stories of Valkyries loving mortals and choosing to become mortal themselves add fascinating complexity to their mythology. They suggest that Valkyries, despite their supernatural status, weren't so different from humans. They could feel love, could question orders, could choose personal bonds over divine duty. This made them more relatable, more sympathetic, but it also emphasized their role as intermediaries between human and divine realms. They existed in both worlds, understood both perspectives, and sometimes found themselves torn between them. The imagery associated with Valkyries in the myths includes several recurring elements. Horses were primary among these. Valkyries were often depicted riding to battlefields on horseback, though these weren't ordinary horses. Some sources describe them as riding through the air, the horse's hooves never touching ground. Some Valkyries were associated with swans, able to transform into these birds while wearing swan cloaks that granted flight. Others rode wolves or boars. The emphasis was always on their ability to travel between realms, to move from Asgard to Midgard and back, to cross the boundary between life and death. Their weapons were typically spears, and they wore armor and helmets. They were warriors themselves, not just collectors of warriors. This is important. The Valkyries weren't passive observers of combat. They understood warfare intimately. They knew what made a warrior skilled, what made them brave, what made them worthy. In some versions of the myths, they actively participated in battles, fighting alongside or against mortal warriors to ensure the outcomes Odin desired. Their power included the ability to influence battles through supernatural means, to cast spells that protected some warriors while leaving others vulnerable, to create confusion in enemy ranks or inspire courage in allied forces. The association with brightness, gold, and fairness appears frequently in descriptions of Valkyries. They were beautiful, certainly, but it was a terrible beauty, the kind that inspired awe and fear in equal measure. They represented the glory of dying in battle, the promise that a warrior's death wasn't an ending but a transition to something greater. For a culture where dying peacefully in bed was considered shameful, where glory in combat was the highest aspiration, the Valkyries offered hope. They promised that the best warriors, Those who fought bravest and fell with honor would be chosen, would be elevated, would fight in the greatest battle at the end of time itself. It's worth noting that the goddess Freya also collected half of the slain warriors, taking them to her realm of Folkvanger. This created an interesting duality in Norse afterlife beliefs. Odin and Freya essentially divided the honor between them, though the myths are unclear about exactly how this division was determined. Some scholars suggest it represented different types of warriors or different paths of initiation into warrior culture. Freya was associated with magic, fertility, and love as well as war, suggesting her chosen might be different from Odin's in some fundamental way. The relationship between Freya and the Valkyries is complex, with some sources suggesting the Valkyries served both Odin and Freya, or that Freya herself was in some sense the ultimate Valkyrie, the prototype from which they all derived. The Valkyries also served as Odin's cupbearers in Valhalla, serving mead to the Einherjar during their nightly feasts. This domestic role might seem strange alongside their fearsome battlefield duties, but it reflects the Norse understanding of women's roles as both warriors and homemakers, both fearsome and nurturing. The Valkyries embodied this duality. They brought death on the battlefield, but they also brought comfort in the afterlife. They selected who would die, but they ensured those deaths had meaning and led to something greater. As Christianity spread through Scandinavia, much of the pagan mythology was lost or transformed. The sources we have for Norse mythology were all written down in the Christian era, mostly in Iceland in the 13th century, hundreds of years after the Viking Age ended. Writers like Snorri Sturluson, who composed the Prose Edda, were Christians trying to preserve and explain the old pagan beliefs. This inevitably colored how the myths were recorded. Some scholars believe the more noble, romanticized depictions of Valkyries reflect Christian influence, making them more like angels or saints and less like the darker death spirits they may have originally been. The concept of Valhalla itself may have been influenced by Christian ideas of heaven, or it may have influenced how Northern European Christians conceptualized their own afterlife. This cultural exchange worked in both directions. The Valkyries in later medieval and romantic literature often appear more as noble warrior maidens than as supernatural forces of death, reflecting changing attitudes about warfare, death, and the role of women in society. When we look at the Valkyrie in Clash Royale through this mythological lens, we can see both the connections and the transformations. The game's Valkyrie doesn't ride a horse, doesn't fly through the air, doesn't choose who lives or dies or carry souls to any afterlife. She's been stripped of her supernatural qualities and reimagined as a warrior, pure and simple. But the core concepts remain. She's a fierce female fighter, associated with spinning motion that recalls the circular nature of battle and fate. She's powerful, effective against groups of enemies, just as mythological Valkyries dealt with masses of warriors. She operates according to rules and mechanics that make her valuable in the right situations, just as mythological Valkyries operated according to divine decree and cosmic purpose. The connection isn't literal, but it's there, a thread of inspiration running from ancient Norse campfires to modern mobile devices. The warrior's form, design, and appearance. To understand the Valkyrie as she appears in Clash Royale, we need to examine her visual design with careful attention. Character design in video games isn't arbitrary. Every choice, from color palette to proportions to equipment, serves multiple purposes. Designs must be instantly recognizable, must communicate gameplay function, must fit within the larger aesthetic of the game world, and must resonate emotionally with players. The Valkyrie's design accomplishes all of this with remarkable efficiency. Her most striking feature is undoubtedly her hair. That vibrant, almost luminous orange isn't just a color choice. It's a gameplay decision disguised as an artistic one. In the chaos of a Clash Royale battle, where multiple troops from both sides swarm across the arena, where spells explode and buildings collapse and projectiles fly in every direction. Players need to be able to track their units instantly. Eye-catching, distinctive colors serve this purpose. The Valkyrie's orange hair makes her immediately identifiable even in the most crowded situations. You can glance at the screen and immediately know where she is, how she's doing, whether she needs support or is handling things independently. But there's more to it than pure practicality. Orange as a color carries psychological associations. It combines the energy and aggression of red with the optimism and approachability of yellow. It's warm, active, attention-grabbing, without being as potentially alarming as pure red. For a character whose role is often defensive, whose job is to protect your towers by eliminating threats, orange suggests reliable warmth, the comfort of knowing someone strong has your back. At the same time, it's bold enough to signal danger to opponents. When your enemy drops a Valkyrie, that orange hair is a warning. It tells you that your swarm strategy isn't going to work, that you need to rethink your approach, that the simple rush you planned has just become complicated. The orange hair flows behind her, suggesting motion even in still images. This is crucial for a character defined by spinning movement. Her hair becomes almost like a cape or banner, a visual trail that emphasizes her momentum. When she spins, that hair whips around her, creating a circular visual effect that reinforces her circular attack pattern. It's a brilliant piece of visual design language, where the character's static appearance suggests the dynamic movement that defines her in gameplay. Her eyes are striking blue, creating strong contrast with the orange hair. While we can't see them in detail during actual gameplay, due to the zoomed-out camera perspective, the blue eyes in her character art establish her as thoughtful, controlled, intelligent. Blue is often associated with calmness, focus, and strategy. For a character who could easily be portrayed as a raging berserker, those blue eyes suggest something different. This is a warrior who fights with purpose and precision. The spin isn't wild flailing. It's a controlled practice technique. Those blue eyes, calm in the midst of orange-red fury, communicate this duality. The double-bladed axe she wields is roughly half her height, a massive weapon that looks like it should be unwieldy. In reality, double-bladed axes like this weren't common historical weapons. They look impressive, certainly, but they present balance problems and don't offer significant advantages over single-bladed designs in actual combat. But the Valkyrie doesn't exist in reality. She exists in a space where form can follow function in unconventional ways. That double-bladed axe serves a clear gameplay purpose. It visually justifies her 360-degree attack pattern. When she spins, both blades are cutting through the air, creating danger in all directions. The weapon itself explains the mechanic. The axe's size relative to her body also communicates power. This is not a light weapon. This is not a tool for quick, nimble strikes. This is for devastating blows, for cleaving through multiple opponents, for dealing damage that can't be ignored. When players see that axe, they intuitively understand what kind of damage output to expect. It's visual shorthand for hits hard. The fact that she can wield this massive weapon with apparent ease, spinning it around her body in a continuous attack pattern, establishes her as extraordinarily strong. This isn't someone who relies on speed or trickery. This is raw power made manifest. Her armor and clothing strike a balance between protection and mobility. She wears what appears to be a form-fitting suit in team colors, blue or red, depending on which side of the battle she's on, with armored elements protecting vital areas without restricting movement. Her arms are bare except for wristbands, showing muscular definition that reinforces her physical strength. Her legs are similarly protected with boots and guards that suggest warrior practicality. This isn't ornamental armor. This isn't parade dress. This is functional combat gear chosen by someone who understands warfare intimately. The wristbands deserve particular attention. They're thick and sturdy, clearly designed to protect her forearms and wrists during the stress of combat. When you're swinging a double-bladed axe in continuous spinning attacks, the strain on your wrists and arms would be immense. Those wristbands are practical protective equipment, but they also serve as visual indicators of a warrior who knows her craft. She's not just naturally gifted with a weapon. She's prepared, equipped, professional. The attention to this kind of detail makes her feel more real, more grounded, more like an actual warrior rather than a fantasy cartoon. Her stance in official art typically shows her mid-spin or ready to spin, axe held in both hands, body angled for motion. This dynamic posing reinforces her defying characteristic. She's not static. She's not posed standing still. She's captured in the moment of attack, the moment when she's most herself. This creates visual consistency between her art representation and her in-game appearance. When you see her card, you see spinning motion. When you deploy her in battle, you see spinning motion. The character's identity is completely unified around this single defining action. The design has evolved slightly over the years. Early versions of her card art in Clash Royale actually used art assets from Clash of Clans, where she originated as a troupe. Before June 2021, her appearance was a bit different, showing her in what looked like more Viking-inspired clothing with fur elements. The current design is more streamlined, more modern in its aesthetic, fitting better with Clash Royale's somewhat more stylized, slightly more cartoony art direction compared to Clash of Clans. But the core elements remain constant. The orange hair, the blue eyes, the double-bladed axe, the spinning attack pattern. These are non-negotiable aspects of her identity that carry through all her appearances. Her facial expression in art, when visible, typically shows fierce determination mixed with what might be interpreted as enjoyment. There's often the hint of a smile, suggesting this is a warrior who loves battle, who finds fulfillment in combat. This isn't someone being forced to fight. This is someone who has found their purpose, their calling, and throws themselves into it with gusto. It makes her more charismatic, more appealing as a character. We like characters who are good at what they do and who clearly enjoy doing it. The Valkyrie exemplifies this. She's not a tragic figure reluctantly fighting. She's a warrior who has mastered her weapon and takes pride in that mastery. The proportions of her character model are typical of Clash Royale's art style, slightly exaggerated, somewhat cartoony, but not to the degree of complete caricature. Her head is perhaps slightly larger relative to her body than realistic proportions would suggest, following animation principles that make characters more readable and expressive. Her muscles are defined but not grotesquely exaggerated. She looks strong, certainly capable of wielding that massive axe, but not like a bodybuilder or cartoon strongman. She's athletic, powerful, but still within the bounds of believability within the game's aesthetic universe. When the evolved Valkyrie was introduced in January 2024, her appearance changed to reflect her enhanced abilities. The evolution maintains the core design elements, but amplifies them. Her armor might appear more ornate or battle-worn, suggesting experience and growth. The axe might have additional visual effects when she activates her tornado ability. Her hair might have subtle animation changes to emphasize the wind she generates with her evolved spinning. These are subtle shifts, not complete redesigns. The evolution is still recognizably the same character, just showing advancement and development. This is smart design philosophy. Players need to instantly recognize evolutions as enhanced versions of familiar cards, not mistake them for entirely new units. The design of the Valkyrie also needs to work at multiple scales. In the small icon used for her card, she must be recognizable. In the zoomed-out battlefield view during actual gameplay, she must be distinguishable from other units. In promotional art and larger images, she must have enough detail to be interesting and characterful. This multi-scale requirement demands elegant simplicity in core design elements combined with enough detail to reward closer inspection. The orange hair and spinning axe serve the recognition requirements. The facial expression, armor details, and weapon design provide the interest in larger images. It's a complete package that works at every level the game requires. There's also something to be said for what the Valkyrie's design doesn't include. She doesn't have wings, unlike some mythological Valkyrie depictions. She doesn't ride a horse. She doesn't have an elaborate helmet that might obscure her face and hair. She doesn't carry a shield. These omissions are as meaningful as the inclusions. Wings and horses would complicate her silhouette, make her less immediately recognizable, and wouldn't serve any gameplay purpose since she's a ground unit. A helmet would hide the distinctive orange hair. A shield would take up hand space needed for her two-handed axe. Every element of her design has been stripped down to essentials, keeping only what serves both visual clarity and gameplay communication. In the broader context of Clash Royale's character roster, the Valkyrie's design fits a particular niche. She's clearly a warrior, but distinctly different from other fighters in the game. She's not as heavily armored as a knight. She's not as imposing as a prince. She's not as wild-looking as a barbarian. She occupies her own space in the visual vocabulary of the game, immediately distinguishable from every other card. This uniqueness is crucial in a game with over 100 cards. Each one needs to be instantly identifiable, and the Valkyrie's design accomplishes this perfectly. The team color system, where her suit changes color based on which side she's fighting for, is an elegant solution to a common game design problem. In real-time multiplayer games, players need to instantly distinguish friendly units from enemy units. The color coding system in Clash Royale handles this without requiring duplicate character models or complicated marking systems. The Valkyrie's core design remains the same whether she's blue or red, but that color shift provides all the information players need to know whether to support her or counter her. Her design also needs to appeal to Clash Royale's diverse player base. She can't be too childish or she won't appeal to older players. She can't be too realistic or gritty or she won't fit the game's approachable aesthetic. She can't be too sexualized or she becomes inappropriate for younger players and alienates female players. The current design threads this needle successfully. She's tough, capable, powerful, but also somewhat cartoonish and stylized in a way that keeps her appropriate for all ages, while still being cool enough to appeal to teenagers and adults. It's a delicate balance that many game character designs fail to achieve, but the Valkyrie manages it. From one game to another, the Clash of Clans journey, the Valkyrie's story in the Clash universe, didn't begin with Clash Royale. To understand her fully, we need to travel back to Clash of Clans, the game that laid the foundation for everything that followed. Clash of Clans launched in 2012, 3.5 years before Clash Royale would arrive in early 2016. In those years, the game established the world, the characters, and the visual language that would define Supercell's breakout franchise. The Valkyrie was there from relatively early on, introduced as a Dark Elixir troop, unlocked at Town Hall 8, requiring players to upgrade their Dark Barracks to level 3. In Clash of Clans, the Valkyrie served a similar but not identical role to her Clash Royale incarnation. She was a ground troop with area damage, specializing in destroying groups of buildings or enemy troops with her spinning axe attacks. Her signature move was the same, spinning to create 360-degree damage around her, but the context was different. Clash of Clans is a base-building strategy game with asynchronous PvP combat. You design a village with defenses, then attack other players' villages with an army you've trained. Battles unfold in real time once launched, but you're not playing against the other player directly. You're replaying against their base design and whatever troops they may have stationed in their clan castle for defense. In this context, the Valkyrie's role was primarily offensive. You would include Valkyries in your attacking army to quickly clear buildings or deal with defending clan castle troops. Her spinning attack let her damage multiple buildings simultaneously if they were close together, making her very efficient in certain base layouts. But she had to be used carefully. Unlike many Clash of Clans troops that target specific building types, Valkyries simply attacked the closest building. If they got distracted by the wrong targets, they could waste valuable time and accomplish little. Strategic deployment was everything. Players learned to use wall breakers to create paths for their Valkyries, to funnel them toward the core of enemy bases, where the most valuable buildings sat clustered together, waiting for that spinning axe to tear through them. The Valkyrie in Clash of Clans underwent numerous balance changes over the years, much like she would later in Clash Royale. There were periods when she was considered overpowered, dominating the meta with strategies built entirely around mass Valkyrie attacks. There were other periods when she fell out of favor, deemed too expensive or too situational compared to other dark elixir options. The developers at Supercell constantly adjusted her statistics, her training time, her housing space requirement, all in an effort to keep her viable but not overwhelming. One of the most significant updates came in 2016 when Supercell dramatically reduced her housing space from 20 to 8 spaces in the army camps. This change transformed her viability overnight. Suddenly, players could bring far more Valkyries in a single attack. Where before you might include 3 or 4 Valkyries as specialized tools in a diverse army composition, now you could field armies of 10, 12, even 15 Valkyries. This led to the rise of Valkyrie spam strategies, particularly effective at certain town hall levels, where players would overwhelm bases with wave after wave of spinning warriors, cutting through defenses like a mechanical lawnmower through grass. The visual design in Clash of Clans established the template that Clash Royale would later refine. The orange hair was already distinctive. The double-bladed axe was already her signature. The spinning attack animation was already mesmerizing to watch. When multiple Valkyries attacked the same area, their synchronized spinning created a visual effect that players found deeply satisfying. There's something hypnotic about watching those coordinated spins, those axes cutting identical circles through space, that appeals to our pattern recognition instincts. It looks organized, efficient, almost beautiful, despite being focused entirely on destruction. The sound design for the Valkyrie in Clash of Clans also established elements that would carry forward. Her battle cry, that operatic wail, was already present. According to developer commentary, this was inspired by Richard Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, perhaps the most famous musical piece associated with Valkyrie mythology. Wagner's opera cycle, the Ring des Nibelungen, drew heavily from Norse mythology and helped shape modern popular understanding of Valkyries. The opening of Die Walküre, the opera where Ride of the Valkyries appears, features warrior maidens riding to collect fallen heroes. The music is dramatic, powerful, unmistakably martial. Having the Valkyrie in Clash of Clans belt out operatic notes during combat was both a clever reference to this cultural touchstone and a way to make her orally distinctive. Players could hear when Valkyries were fighting, even if they weren't looking directly at them. When Supercell began developing Clash Royale, they faced interesting decisions about which units from Clash of Clans to include and how to adapt them for the new game's real-time, head-to-head format. Clash Royale is fundamentally different from Clash of Clans. It's a real-time strategy game with MOBA elements, where 2 players face off directly, deploying troops and casting spells in lanes leading to each other's towers. Matches last 3 minutes with potential overtime, demanding constant attention and rapid decision-making. The slower, methodical pacing of Clash of Clans attacks, where you could take your time planning your next deployment, wouldn't work here. The Valkyrie was an obvious inclusion for several reasons. First, she was popular and recognizable. Players who had experience with Clash of Clans would immediately understand what she did when they saw her card. Second, her area damage mechanic filled an important role in Clash Royale's gameplay ecosystem. The game needed cards that could efficiently handle swarms of cheap troops, and the Valkyrie's spinning attack made her perfect for this. Third, her visual design was already distinctive and strong. She would stand out in the smaller, more zoomed-out battlefield view of Clash Royale without requiring significant redesign. But she did need adjustment. In Clash of Clans, you could deploy multiple Valkyries simultaneously, creating those mesmerizing spinning formations. In Clash Royale, when you play a Valkyrie card, you get exactly one Valkyrie. This makes each individual unit more important, more of an investment, more of a tactical decision point. The developers had to ensure that a single Valkyrie provided enough value to justify her 4 elixir cost, that she could function as a standalone defensive tool or offensive support, that she didn't require other specific cards to be effective. Her speed was adjusted for Clash Royale's faster pace. She moves at medium speed in Clash Royale, a stat that determines how quickly she crosses the battlefield. This speed classification is crucial. Too fast and she would leave supporting troops behind, arriving at enemy towers alone and vulnerable. Too slow, and opponents would have too much time to react to her, deploying counters before she could engage. Medium speed puts her in that sweet spot where she moves with purpose, but not such haste that she becomes easy to isolate and eliminate. Her hit speed, the time between her attack swings, was calibrated carefully. At 1.5 seconds between hits, she attacks reasonably quickly without becoming overwhelming. Each spin of her axe happens at this interval, creating a rhythm to her combat that players can internalize and predict. If you're defending against a Valkyrie, you can count the seconds between her attacks, timing your deployments to land between her swings when possible. If you're using a Valkyrie, you learn to trust that rhythm, to know approximately when she eliminates swarms, when she'll have dealt enough damage to support units behind her. The range of her attack is one of her defining features. With a melee range that extends in all directions around her, she creates a danger zone where ground troops simply cannot survive in groups. The exact radius was tuned through extensive playtesting to be large enough that she reliably hits multiple targets, but not so large that she becomes impossible to approach. This radius is why precise placement matters so much with Valkyrie. A few tiles difference in where you deploy her can determine whether she hits 2 enemy units or 6, whether she absorbs a prince's charge or lets it slip past to your tower. Her health pool received careful attention in the transition to Clash Royale. She needed to be tanky enough to survive long enough to accomplish her purpose, to take hits from multiple small units or even a few strikes from larger threats without immediately crumbling. But she couldn't be too durable, or she would become a universal answer to everything, playable in every situation without meaningful counterplay. The health value they settled on makes her resilient against swarms and small to medium threats, but vulnerable to focused fire from air troops. Ranged units or heavy hitters like Prince or Mini P.E.K.K.A., the damage per hit was another crucial balance point. She needed to 2-shot or 3-shot most small troops like skeletons, goblins, and even sturdier units like archers or musketeers within a reasonable time frame. But her damage per second shouldn't rival specialist damage dealers. She's not meant to be your primary source of tower damage or your answer to tanks. She's area control, swarm clear, a defensive anchor that can transition to offense. Her damage values reflect this role, high enough to be threatening but not so high that she becomes the best answer to every problem. The 4 elixir cost is perhaps the most important number associated with the Valkyrie. Elixir economy is the fundamental resource management challenge in Clash Royale. You generate elixir over time, spend it to deploy troops and cast spells, and victory usually goes to the player who gets more value from their elixir expenditure. At 4 elixir, the Valkyrie sits in a perfect middle ground. She's not so cheap, that she can be casually deployed without thought, but not so expensive that using her represents a major commitment that leaves you vulnerable if she doesn't perform well. This cost makes her a neutral trade or slight positive trade against many common swarm cards. If your opponent plays Skeleton Army, 3 elixir, and you answer with Valkyrie, 4 elixir, you've spent 1 more elixir, but your Valkyrie survives and can continue forward. If they play Goblin Gang, 3 elixir, and you drop Valkyrie, same result. Even against more expensive combinations, like a mini P.E.K.K.A. supported by bats, the Valkyrie can provide value by eliminating the support troops and tanking some hits from the mini P.E.K.K.A., allowing your tower and other defenders to clean up. These elixir trading calculations happen constantly in Clash Royale, and the Valkyrie's 4 elixir price point makes her a reliable participant in favorable trades. The adaptation from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale also involved thinking about how the Valkyrie would interact with the new game's spell system. Clash Royale features damage-dealing spells like Fireball, Rocket, and Lightning that can instantly eliminate or severely damage troops. The Valkyrie needed sufficient health to not be killed by spells in her cost range. A Fireball or Poison spell shouldn't eliminate her entirely, though they might weaken her significantly. This durability against spell damage is part of what makes her a reliable defensive option. Your opponent can't simply spell her away when she's defending against their push. Her interaction with building targeting troops became a crucial aspect of her design. Cards like Giant, Golem, Royal Giant, and Balloon ignore defending troops and head straight for your buildings and towers. The Valkyrie can't block their path effectively because they'll just walk around her, but she excels in eliminating the support troops that typically accompany these tank units. This gives her a clear niche in the defensive lineup. She's not your answer to the tank itself, but she's often your best answer to everything else in that push, creating situations where your tower can focus fire on the tank without distraction. The transition to Clash Royale also meant the Valkyrie would be interacting with entirely new mechanics and card types that didn't exist in Clash of Clans. Buildings like Tombstone that continuously spawn troop spells like Clone, that duplicate units cards like Graveyard that summons skeletons around towers. All of these presented new situations where the Valkyrie's area damage would prove valuable, or where her limitations would become apparent. The design had to be robust enough to handle interactions that didn't even exist at launch, future-proofed against cards that hadn't been created yet. The art update that came in June 2021 represented Clash Royale beginning to establish more visual independence from Clash of Clans. While the games share a universe and many characters, Clash Royale has its own aesthetic identity, slightly more stylized, slightly more modern in its rendering. The updated Valkyrie art maintained all the recognizable elements: the orange hair, the blue eyes, the double-bladed axe, the spinning combat stance, but refined them to better match Clash Royale's evolved visual style. The new art showed her in slightly more dynamic pose, suggested motion even more clearly, and generally looked more polished while remaining completely faithful to the character's established identity. From a game design philosophy perspective, the Valkyrie represents an interesting case study in cross-game character adaptation. She's recognizably the same character in both games, serving similar general purposes: area damage, dealing with groups of enemies, but the specific implementation differs to suit each game's mechanics. This kind of successful adaptation requires understanding not just the surface-level design elements, but the underlying purpose the character serves in gameplay. The Valkyrie's purpose is area control and swarm clear. The spinning axe is simply the expression of that purpose. By keeping the purpose consistent while adjusting the implementation details to suit each game's specific needs, Supercell created a character that feels right in both contexts. The success of the Valkyrie's adaptation from Clash of Clans to Clash Royale encouraged similar transitions for other characters. The P.E.K.K.A., Wizard, Giant, and many others made the journey between games. each requiring similar thought about how to preserve their essential nature while adapting to Clash Royale has unique demands. The Valkyrie stands as one of the most successful of these adaptations, remaining popular and viable in both games across years of meta shifts and balance changes. This longevity speaks to the strength of the core design, a simple concept executed well, area damage through spinning attacks that proves flexible enough to remain relevant regardless of what new cards or mechanics get added to the games. The arena arrival, launch day, and early meta. January 4th, 2016. This was the date that Clash Royale entered its soft launch period, initially available only in certain regions before its worldwide release in March. For players lucky enough to access the game during those early months, everything was new, unexplored territory. The meta, that ever-evolving ecosystem of popular strategies and powerful deck compositions, simply didn't exist yet. Players were discovering cards, testing combinations, learning interactions, figuring out the fundamental rhythms of the game. And among those launch cards available from the beginning was the Valkyrie. In those initial days and weeks, the Valkyrie's value wasn't immediately obvious to everyone. Some players, particularly those with Clash of Clans experience, recognized her potential instantly. They understood what area damage meant in the context of handling swarms. They knew from the other game that the spinning axe was something to respect. But other players, new to the Clash universe entirely, sometimes overlooked her. Why spend 4 elixir on a troop that only hits ground units when you could get a musketeer for 4 elixir that shoots both ground and air? Why not spend 1 more elixir and get a prince with his devastating charge? The Valkyrie didn't have the immediate, obvious power of cards like Prince or Baby Dragon. Her strength was more subtle, more situational, more about denying your opponent's strategies than executing your own flashy plays. The early meta of Clash Royale was wild and chaotic compared to what would develop later. Players didn't yet understand optimal elixir management. They hadn't learned the importance of cycle times and card rotation. They hadn't developed the encyclopedic knowledge of card interactions that high-level play demands. In this environment, cheap swarm tactics were incredibly powerful. Players would dump skeleton armies, goblin gangs, and minion hordes on the arena, overwhelming opponents who didn't have good answers prepared. The Valkyrie emerged as one of the most reliable answers to these swarm strategies. Dropping a Valkyrie on top of a skeleton army became one of the game's signature defensive plays. The skeletons would surround her, their fast attack speed beginning to chip away at her health, but then her axe would spin, and in one devastating rotation, all the skeletons would vanish. The trade was favorable. 4 elixir spent to completely negate 3 elixir from the opponent, and your Valkyrie survived with most of her health intact, ready to counterpush. This interaction became fundamental to how players thought about swarm defense. If you were playing a swarm-heavy deck, you had to respect the possibility of Valkyrie. If you were facing swarm decks, Valkyrie became a consideration for your deck building. The early player base began to discover synergies, combinations of cards that worked particularly well together. The Valkyrie paired beautifully with troops that could tank for her or vice versa. A giant in front absorbing damage while the Valkyrie behind cleared defending troops became a simple but effective push. Valkyrie leading with a musketeer behind provided both area damage and single target damage, handling diverse defensive setups. Valkyrie with Hog Rider created a tanky distraction that cleared swarms while the Hog Rider damaged towers. These basic synergies formed the building blocks of deck construction philosophy. Defense into counterpush became a fundamental strategy pattern, and the Valkyrie was perfect for it. She would defend against an enemy push, survive with a portion of her health, and then become the starting point for your own offensive play. You could drop a Hog Rider behind her, add some supporting troops, and suddenly you had a dangerous counterpush that your opponent, having just spent elixir attacking, might not be ready to defend against. This rhythm of defend, survive, counterattack is core to Clash Royale's strategic depth, and the Valkyrie has been a key enabler of this pattern since the beginning. The early tournament scene and competitive play quickly recognized the Valkyrie's value. Professional players and top-ladder competitors understood that consistency matters in competitive environments. Flashy, high-risk strategies might work sometimes, but reliable defensive tools win tournaments. The Valkyrie provided reliability. She did what she was supposed to do, every time, without fail. Drop her on swarms, and those swarms died. Use her to protect your tower, and she bought time for your tower to shoot down threats. This consistency made her a staple in many early competitive decks. Balance changes in those first months were frequent as Supercell gathered data on card usage rates and win rates across different trophy ranges. The Valkyrie received adjustments, though she was never dramatically overhauled. Small tweaks to her health, damage, or hit speed helped calibrate her to the evolving meta. When swarm strategies dominated, she became more popular, and sometimes her usage rates would climb high enough to warrant a small nerf. When air-heavy metas developed and players loaded decks with baby dragons, minions, and balloons, Valkyrie usage would drop since she couldn't address those threats, and sometimes she'd receive small buffs to keep her competitive. The introduction of new cards constantly challenged the Valkyrie's place in the meta. Each new release potentially changed what decks were popular, what strategies worked, what threats needed answering. The Valkyrie had to prove her relevance with each shift. When Sparky was added, a high elixir splash damage threat that could devastate if not countered, the Valkyrie wasn't a great answer, but she could tank Sparky shots while you deployed more appropriate counters. When the Lumberjack arrived with his fast movement and high single target damage, the Valkyrie could survive his assault and clear support troops, though she wasn't ideal for handling the Lumberjack himself. Each new card created new puzzles, and the Valkyrie's role in solving those puzzles had to be evaluated. Deck archetypes began to crystallize in those early months. Players discovered that certain strategies worked better than others, that certain combinations of cards had synergy that made them stronger than the sum of their parts. Beatdown decks focused on building large pushes with tanks and support troops. Siege decks used buildings like X-Bow and Mortar to attack towers from their own side. Control decks aimed to defend efficiently and win through counter pushes. Cycle decks used cheap cards to constantly threaten and outpace opponents. The Valkyrie found homes in multiple archetypes, most prominently in control and beatdown strategies where her defensive reliability and ability to support pushes made her valuable. The community began creating content around Clash Royale, strategy guides and deck lists, YouTube videos analyzing gameplay, Reddit discussions about optimal strategies. The Valkyrie featured prominently in these early learning resources. Beginner guides would recommend her as a solid defensive card that functioned well at every trophy level. Intermediate guides would discuss her placement nuances, teaching players how positioning her one tile this way versus that way could determine whether she defended successfully or allowed damage through. Advanced guides would explore her role in specific matchups and how to maximize value from each Valkyrie deployment. Trophy pushing, the attempt to climb as high as possible on the competitive ladder, became a major focus for dedicated players. The Valkyrie was a common sight in trophy-pushing decks because she helped create the kind of consistent defensive performances necessary for winning the majority of your matches. You couldn't push to high trophies with inconsistent decks that sometimes won big but often lost badly. You needed reliability, and the Valkyrie delivered. She wasn't the star of trophy-pushing decks usually, but she was often a crucial supporting actor, the card that enabled your actual win condition to do its job by keeping your side of the arena clear of threats. The social aspect of Clash Royale, the ability to join clans, share replays, request card donations, and participate in clan wars, created communities of players who would discuss strategy and share discoveries. Within clans, experienced players would advise newcomers, and the Valkyrie featured in much of this advice. Make sure you have a spell, and the Valkyrie for swarms became common wisdom passed from veteran clan members to newer players. These clan communities helped disseminate knowledge about card interactions and strategic principles, accelerating the development of the collective understanding of the game. The first major balance update after soft launch came and went, and the Valkyrie remained largely unchanged, a testament to how well calibrated she was from the start. Some cards received significant buffs or nerfs, having proven too weak or too strong in actual play. The Valkyrie sat in that desirable middle ground where her usage rate was healthy, present in enough decks to matter, but not so dominant that she appeared in every single match. And her win rate was balanced, neither so high that she guaranteed victories nor so low that playing her was a disadvantage. This balanced sweet spot is the goal for every card, and the Valkyrie achieved it early and maintained it consistently. As spring turned to summer in 2016, and Clash Royale's worldwide release brought millions more players into the game, the meta continued evolving rapidly. New players brought fresh perspectives, some having never played Clash of Clans, approaching the game with completely different intuitions and strategies. The Valkyrie's usage patterns shifted with the influx of players, but she remained viable, adaptable to whatever the current popular strategies demanded. If the meta shifted toward ground-heavy compositions, she saw more play. If air units dominated for a period, her usage would dip but never disappear entirely, because even in air-heavy metas, players still needed answers to the ground threats that inevitably appeared. The psychological aspect of the Valkyrie's presence in the meta shouldn't be underestimated. Even when she wasn't in your deck, the possibility that your opponent had Valkyrie influenced your decisions. You might hesitate to play Skeleton Army too aggressively, knowing that Valkyrie could be waiting. You might adjust how you built your pushes, spreading troops out more to avoid giving a Valkyrie maximum value. This invisible pressure, the need to respect cards even when they aren't currently on the field, is part of Clash Royale's strategic depth. The Valkyrie created and still creates this pressure, forcing opponents to play more carefully, more thoughtfully, to consider whether this is the moment to commit resources or whether they should wait, conserving elixir for more favorable opportunities. The Spinning Death. Combat style and abilities. To truly understand the Valkyrie's power and her role in Clash Royale, we must examine in detail the mechanics of her combat style. The spinning attack that defines her isn't just a visual flourish. It's a carefully designed mechanical system that creates unique gameplay opportunities and challenges. Every aspect, from the timing of her swings to the precise radius of her attacks to the damage values and health breakpoints, contributes to her place in the game's delicate balance. The 360-degree attack pattern is the most fundamental aspect of the Valkyrie's combat mechanics. Unlike most troops in Clash Royale who attack in front of them, dealing damage to whatever target they're currently facing, the Valkyrie hits everything within her melee range simultaneously. This is crucial to understand. When she swings her axe, it's not a targeted attack against one enemy. It's an area effect centered on her position. Every ground troop within range takes damage, regardless of direction. They could be in front of her, behind her, to her sides, it doesn't matter. If they're in range, they're taking damage. This mechanic makes her extraordinarily effective against multiple small units. A skeleton army consists of 15 skeletons. Against most single-target troops, those 15 skeletons deal their damage collectively, their DPS combining to quickly eliminate threats. Against the Valkyrie, their number doesn't help them. She hits all of them with each swing. One rotation of her axe can eliminate the entire army if they're clustered closely enough. Same principle applies to Goblin Gang, Minion Horde. Though minions are air units, so she can't actually hit them. But if they were ground troops, same concept, or any other swarm composition. The Valkyrie turns the swarm's number advantage into irrelevance. Her attack speed of 1.5 seconds means she completes a full axe rotation every 1.5 seconds. This timing is crucial for several reasons. First, it's fast enough that swarms don't have too much time to damage her between swings. If her attack speed were 2.5 seconds, even weak troops would deal significant damage in that interval. At 1.5 seconds, she gets attacks off quickly enough to minimize the damage she takes. Second, it's slow enough that opponents have a brief window to deploy additional troops between her swings. This creates skill-based interaction. A skilled player defending against Valkyrie can time their troop deployments to land right after she swings, giving their troops maximum time to damage her before her next swing. This timing creates micro-level gameplay depth. The damage per hit has been adjusted multiple times over Clash Royale's history, but it's always calibrated to achieve specific interactions at tournament standard levels, where card levels are normalized for fair competition. She should kill skeletons, bats, and spear goblins in 1 hit. She should kill goblins and archers in 2 hits. She should handle tanky swarm units like guards in 3 or 4 hits. These breakpoints matter enormously. If she required 2 hits to kill skeletons instead of 1, a skeleton army would deal double the damage to her before being eliminated. If she killed archers in 1 hit instead of 2, she'd be significantly stronger on defense. These damage values are calibrated with immense precision to create the desired gameplay balance. Her health pool sits in a similar zone of careful calibration. She needs to survive certain amounts and types of damage to fulfill her role. She should survive a direct hit from Fireball spell, though it should significantly weaken her. She should tank multiple strikes from small units while she eliminates them. She should be able to walk through one tower's damage for a reasonable period. Not long enough to take the tower down herself, but long enough to support a push. But she shouldn't be so tanky that she becomes unkillable. Air troops should be able to focus fire on her and eliminate her before she crosses the arena. High-damage single-target troops like Prince or Mini P.E.K.K.A. should be able to take her down without too much difficulty if they can isolate her. The range of her attacks is deceptively important. She has melee range, meaning troops have to be very close to her to take damage. But that melee range extends in all directions, creating a circular danger zone around her position. This zone is why placement matters so much with Valkyrie. If you place her 1 or 2 tiles away from where enemies are approaching, she might not engage them immediately, having to walk into range, potentially allowing them to slip past or deal damage to your tower. But if you place her directly on top of approaching troops, she immediately begins her spinning assault, maximizing her effectiveness. This placement precision separates mediocre Valkyrie players from skilled ones. Understanding exactly where to drop her in different situations requires experience and spatial awareness. Against a ground push coming down one lane, you want to place her in the center of the approaching group to hit as many units as possible with each swing. Against split lane pressure, you might need to place her to cover one lane while other defenders handle the second lane. Against building targeting troops with support units behind them, you want to place her in a position where she doesn't chase the tank but instead engages the support troops, clearing them while your tower damages the tank. The Valkyrie's target selection follows a specific priority system. She doesn't target buildings, only attacking enemy troops. When multiple enemy troops are in range, she doesn't choose between them. Her area attack hits all of them simultaneously. But when no troops are in her immediate range and multiple enemies are at different distances, she walks toward whichever target is closest. This can sometimes lead to suboptimal pathing if the closest target is a less important one. But it's also predictable, allowing skilled players to manipulate her movement by carefully positioning units to pull her in desired directions. Her movement speed is classified as medium, the same as cards like Knight, Valkyrie, and many others. This speed creates specific timing windows in gameplay. From the moment she's deployed to the moment she reaches enemy towers takes a predictable amount of time. Players can internalize these timings, knowing roughly when a Valkyrie will arrive, when they need to deploy defensive troops to intercept her, when their own supporting troops will catch up to her if they deploy them afterward. Medium speed is also slow enough that fast-moving threat cards like Prince, Ram Rider, or Hog Rider can outpace her, requiring different defensive solutions. The interaction between the Valkyrie and Crown Towers, the main towers you're trying to defend and destroy, is carefully tuned. A Valkyrie by herself attacking a tower won't take it down. She doesn't deal enough damage quickly enough, and the tower's DPS will eliminate her before she deals critical damage. But she can chip away at tower health, and if supported by other troops, or if the opponent is low on elixir and can't defend properly, she can contribute meaningful damage. More importantly, her presence on offense forces defensive reactions. Opponents have to address her, which creates opportunities for your other cards to exploit. The spinning animation itself is mesmerizing and serves gameplay purposes beyond just looking cool. It provides clear visual communication. You can tell at a glance whether the Valkyrie is attacking or simply walking. When she's spinning, she's in combat mode, dealing damage to everything around her. When she's walking normally, she hasn't engaged enemies yet. This visual clarity helps players parse complex battlefield situations quickly. In the chaos of a battle with multiple troops from both sides, being able to instantly identify which troops are attacking and which are moving to position is crucial information. The opera singing that accompanies her attacks adds auditory communication to the visual signals. You can hear when a Valkyrie is fighting, even if you're focused on another part of the battlefield. This audio cue helps with battlefield awareness, letting you know that combat is happening in that location without needing to directly watch it every second. The choice of operatic singing specifically is both characterful and practical. It's distinctive, unlike the sounds made by other troops, ensuring you won't confuse Valkyrie's audio signature with anyone else's. And it ties back to the Wagner Ride of the Valkyries reference, connecting the character to her mythological and cultural roots. The physics of her spin, in the abstracted game logic sense, rather than realistic physics, creates interesting interactions with knockback effects. If a bowler's rolling boulder hits a Valkyrie, she gets knocked back but continues spinning. If a Mega Knight lands on her, she gets pushed away but doesn't stop attacking. She can't be stunned by electro effects like Electro Wizard or Zap Spell, at least not in the sense of stopping her from attacking. These resistance properties make her reliable. Once deployed and engaged, she's going to do her job. Opponents can't easily interrupt or disable her. Her interaction with building placement creates advanced strategic layers. Buildings in Clash Royale can be placed in various positions to pull troops, changing their pathing and causing them to walk toward the building instead of toward towers. The Valkyrie can be pulled by buildings, but because she doesn't prioritize buildings and only attacks them when no enemy troops are present, a building alone won't effectively counter her. She destroyed the building eventually, but if there are enemy troops around, she engaged them instead. This makes her somewhat resistant to being kited, pulled around the arena away from meaningful targets, compared to troops that specifically chase buildings. The concept of spell value is crucial in Clash Royale. Using a spell efficiently means hitting multiple enemy troops or dealing damage to troops plus a tower. The Valkyrie factors into spell value calculations in interesting ways. She's tanky enough that using a medium-cost spell like Fireball on her alone is often poor value. You spend 4 elixir to damage, but not kill a 4 elixir troop. But if your opponent groups multiple troops together and your Fireball hits several of them plus deals chip damage to a tower, that's sufficient. The Valkyrie's presence actually improves the spell value your opponent can get if you're not careful about how you support her. Placing all your troops in a tight cluster around her makes them vulnerable to Fireball or poison spells that hit everything at once. Spreading your push out, keeping some distance between supporting troops and your Valkyrie makes you more spell resistant. Understanding damage types helps explain the Valkyrie's effectiveness. Clash Royale has several damage categories. Single target, most troops. Area, Valkyrie, Wizard, Bomber, and Chain Splash patterns. Electro Wizard, Sparky. Area damage means the Valkyrie can't be overwhelmed by numbers alone. Where a single target troop like Mini Pekka would face the combined DPS of every surrounding enemy, taking massive damage quickly, the Valkyrie faces the same DPS but dishes out her damage to all of them simultaneously, evening the exchange. This is why she survives swarms that would shred other troops. The counterplay to Valkyrie is understanding her vulnerabilities and exploiting them. Air troops are the most obvious counter. She can't hit them, so units like Minions, Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, or Inferno Dragon can attack her freely. She has no answer except to tank their damage until she dies. High damage single target troops can eliminate her quickly if they can engage without her support troops interfering. Mini Pekka, Prince, especially with his charge, or even a well-supported knight can take her down. Ranged troops with proper positioning can damage her while staying out of her melee range. Musketeer, Magic Archer, or Electro Wizard placed smartly can chip her health from safety. Buildings that deal damage, like Inferno Tower or Tesla, can handle Valkyrie effectively. She attacked the building while it damages her, and since buildings typically have considerable health and decent DPS, the Valkyrie won't win that exchange. This makes buildings a reliable, if somewhat elixir-expensive answer to Valkyrie pushes. Swarm troops can work against Valkyrie if you have multiple wave of them. One skeleton army dies to her spin, but if you can follow up with bats or goblins immediately after, you can overwhelm her through successive waves. The key is not giving her time to recover between engagements, not allowing her to clear one threat and then march forward at full health to engage the next. Sustained pressure from multiple sources can eventually break through her defenses. The Valkyrie's effectiveness scales with level, as all cards do in Clash Royale. Higher levels mean more health and more damage, which shifts the breakpoints mentioned earlier. An over-leveled Valkyrie can survive interactions that should kill her at equal levels. She might tank an additional tower shot, survive with a sliver of health when she should have died, one-shot troops that should require 2 hits. This is why card levels matter so much in ladder play outside of tournament standard. An opponent with a level 14 Valkyrie facing your level 11 troops has a significant mathematical advantage. Understanding these level interactions and knowing when you're at a disadvantage helps you make better strategic decisions, perhaps avoiding fights you can't win and focusing on exploiting other opportunities. The emotional and psychological experience of using Valkyrie effectively is deeply satisfying. There is something viscerally pleasing about dropping her on a massive swarm and watching every enemy unit vanish in one spinning motion. It feels powerful, efficient, like you've perfectly solved a problem. The game's feedback systems reinforce this satisfaction. The sound of her axe connecting, the visual effect of units dying, the operatic battle cry, all combine to create a rewarding sensory experience. Good game design makes correct plays feel good, and the Valkyrie exemplifies this principle. Conversely, misplaying the Valkyrie feels bad in instructive ways. If you place her poorly, and she walks past the troops you wanted her to kill, if you deploy her a moment too late, and your tower takes unnecessary damage, if you use her against the wrong threat, and she accomplishes nothing, these failures teach through negative feedback. You remember the mistakes because they hurt. This pain is pedagogical. It trains you to be more careful, more precise, more thoughtful about when and where to deploy your 4 elixir. Over time, through repeated success and failure, players develop intuition about Valkyrie usage. They stop thinking consciously about exact tile placement and start reacting instinctively, their hands moving to the right position before their conscious mind fully processes why. This is mastery, the transformation of knowledge into instinct. The synergy between the Valkyrie and various spell cards creates interesting tactical options. Using her with freeze spell can be devastating. She engages multiple enemy troops and then freeze locks them in place while she continues spinning, eliminating them before they can react or retreat. Pairing her with rage spell increases her attack speed and movement speed, letting her mouth through defenses faster. Tornado spell can pull spread out enemy troops into a cluster around her, letting her hit everything simultaneously instead of chasing them one by one. These spell combinations require additional elixir investment, but can create overwhelming advantages in specific situations. The Valkyrie's role in various deck archetypes deserves exploration. In beatdown decks built around heavy tanks like Golem or Giant, she serves as support, protecting the tank from swarms and area damage troops that would normally defend efficiently against big, slow pushes. She walks behind the tank, clearing defenders, ensuring the tank reaches the tower with support troops intact. In control decks focused on efficient defense and counter pushes, she's a defensive anchor, the reliable answer to ground swarms that lets you defend efficiently and then transition surviving troops into offense. In bridge spam decks that apply constant pressure at both bridges, she can be part of the spam, a tanky threat that demands an answer while your other cards attack from different angles. Cycle decks, which use cheap cards to quickly rotate back to their win condition, sometimes include Valkyrie, despite her 4 elixir cost being higher than ideal for pure cycle. She provides necessary defensive stability in decks that otherwise might struggle against swarms. The cycle principle is playing cards quickly to get back to your key card, maybe a Hog Rider or Mire, but you need to survive while cycling. And the Valkyrie helps ensure you don't take massive damage from swarm rushes while you're reworking through your deck rotation. The Valkyrie's matchup against specific meta decks shifts with the meta itself. Against log bait decks that use Princess, Goblin Barrel, and Goblin Gang to bait out your log spell and then overwhelm you with swarms, the Valkyrie provides a second answer to ground swarms, making the deck more resilient. Against graveyard decks that spawn skeletons around your tower, she can clear those skeletons effectively if positioned correctly, though Poison Spell is usually the primary answer. Against bridge spam, she can stop the spam troops at the bridge, preventing them from reaching your tower and creating positive elixir traits. Against beatdown, she's useful but not a complete answer. She handles the support troops accompanying the tank, but can't kill the tank itself efficiently. She works in combination with other defensive tools, buildings that distract the tank while she eliminates supports, or high-damage troops that focus the tank while she cleans up everything else. Against siege, where opponents use X-Bow or mortar to attack your towers from distance, the Valkyrie can tank shots from the siege building while you deal with it, or she can clear defensive troops protecting the siege engine. She's versatile in this matchup, useful but not single-handedly decisive. The concept of baiting is important in competitive Clash Royale. If your opponent uses their Valkyrie on defense early in the match, you know they won't have her available again for several seconds based on card cycle. In those moments, you can play swarm troops more aggressively, knowing their best answer isn't in hand. This meta-level thinking, tracking what cards your opponent has played and estimating what they can play next, elevates gameplay from reactive to strategic. You're not just responding to what's on the battlefield. You're predicting what could be on the battlefield and playing around those possibilities. The Valkyrie's training and upgrade path in Clash Royale requires specific resources. She's a rare card, the middle rarity tier. Commons are most plentiful, rares are moderately common, epics are rare, and legendaries are very rare. As a rare, she's easier to upgrade than epic or legendary cards, but requires more investment than commons. Players need to collect her from chests, purchase her from the shop using golden gems, or request her from clanmates. Upgrading her improves her statistics progressively, each level adding health and damage. Max level Valkyrie represents significant time and resource investment, marking a player's commitment to using her long-term. The star level system, a cosmetic progression that doesn't affect card statistics, lets players show off their mastery of specific cards. Earning star levels for Valkyrie requires having her maxed and then continuing to collect her cards or spending resources specifically on star upgrades. Star levels add visual effects, subtle cosmetic changes that distinguish maxed cards. For the Valkyrie, star levels add golden decorative elements to her armor and weapon, signaling to opponents that this player has deep experience with this card. It's a badge of honor, a way to communicate dedication. The mathematical underpinnings of the Valkyrie's balance involve complex calculations that Supercell's balance team constantly monitors. They track usage rates across different trophy ranges and tournament play. They analyze win rates when she's in a deck versus when she's not. They look at matchup-specific data, how she performs against different deck archetypes. They examine elixir trade efficiency, measuring whether the average Valkyrie deployment generates positive, neutral, or negative value. All this data informs balance decisions, small adjustments to her stats that keep her viable but not oppressive. The Valkyrie has been buffed and nerfed multiple times across Clash Royale's history, always in small increments. A 5% health increase here, a 3% damage decrease there. Tiny changes that seem insignificant but compound across thousands of interactions to meaningfully shift her power level. These micro-adjustments are preferable to dramatic overhauls that would fundamentally change how the card functions. Players develop muscle memory and intuition with cards. Maintaining the core functionality while fine-tuning the numbers preserves that familiarity while keeping balance healthy. Evolution through the years. Balance changes and meta shifts. The story of the Valkyrie in Clash Royale is not a static one. Like all cards in this constantly evolving game, she has been shaped and reshaped by the hands of balance designers, responding to the ever-changing meta, player feedback, and the introduction of new cards that alter the strategic landscape. To understand her journey from January 2016 through to late 2024 and into 2025 is to understand the philosophy of live service game development, where nothing remains unchanged for long, where yesterday's dominant strategy becomes today's forgotten relic, and where cards must constantly prove their continued relevance or risk obsolescence. The first significant balance change affecting Valkyrie came in March 2016, just months after launch. This wasn't a direct stat change to her specifically, but rather a broader adjustment to how the game calculated attack ranges and radii. These seemingly technical changes had real impacts on her effectiveness, altering the precise positioning required for optimal play and slightly shifting her interaction patterns with other troops. Players had to recalibrate their muscle memory, adjusting to the new range calculations, learning fresh placement patterns that maximized her area damage. In July 2016, Supercell implemented a balance patch that reduced the Valkyrie's hit points by 5%. This nerf was a direct response to her outsized presence in the meta at that time. She had become too reliable, appearing in too many decks across too many different strategies. The 5% health reduction meant she died slightly faster to tower damage, survived fewer hits from major threats, and could be overwhelmed by swarms more easily if not supported properly. The change wasn't dramatic enough to destroy her viability, but it opened up slightly more counterplay, gave opponents more options for dealing with her effectively. The September 2016 update brought the Valkyrie a buff, increasing her hit points by 5%. This essentially reversed the July nerf, but it came after months of meta evolution. New cards had been released, strategies had developed, and what had been too strong in July was now appropriately powerful in September. This illustrates an important principle of live balance. Changes aren't made in a vacuum. What's balanced depends entirely on context, on what other cards exist, what strategies are popular, what the player base has learned and adapted to. A card can receive the exact same stats back that were previously problematic, and those stats can now be perfectly fine because everything around them has changed. December 2016 brought another balance patch, and this time the Valkyrie received a 4% damage increase. Her health had been adjusted multiple times, but her damage output had remained relatively stable. The increase made her slightly more threatening offensively, allowing her to deal meaningful chip damage to towers more effectively and killing certain troops in one fewer hit at specific level interactions. This damage boost came at a time when defensive structures and spells were very popular in the meta, making offensive troops need every advantage they could get to push through heavy defensive setups. The year 2017 brought new challenges for the Valkyrie with the introduction of several cards that complicated her role. The Executioner, released in January, provided a ranged area damage option that could handle swarms from safety, competing with Valkyrie for deck slots in compositions that needed swarm clear. The Bats card, cheap flying swarm troops, became popular and were a threat the Valkyrie couldn't address. The Night Witch, controversial on release, spawned bats constantly, creating situations where ground-based area damage like Valkyrie struggled to provide complete answers. A significant rework came in June 2017 when Supercell adjusted the Valkyrie's initial attack time, the delay between deployment and her first axe swing. They reduced this initial attack delay significantly, making her engage threats faster when dropped. This change made her more responsive, more effective at immediately shutting down swarms upon deployment. Previously, there was a longer wind-up time where swarms could deal substantial damage before her first spin. The reduced delay made her much more reliable as a reactive defensive tool. October 2017 brought a balance change that affected many troops' retargeting systems, and the Valkyrie was among them. The changes made troops less likely to retarget to different enemies mid-attack, creating more predictable behavior. For the Valkyrie, this meant her pathing became slightly more consistent, less prone to the weird wandering that sometimes occurred when enemies were entering and leaving her range rapidly. The year 2018 saw the Valkyrie settling into a comfortable position in the meta. She received minor adjustments throughout the year, nothing dramatic, mostly fine-tuning in response to shifting meta conditions. A small health buff in March, a tiny damage adjustment in August. These incremental changes kept her viable without making her oppressive. This period demonstrated successful balancing, where a card remains relevant and sees healthy play without dominating the landscape. In 2019, the challenge came from new card releases that changed what strategies were viable. The Wall Breakers provided a cheap way to deal massive building damage, changing how players approach defense. The Earthquake spell offered a unique answer to building heavy defenses. The Elixir Golem created new beatdown possibilities. Through all these additions, the Valkyrie maintained relevance by remaining a flexible, reliable tool that fit into multiple strategies. She was never the star of new meta decks, but she was frequently a supporting actor, a solid defensive presence that enabled other cards to shine. The year 2020 brought the Heal Spirit and Royal Delivery, cards that created new defensive tools and offensive possibilities. The meta shifted toward faster cycle times and more reactive play. The Valkyrie adapted, seeing play in decks that needed her defensive stability, but coupling her with cheaper cycle cards that allowed rapid rotation. This demonstrated her flexibility, her ability to function in faster-paced strategies, even though she herself wasn't a cheap cycle card. The introduction of Champions in 2021, special powerful cards that added new mechanics to the game, created another meta shift. The Valkyrie had to prove her worth alongside these flashy new additions. She did so by remaining fundamentally reliable. Champions were exciting and powerful, but they were also expensive and specialized. The Valkyrie's 4 elixir cost and general purpose swarm clearing gave her a place in decks even alongside champions, providing the defensive foundation that let players use their elixir on more specialized threats. Throughout 2022 and 2023, the Valkyrie continued receiving minor adjustments, never anything dramatic. Always small percentage changes to health or damage that kept her calibrated to the current state of the game. These years saw her usage rates fluctuate with meta shifts. When swarm-heavy strategies like Skeleton King decks or Mighty Miner cycles dominated, Valkyrie usage spiked as players sought reliable swarm answers. When air-heavy metas developed around Lava Hound or Balloon strategies, her usage dipped as players prioritized anti-air options. One significant consideration throughout her balance history has been her interaction with overleveling on ladder. Because the Valkyrie is a rare card, she's relatively easier to upgrade to max level compared to epics or legendaries. This means that in lower to mid-trophy ranges, many players have maxed or near-maxed Valkyries, while their other cards lag behind. An overleveled Valkyrie can feel oppressive to face, surviving interactions she shouldn't, killing troops in fewer hits than she should, essentially functioning as a more powerful version than her stats at tournament standard would suggest. Balance designers have had to consider this reality, ensuring that at tournament standard where she's balanced, she's not completely broken when overleveled in ladder play. The community response to Valkyrie balance changes has generally been measured. She's not a controversial card that generates heated debates. Players understand her role, appreciate her reliability, and generally accept adjustments as necessary for overall game health. There have been no riots demanding buffs, no mass outcries about nerfs. This calm community reception reflects the Valkyrie's position as a well-designed, well-understood card that serves clear purposes without generating controversy. The professional scene has consistently featured the Valkyrie at various times across Clash Royale's competitive history. Major tournaments would see her in anywhere from 20 to 40% of decks, depending on the current meta. She was never universally included like some cards have been during their dominant periods, but she was always present, always an option for players who valued defensive reliability. Professional players have praised her consistency, noting that in high-stakes matches where one mistake costs you everything, having dependable defensive tools matters more than flashy high-risk strategies. The content creator community has produced countless videos and guides about the Valkyrie over the years. From basic how-to guides for beginners to advanced placement tutorials for competitive players, she's been a constant subject of educational content. Her straightforward mechanics make her accessible to teach, but her nuanced positioning and timing create enough depth for advanced discussion. This combination of accessibility and depth is part of what makes her such an enduring part of the game. The seasonal balance changes that Supercell implements every few months have become the rhythm by which Clash Royale players experience the game's evolution. Each balance update brings anticipation, speculation, analysis. The Valkyrie sometimes features in these updates, sometimes doesn't. When she does receive changes, it's news but rarely shocking news. Valkyrie health increased by 3% is the kind of measured adjustment that keeps the game healthy without upending everything players know. It is the kind of change that matters in aggregate across millions of matches, but doesn't fundamentally transform how the card is played. The introduction of the evolution system in late 2023 and early 2024 represented one of the most significant additions to Clash Royale since its launch. Evolutions provide upgraded versions of existing cards with enhanced abilities and new mechanics. When the Valkyrie received her evolution in January 2024, it opened an entirely new chapter in her story, one that we'll explore in depth in the next section. Looking back across 8+ years of balance history, the Valkyrie's journey illustrates successful game design and maintenance. She has remained relevant without ever becoming problematic for extended periods. She has adapted to new cards, new strategies, new mechanics without requiring fundamental reworks that would alien players who had mastered her. She has served as a benchmark for what a well-balanced card looks like. Not too strong, not too weak. Fulfilling a clear role while leaving space for other cards to shine. The balance philosophy evident in the Valkyrie's history is one of incremental adjustment rather than radical overhaul. This approach respects player investment, both the time spent mastering the card and the resources spent upgrading it. When players invest in a card, they deserve to have that investment remain valuable even as balance shifts. The Valkyrie has honored that implicit contract. Players who upgraded her in 2016 can still play her effectively in 2025. Her core functionality hasn't changed. She still spins, still clears swarms, still provides defensive reliability. The numbers have shifted, the meta context has evolved, but the fundamental character of the card remains true to its original design. This consistency across change is perhaps the Valkyrie's greatest testament as a card design. In a game that has added over 100 cards since launch, that has introduced numerous new mechanics and systems, that has undergone countless meta shifts and strategy revolutions, the Valkyrie has remained herself. Spinning her axe, singing her opera, clearing the swarms that dare approach your towers. She is, in many ways, the eternal guardian, unchanged in essence, even as the world around her constantly transforms. The Valkyrie evolution, a new era of power, January 2024, marked a pivotal moment in the Valkyrie story with the introduction of her evolution. The evolution system had been added to Clash Royale in late 2023, providing upgraded versions of existing cards with enhanced abilities that went beyond simple stat increases. These weren't just stronger versions of familiar cards. They were transformations, adding new mechanics and abilities that created fresh strategic possibilities. When the Valkyrie's turn came to receive an evolution, players anticipated eagerly, wondering what new power would be granted to their spinning warrior. The evolved Valkyrie introduced the Whirlwind ability, and it fundamentally changed how she functioned on the battlefield. Upon evolution activation, she doesn't just spin her axe faster or hit harder, though she does gain improved stats. She creates a tornado effect, a pulling vortex that draws in nearby enemy ground troops, clustering them around her for devastating area damage. This mechanic transforms her from a defensive counter against swarms into an active threat that can manipulate enemy positioning, pulling spread-out troops into kill range, disrupting enemy formations, and creating chaos in what should be organized pushes. The Whirlwind ability activates automatically when the evolved Valkyrie is played, creating an immediate pull effect in a radius around her deployment position. Ground troops within range are sucked toward her location, often clustering multiple enemies that had been strategically positioned at different distances. This clustering makes her area damage exponentially more effective. Where a regular Valkyrie might need to chase down spread-out troops one by one, the evolved Valkyrie forces them to come to her, to gather in the perfect formation for her spinning axe to eliminate them efficiently. The strategic implications of this pulling mechanic are profound. It makes the evolved Valkyrie incredibly effective against kiting strategies, where opponents try to pull your troops away from meaningful targets by placing units that draw aggro and run away. The Whirlwind prevents successful kiting by pulling those kiting units back into engagement range. It disrupts split-push strategies, where opponents attack both lanes simultaneously, by pulling troops from a wider area into one concentrated location. It punishes spread formations that would normally minimize area damage effectiveness. The visual effect of the Whirlwind is dramatic and satisfying. Wind swirls visibly around the evolved Valkyrie, debris and small particles circling her as enemies are pulled inward. It's immediately clear when you're facing an evolution rather than a standard Valkyrie, both from the visual effects and from the sudden repositioning of your troops. This clarity is important for counterplay. Players need to recognize immediately that they're facing an evolution so they can adjust their strategy accordingly. The audio design enhances the impact of the evolution. The familiar operatic battle cry becomes more intense, layered with wind sound effects that emphasize the tornado mechanic. The combination of visual and audio feedback creates a powerful, almost overwhelming sensory experience that marks the evolved Valkyrie as a significant threat requiring immediate attention. This sensory intensity is intentional, creating emotional weight around what is mechanically a very powerful ability. The balance considerations for evolved Valkyrie were delicate. Evolution cards need to feel significantly more powerful than their base versions to justify the additional resource investment and deck building commitment required to play them. But they can't be so powerful that they become auto-include must-have cards that everyone needs, or they can compete. The evolved Valkyrie walks this balance line by being extremely strong in specific situations against ground swarms and spread formations, while remaining vulnerable to the same counters that work against regular Valkyrie air troops, high single target damage, ranged attackers. The resource requirements to obtain and upgrade evolutions ensure they remain prestigious additions to a player's collection. You need to have the base card maxed before you can even unlock evolution capability. Then you need to collect evolution shards, a special resource earned through various game modes and events. The time and effort required means not every player has access to evolutions immediately, creating a progression goal and reward structure that gives dedicated players something to work toward. The deck building implications of including evolved Valkyrie are significant. You can only have one evolution card active in your deck at a time, forcing players to choose which evolution they want to build around. If you're using evolved Valkyrie, you're giving up the possibility of using evolved Firecracker, evolved Skeletons, or any other evolution. This opportunity cost means deck construction must be intentional. You're not just throwing evolved Valkyrie into any deck. You're building specifically to maximize her value, to create situations where her pulling ability provides maximum advantage. Synergies with evolved Valkyrie open new tactical possibilities. Pairing her with splash damage troops like Wizard or Bomber creates a killing field where pulled enemies are hit by multiple area effects simultaneously. Combining her with high damage single target troops like Mini P.E.K.K.A. means she pulls enemies into range of your heavy hitters while clearing support troops herself. Using her with Tornado Spell compounds the pulling effect, dragging enemies from even further away and keeping them clustered for extended periods. The counterplay against evolved Valkyrie requires adapted strategies. Air troops become even more valuable because the whirlwind only affects ground units. Flying machines, minions, baby dragons, these cards can attack the evolved Valkyrie without risk of being pulled. Building placement becomes more important, using structures to distract her away from your main defensive troops, preventing her from pulling your entire defense into a clustered disaster. Spread formations become risky, sometimes requiring you to commit defenders more cautiously, one or two at a time, rather than deploying multiple troops simultaneously that could all be pulled together. The psychological impact of facing evolved Valkyrie shouldn't be underestimated. There's a moment of concern, sometimes bordering on panic, when that evolution hits the field and your troops suddenly get yanked out of position. It disrupts your plans, forces you to recalculate on the fly, creates pressure and urgency that can lead to mistakes if you're not mentally prepared. Managing this psychological pressure is part of mastering play against evolutions. You need to recognize them immediately, stay calm, and execute the appropriate counter strategy without panicking and over-committing elixir. The meta impact of evolved Valkyrie's release created waves through competitive Clash Royale. Suddenly, decks needed to account for this pulling mechanic. Ground-heavy strategies became riskier. Swarm tactics required more careful execution. Players experimented with Evolution Valkyrie in various deck archetypes, finding homes for her in control decks that could use her improved defensive capabilities, in beatdown strategies where she protected massive pushes even more effectively, and in bridge spam compositions, where her pulling ability could disrupt defenders attempting to establish position. Tournament play saw evolved Valkyrie appear with moderate frequency, not overwhelming the scene but certainly making her presence felt. Professional players appreciated her ability to create high-impact plays, moments where the whirlwind pool set up devastating combinations that could swing matches. But they also recognized her vulnerabilities, the way skilled opponents could play around the pull, the air-heavy compositions that could exploit her ground-only limitation. She became part of the meta conversation, a tool in the competitive toolkit rather than a dominant force that warped the entire competitive landscape. The evolution system itself represented Supercell's commitment to keeping Clash Royale fresh and exciting years after launch. By adding meaningful new mechanics to familiar cards, they created progression goals for veteran players who had already maxed their collections. The evolved Valkyrie exemplifies this philosophy, taking a card players had used for years and giving it new life, new strategic depth, new reasons to include her in decks. It rewarded loyalty to the card, giving players who had always loved Valkyrie an exciting new version to master. The community response to evolved Valkyrie was generally positive, though with the usual balance concerns that accompany any powerful new addition. Some players felt she was too strong initially, that the pulling mechanic provided too much value. Others argued she was perfectly balanced, pointing to her clear counters and specific situational effectiveness. The debate itself indicated healthy engagement, players caring enough about the game to discuss and analyze new additions, to theorize about optimal strategies and counterplay. Content creators produced extensive coverage of evolved Valkyrie, from showcase videos demonstrating the whirlwind ability to analytical deep dives exploring her impact on the meta to deck-building guides centered around maximizing her effectiveness. The education resources available help players understand how to use and counter the evolution, spreading knowledge through the community and raising the overall skill level of play. This content ecosystem around major additions like evolutions is part of what keeps Clash Royale vital, creating conversations and shared learning experiences that bind the community together. The long-term place of evolved Valkyrie in Clash Royale's card ecosystem remains a topic of ongoing adjustment and discussion. As new cards release and the meta continues evolving, her relative power level shifts. What seems overpowered in one meta becomes balanced in the next when strategies adapt and new counters emerge. The dynamic nature of a live service game means no card, no matter how powerful at release, maintains dominance indefinitely. The meta shifts, players adapt, and balance changes ensure that variety remains possible. Looking at the evolution through the lens of the Valkyrie's complete history, from her Norse mythology origins through her Clash of Clans implementation to her years in Clash Royale, and finally to this evolution, we see a character who has constantly adapted while maintaining core identity. She spins, she sings, she clears swarms. These fundamentals remain true. The evolution simply adds another layer, another tool, another expression of that spinning warrior identity. It's growth, but it's growth that honors the foundation rather than abandoning it. Defensive mastery, the shield of the arena. If there is one role that defines the Valkyrie above all others, one purpose that captures her essential nature in Clash Royale, it is defense. While she can certainly contribute to offensive pushes and has her place in aggressive strategies, her truest calling is standing before your towers. Axe spinning, voice singing, bodies falling around her as she denies the enemy their advance. Understanding the Valkyrie as a defensive card, mastering the specific techniques and strategies that make her excel in this role, is fundamental to appreciating her place in Clash Royale's strategic ecosystem. The defensive philosophy embodied by the Valkyrie is one of stability and reliability. In a game where flashy offensive plays often steal the spotlight, where dramatic tower demolitions and clever tactical strikes get the glory, defense is the unsung foundation upon which victory is built. You cannot win Clash Royale matches without defending effectively. Your towers must survive long enough for your offense to succeed. The Valkyrie provides this survival. She is the bulwark against ground swarms, the answer to multiple medium threats, the card that says, "Not today," to enemy pushes that would otherwise overwhelm you. Against Skeleton Army, the Valkyrie performs what might be her most iconic defensive interaction. 15 skeletons surround your tower. Their collective damage per second substantial enough to destroy supporting troops or chip significant health from your tower if left unopposed. Drop the Valkyrie directly on top of the army, and one spin of her axe eliminates every skeleton simultaneously. The trade is favorable. 4 elixirs spent to counter 3, and your Valkyrie survives at full health, ready to counter-push or defend against follow-up attacks. This interaction is so fundamental to Clash Royale that new players learn it early, often in their first few matches. It teaches the principle of area damage versus swarms, illustrating through immediate practical example why splash damage troops are valuable. Against Goblin Gang, the Valkyrie performs similarly, but with a slight complication. The gang includes both spear goblins, ranged, and stab goblins, melee, and they spread out as they approach. A perfectly placed Valkyrie can eliminate all 6 with 1 or 2 spins, but poor placement might let the ranged goblin survive at the edges of her range, continuing to peck away at your tower. This interaction teaches placement precision, showing that not all defensive deployments are equal. The tile-perfect positioning separates adequate defense from optimal defense. Against barbarians, the Valkyrie shows both her strengths and limitations. 4 barbarians rushing your tower represent significant threat. Left uncontested, they'll shred your tower quickly. The Valkyrie can handle them, her area damage hitting all 4 with each spin, but they're tanky enough that it takes multiple hits to eliminate them. Meanwhile, their combined DPS damages her significantly. She win the fight if nothing else interferes, but she'd be heavily weakened afterward. This teaches the lesson that the Valkyrie isn't invincible, that even matchups where she theoretically counters the enemy still require support. Tower damage helping to kill the barbarians faster, or a support troop providing additional DPS, can make the difference between a Valkyrie surviving healthy enough to counterpush and a Valkyrie barely limping away from the engagement. Against elite barbarians, those faster, more expensive, harder-hitting cousins of regular barbarians, the Valkyrie struggles more. They'll damage her substantially, even as she tries to take them down. This is an interaction where the Valkyrie alone isn't sufficient. She needs help, needs your tower focused on them, needs perhaps a second troop contributing damage or a spell weakening them. Understanding when the Valkyrie is and isn't sufficient alone is crucial defensive knowledge. Against Minion Horde, the Valkyrie can do nothing. 6 flying minions descend on your tower, and your ground-locked spinning warrior is helpless to stop them. This limitation is fundamental to her design and crucial to understand. She specializes in ground defense, making her extremely effective in that role but completely ineffective against air. This creates interesting deck-building challenges. If you include Valkyrie for swarm defense, you absolutely need anti-air options as well. Arrows, fireball, or anti-air troops like Musketeer or Mega Minion become necessary complements. Against support troops behind a tank, the Valkyrie excels. A giant lumbers toward your tower with a wizard behind him shooting fireballs, or with a witch spawning skeletons, or with a musketeer providing ranged damage. The tank itself is your tower's problem, or possibly a building's problem. The Valkyrie's job is eliminating everything else. She walks into the support troops, spins her axe, and within seconds, the giant is marching alone, much easier to handle. This interaction demonstrates her role in the broader defensive ecosystem. She's not a universal answer. She's a specialist that handles ground support exceptionally well, allowing other defensive tools to focus on their specialties. Against Graveyard Spell, which spawns skeletons directly around your tower. Placement becomes everything. The Valkyrie needs to be positioned where the skeletons appear, spinning constantly to kill them as they spawn. But Graveyard is cast on your tower, which means placing Valkyrie there puts her in tower damage range, taking hits from your own tower if you're not careful with exact positioning. The best placement is just barely within range of where skeletons spawn, but not so close to your tower that she takes tower damage. This interaction teaches advanced placement skills and timing, as you often need to predict the Graveyard and pre-place the Valkyrie rather than waiting for the spell to land. Against Goblin Barrel, 3 goblins landing directly on your tower, the Valkyrie can work, but isn't ideal. She kills them if placed immediately, but her initial attack delay means they'll get several hits on your tower first. Spells like Zap or Log are better answers. But in situations where you've already used your spell, or if the barrel is part of a larger push where you need the Valkyrie to handle accompanying ground troops, she serves as a backup answer to the barrel, not optimal but functional when necessary. This flexibility, being able to serve as a secondary answer to threats, even when she's not the ideal counter, adds to her defensive value. Against bridge spam pressure, where opponents rapidly deploy troops at the bridge, attempting to overwhelm you before you can properly respond, the Valkyrie provides critical stability. A battle ram charges forward with bandit behind it, or a royal ghost phases in with supporting troops. The Valkyrie deployed at the bridge intercepts this pressure, her area damage clearing multiple threats while her health pool absorbs the initial burst. She slows the spam, gives you time to think and deploy additional defenders, prevents the snowball effect where one successful bridge spam leads to tower damage that leads to desperation defending that leads to more tower damage. The concept of King Tower activation is an advanced defensive technique in Clash Royale where you intentionally let enemy troops hit your King Tower, the center tower that doesn't normally activate until one of your Princess Towers falls, causing it to wake up and start attacking. Once activated, your King Tower provides additional defensive firepower for the rest of the match, making defense significantly easier. The Valkyrie can be used in King activation techniques, particularly against troops with long attack ranges or projectiles that can be manipulated. While she's not the primary tool for King activation, understanding how she fits into these advanced defensive strategies is part of mastery. Spacing and positioning take on special importance with Valkyrie defense. The difference between placing her 1 tile forward versus 1 tile back, directly on top of approaching troops versus slightly in front of them in the center of your side versus closer to one lane. These seemingly minor positioning choices create dramatic differences in outcomes. Optimal placement clusters enemy troops in her area damage range while keeping her far enough from your tower that she doesn't block your tower as line of sight to threats. It positions her to intercept follow-up deployments while defending against the current push. It considers where she'll be after this engagement ends, whether she'll be positioned to transition into a counter push, or whether she'll need to be cycled out of rotation. The timing of Valkyrie deployment separates good defensive play from excellent defensive play. Deploy her too early, and opponents can adjust their push, adding air troops that she can't handle or distracting her with cheap units while their real threats slip past. Deploy her too late, and your tower takes unnecessary damage before she engages. The sweet spot is deploying her just as enemy troops are committing to their push trajectory when they close enough that you can see exactly what you defending against, but not so close that they've already reached your tower. This timing requires experience, pattern recognition, understanding typical push compositions, and anticipating what's coming before it's fully revealed. Reading your opponent's elixir and predicting their plays is crucial for defensive Valkyrie usage. If you know they have 4 elixir available, and you've seen they run Skeleton Army or Goblin Gang, holding your Valkyrie deployment until they commit that card makes sense. If you deploy her preemptively, and they simply don't play the swarm, Your Valkyrie walks forward without getting defensive value, and you've essentially wasted 4 elixir. But if you wait for their swarm deployment and then immediately counter with Valkyrie, you've gained maximum defensive value. This mental chess game, tracking elixir, remembering what cards they've played, predicting what they're likely to play next, elevates defense from reactive button pushing to strategic decision making. The support troops you pair with Valkyrie on defense matter enormously. She handles ground swarms and medium threats, but needs help with tanks, air troops, and high damage threats. A musketeer behind the Valkyrie provides anti-air coverage and additional DPS. An ice spirit can freeze enemies for a moment, buying time for Valkyrie to get extra swings. A cannon or Tesla building can distract building targeting troops while Valkyrie eliminates supports. Understanding these defensive combinations, knowing which support troops complement Valkyrie's strengths and cover her weaknesses, is fundamental to building defensive competence. The elixir economy of defensive Valkyrie play requires careful attention. In Clash Royale, defending is generally more elixir efficient than attacking if done correctly. Your towers provide free damage, giving you an inherent advantage when defending. The Valkyrie helps maximize this advantage by providing positive or neutral elixir trades against common attacking combinations. 4 elixir that eliminates 6 or 7 elixir worth of enemy troops while surviving to counterpush represents excellent elixir value. 4 elixir that eliminates 3 elixir worth of troops, but your Valkyrie dies, is negative value. A lost trade even though you defended successfully. Maximizing trades, extracting every bit of value from each Valkyrie deployment, turns good defense into economically crushing defense, but starves opponents of elixir and forces them into desperate plays. Tower health management involves recognizing when taking some tower damage is acceptable if it means getting better defensive positioning or elixir trades. Sometimes letting 2 goblin gang members reach your tower for a few hits while you position Valkyrie optimally for the larger incoming push behind them is correct. The tower damage hurts but is survivable, while optimal positioning against the main push might save hundreds more hit points. This calculation, weighing immediate damage against positioning for future threats, requires experience and calm decision-making under pressure. The double-lane defense scenario is one of Valkyrie's limitations. If opponents attack both lanes simultaneously, splitting their push to force you to defend in 2 places, one Valkyrie can only cover 1 lane. You need other defensive tools for the second lane, or you need to prioritize which lane the Valkyrie defends based on what threats are in each lane. This teaches the lesson that no single card answers everything. That comprehensive defense requires a defensive suite with multiple tools for different situations. The transition from defense to counterpush is where skilled Valkyrie players shine. She defends successfully, survives with varying amounts of health, and now sits on your side of the arena positioned to march toward enemy towers. The decision tree branches here. Do you immediately support her, dropping a hog rider or balloon behind her to create immediate counter pressure? Do you let her walk forward alone while you build elixir, waiting to see how your opponent responds before committing more resources? Do you ignore her counter push potential entirely, letting her walk forward as a distraction while you build a push in the opposite lane? Each choice creates different strategic scenarios with different risk-reward profiles. The psychological warfare of defensive Valkyrie play involves creating respect and fear in your opponent's mind. If you consistently punish their swarm plays with perfectly placed Valkyries, they'll hesitate to play swarms, which might make them play suboptimally, holding cards longer than they should, or playing more expensive counters than necessary. This psychological edge, earned through consistent excellent defense, can tilt matches in your favor by making opponents second-guess themselves. They're not just playing against your cards. They're playing against the memory of previous interactions. The expectation that you'll have the answer. The doubt that creeps in when strategies that should work keep failing. Defensive positioning around buildings adds another layer of complexity. If you have a cannon or tombstone placed to distract tank troops, your Valkyrie needs to be positioned to protect that building from support troops while the building handles the tank. If you have an Inferno tower working on a high health threat, Valkyrie needs to clear swarms that might distract or reset the Inferno. Buildings and troops working in concert create defensive synergies that are greater than the sum of their parts. And understanding how to position and time these combinations is advanced defensive craft. The patience required for excellent Valkyrie defense cannot be overstated. There's a temptation to deploy troops immediately when you see threats approaching, to do something rather than waiting passively while danger advances. But premature deployment often results in suboptimal positioning and wasted defensive value. Great Valkyrie defenders wait. They watch the push develop, identify all the components, determine the optimal placement, and then deploy with confidence at exactly the right moment. This patience under pressure, this calm in the face of advancing threats, separates masters from novices. Recovery from defensive mistakes when using Valkyrie involves recognizing when a placement was wrong and immediately adapting. If you dropped her in the wrong spot and enemy troops are slipping past, don't panic and overcommit elixir trying to salvage the situation. Sometimes taking modest tower damage while you're misplaced. Valkyrie deals with what she can reach is better than dumping additional elixir into a fundamentally compromised defensive setup. Learning to cut your losses, accept that this particular defense won't be perfect, and focus on defending better in the next cycle demonstrates mature strategic thinking. The practice required to master defensive Valkyrie play is substantial. Muscle memory for placement, pattern recognition for enemy push compositions, elixir tracking, timing windows, all of these skills develop through repetition. You need to defend hundreds, thousands of times, making mistakes and learning from them, refining your placement pixel by pixel, improving your timing by fractions of seconds. There's no shortcut to this mastery. It comes only through dedicated practice and conscious effort to improve. The satisfaction of perfect Valkyrie defense is one of Clash Royale's great pleasures. When you read your opponent perfectly, deploy at exactly the right moment in exactly the right position, and watch their carefully constructed push evaporate in 2 seconds of spinning axe. There's a deep sense of accomplishment. You've demonstrated skill, knowledge, and execution. You've turned their offensive investment into waste while positioning yourself for counterattack. These moments of perfect defense are why players love the Valkyrie, why she remains popular year after year despite meta shifts and new card releases. She delivers on the fantasy of being an unbreakable defensive wall, the guardian who stands firm while enemies break against her like waves against cliffs. Offensive capabilities, leading the charge, while the Valkyrie's defensive prowess often takes center stage. Her offensive potential should not be underestimated or overlooked. She may not be a primary win condition like Hog Rider or Balloon, but she plays crucial supporting roles in offensive strategies, creates counter-push opportunities, and in certain situations can deal meaningful tower damage herself. Understanding how to deploy the Valkyrie offensively, how to build pushes around her, and how to maximize her offensive value adds an essential dimension to mastering this versatile card. The foundation of offensive Valkyrie play is the counter-push transition. She defends successfully against an enemy push, survives with a portion of her health remaining, and now stands on your side of the arena, ready to march forward. This is the natural moment for offensive commitment. Your opponent has just spent elixir attacking, and likely has less available to defend. Your Valkyrie is already deployed, representing a sunk cost that you can leverage without additional elixir investment. The question becomes not whether to use her offensively, but how to support her for maximum effect. The simplest offensive use of Valkyrie is as a mini-tank for more fragile damage dealers, deploying a musketeer, wizard, or witch behind your advancing. Valkyrie creates a push where she absorbs damage from defensive troops and towers, while your ranged attacker deals damage from safety. The Valkyrie's health pool and area damage clear defending swarms that would normally eliminate your ranged troop quickly, allowing sustained tower damage. This push archetype, tanky troop in front with ranged damage behind, is fundamental to Clash Royale offense, and the Valkyrie serves this tanking role effectively at a moderate elixir cost. Pairing Valkyrie with Hog Rider creates a powerful ground-focused push. The Valkyrie leads, clearing swarms and medium defenders, while the Hog Rider's faster movement speed brings him forward to jump over the river and attack towers directly. The opponent must address both threats. If they commit troops to stop the Hog, your Valkyrie may break through to the tower. If they focus on the Valkyrie, the Hog gets free hits. This split threat dynamic forces difficult decisions and creates opportunities for damage, regardless of how they choose to defend. Combining Valkyrie with Balloon exploits her ground-clearing ability to protect an airwind condition. The Balloon floats toward the tower, while the Valkyrie marshes below, eliminating ground defenders that might distract the Balloon or deal damage to supporting troops. Air-targeting defenders focus the Balloon while ground troops focus the Valkyrie, splitting defensive resources and making it difficult to efficiently defend both simultaneously. This combination requires proper timing, ensuring the Balloon and Valkyrie arrive at the bridge and tower area at roughly the same moment to maximize the split threat pressure. Using Valkyrie as a lead tank for a beatdown push, though unconventional compared to traditional tanks like Giant or Golem, can work in specific situations. Her moderate cost means you can deploy her without committing massive elixir, building the push behind her with support troops and spells as you generate elixir while crossing the arena. This creates a rolling snowball effect where you start with a modest investment and gradually add pieces. And if your opponent doesn't respond quickly enough, the push grows overwhelming. The Valkyrie's area damage means defenders trying to swarm the push get cleared automatically, forcing opponents to use larger, more expensive defenders. The bridge spam application of Valkyrie involves deploying her directly at the bridge at the start of a push, creating immediate pressure that opponents must address quickly. At the bridge, she's only seconds away from tower range, forcing rapid defensive reactions. If the opponent hesitates or deploys inefficiently, she marshes straight to their tower, dealing swings of damage before they can properly respond. This aggressive bridge deployment works best when you know your opponent is low on elixir or has just used their best Valkyrie counters, creating windows where your offensive deployment is less likely to be efficiently answered. The split lane threat created by Valkyrie in one lane and a different threat in the opposite lane forces opponents to defend both sides simultaneously, stretching their elixir and attention. Valkyrie pushing one lane while Goblin Barrel or Miner attacks the opposite tower makes it difficult to defend everything efficiently. The opponent must choose priorities, and either choice allows you some damage or advantageous positioning. This split threat strategy is particularly effective late in matches when tower health is low and opponents can't afford to ignore any lane. Spell support for offensive Valkyrie pushes amplifies her effectiveness dramatically. Zap or Log, clearing defensive swarms immediately as they redeployed, buys time for your Valkyrie to reach the tower. Free spell locking defenders in place while your Valkyrie continues spinning can result in devastating damage. Rage spell increasing her attack and movement speed turns her into a faster, deadlier threat that overwhelms defenders before they can fully mobilize. These spell investments add elixir to your push, increasing commitment and risk, but when successful, they often result in taking a tower or dealing crippling damage. The overtime pressure created by Valkyrie is significant in close matches. When elixir generation doubles during overtime and both players are desperately trying to take a tower, the Valkyrie's combination of tankiness and area damage makes her a dangerous threat. She can survive the intensified defensive firepower that Overtime Elixir allows while clearing the increased number of defenders that opponents can afford to deploy. Her reliability becomes even more valuable when one mistake, one failed defense, one successful offensive push can decide the match. Chip damage accumulation is an often overlooked aspect of offensive Valkyrie play. She might not take a tower in one push, but if she gets 3 swings on the tower this push, 4 swings next push, 2 swings after that, this damage accumulates. 500 damage here, 700 damage there, and suddenly the tower is low enough that a fireball or rocket can finish it. The Valkyrie contributes to this chip damage strategy reliably, almost inevitably getting some tower damage if she survives her defensive engagement and counter pushes. Predictive offensive Valkyrie deployment involves placing her before your opponent has deployed their defense, based on prediction of what they'll play. If you know they typically defend your pushes with skeleton army, dropping your Valkyrie preemptively means when they play their army, she's already in position to eliminate it instantly. This predictive play requires reading your opponent's patterns, understanding their deck and typical responses, and having the confidence to commit Elixir based on prediction rather than reaction. When successful, it feels brilliant. When wrong, it can leave you overextended and vulnerable. The psychological pressure of Valkyrie advancing toward a tower creates anxiety for defenders. Even though she's not the fastest threat or the highest damage dealer, her presence demands response. Ignoring her is not an option. She will reach the tower, and she will deal meaningful damage. This guaranteed threat forces defensive commitment, and that commitment is what you're often actually seeking. If your opponent spends 5 elixir defending your 4 elixir Valkyrie, you're gaining an elixir advantage, even though the Valkyrie herself got no tower damage. These elixir trades and forced responses are the economic warfare underlying successful Clash Royale offense. The bait strategy involving Valkyrie works by forcing opponents to use their best Valkyrie counters on her, opening opportunities for other cards. If they use their air troops to kill your offensive Valkyrie, your balloon or baby dragon can push without facing those counters. If they commit heavy ground troops to stop her, your graveyard or swarms can exploit the temporary absence of their ground defenders. The Valkyrie serves as bait, drawing out specific responses that create vulnerabilities elsewhere in their defensive setup. Tower trading scenarios where both players are racing to take towers and crown the win based on having destroyed more tower health favor troops that deal reliable damage under pressure. The Valkyrie survivability means she tends to get at least some tower damage even in contested pushes where both players are committing significant resources. In races where every point of tower damage matters, her reliability is valuable. You can count on her dealing something, which makes calculating whether you can win the race more predictable. The late-game offensive utility of Valkyrie increases in some ways and decreases in others as matches progress. On one hand, tower health is lower, meaning her damage becomes more meaningful percentage-wise. On the other hand, players have seen each other's decks and know what counters exist. The element of surprise is gone. Success requires outplaying rather than out-strategizing. The Valkyrie's offensive value in late game depends heavily on execution, on perfect placement and timing, on leveraging small windows of opportunity when opponents make mistakes or run low on elixir. The 3-crown rush strategy, attempting to destroy all 3 enemy towers instead of just winning by taking 1 or 2, sometimes incorporates Valkyrie as part of the overwhelming force. When you've taken 1 tower and now have both side lanes to attack from, deploying Valkyries in both lanes creates dual threats that are difficult to defend simultaneously, especially if your opponent is already damaged and struggling. This aggressive 3-crown attempt requires significant elixir advantage and favorable board state. But when conditions are right, the Valkyrie's area damage and tankiness make her an effective contributor to the final overwhelming push. The learning curve for offensive Valkyrie play is different from defensive play. Defense is often about reaction and precision, responding correctly to what your opponent does. Offense is about reads and predictions, about knowing when your opponent is vulnerable, when you have elixir advantage, when their counters are out of cycle. You're initiating action rather than responding to it. This shift in mindset, from reactive defender to proactive attacker, is something many players struggle with. Mastering both aspects, playing Valkyrie effectively on both defense and offense, marks the difference between a one-dimensional player and a complete, flexible strategist. The satisfaction of a successful Valkyrie offensive play is distinct from defensive satisfaction. Where defensive success brings relief and validation, offensive success brings triumph and aggression. Watching your Valkyrie, supported by your carefully constructed push, break through enemy defenses and demolish a tower provides visceral enjoyment. It's the payoff for correct strategic decisions, proper resource management, and precise execution. These offensive moments are why Clash Royale remains exciting even after thousands of matches. The possibilities for creative pushes, for unexpected combinations, for aggressive plays that catch opponents off guard, never fully exhausted. Deck archetypes and strategic synergies. The Valkyrie's versatility allows her to fit into multiple deck archetypes, each using her in slightly different ways to accomplish different strategic goals. Understanding these archetypes, the role Valkyrie plays within them, and the synergies that make each deck functional provides insight into both her flexibility as a card and the broader strategic landscape of Clash Royale. Great players don't just know individual cards. They understand how those cards fit into coherent strategic systems, how they complement, and enable each other to create gameplay that is greater than the sum of individual parts. Control decks represent perhaps the Valkyrie's most natural home. Control strategies focus on efficient defense, establishing elixir advantage through positive trades, and winning through accumulated small advantages rather than single devastating pushes. The Valkyrie excels in this paradigm. She defends efficiently against swarms and medium threats, survives engagements healthy enough to counter-push, and doesn't require expensive support troops to function. A typical control deck featuring Valkyrie might include defensive buildings like Cannon or Tesla, ranged troops like Musketeer or Mega Minion, spells for various situations, and a modest win condition like Hog Rider or Meyer. The Valkyrie is the defensive anchor, the card that reliably handles ground threats while other defensive tools address air units and tanks. Beatdown decks built around heavy tanks like Golem, Giant, or Lava Hound sometimes include Valkyrie as a support troop who protects the expensive tank from swarm defenders. In these compositions, the tank leads the push, absorbing tower damage and defensive troop attacks, while the Valkyrie walks behind, clearing everything that tries to stop the advance. Wizards, witches, or other area damage dealers fulfill similar roles, but the Valkyrie's combination of area damage and survivability makes her particularly effective. She can reach the tower with the tank and continue dealing damage while the tank is being eliminated, extending the duration of your push and maximizing the damage output from your elixir investment. Bridge spam decks that apply constant pressure at the bridge using medium-cost troops in quick succession sometimes include Valkyrie as one of the spam options. Cards like Battle Ram, Bandit, Royal Ghost, and Valkyrie can be cycled rapidly, forcing opponents to defend constantly without time to build counter-pushes. The Valkyrie, in this context, serves dual purposes. She's a spam threat that opponents must address, and she provides defensive capability against enemy bridge spam if they try to match your aggression. This flexibility, being able to play aggressively or defensively, depending on the game state, is valuable in the chaotic, pressure-filled nature of bridge spam strategies. Cycle decks that use cheap cards to rapidly rotate through their deck and repeatedly deploy their win condition sometimes include Valkyrie, despite her being more expensive than ideal for pure cycle. The inclusion is defensive necessity. Fast cycle decks using Hog Rider, Mire, or Goblin Barrel as win conditions need something that handles swarms reliably. And the Valkyrie provides this even though she slows the overall cycle time slightly. She represents a concession to reality. The acknowledgement that you can't cycle fast enough to win if you're retaking massive tower damage from enemy swarms. The Valkyrie protects the cycle strategy, allowing it to function without being overwhelmed defensively. Graveyard decks, built around the graveyard spell that spawns skeletons around enemy towers, often include Valkyrie for two reasons. First, she tanks damage while the graveyard skeletons chip the tower, forcing opponents to defend both the skeletons and the Valkyrie simultaneously. Second, opponents often defend graveyard with ground troops that gather around their tower to kill skeletons, creating perfect opportunities for follow-up poison or fireball spells. The Valkyrie helps set up these opportunities and provides the defensive stability that graveyard decks need, since the spell itself offers no defensive value. Minor control decks combine the chip damage of repeated minor deployments with strong defensive core and spells. Valkyrie fits naturally here, providing the defensive reliability while Minor applies constant pressure and forces defensive commitments. The deck plays patiently, defending efficiently, sending miners repeatedly for chip damage, and occasionally building larger pushes when opponent makes mistakes or runs low on elixir. The Valkyrie's role is maintaining defensive control, ensuring that opponents can't punish your relatively modest offensive investments with overwhelming counter pushes. Siege decks using X-Bow or Mortar to attack from range have occasionally included Valkyrie, though she's not as common in these archetypes. Her role would be defending the siege building from ground troops that try to destroy it, spinning around the X-Bow or Mortar and eliminating swarms that approach. However, buildings like Tesla often serve this defensive role better in siege decks, and the Valkyrie, as 4 elixir cost, can be awkward in strategies that need to save elixir for the expensive siege building and its spell support. 3 Musketeers decks, built around the 9 elixir 3 Musketeers card that splits into 1 and 2 Musketeers in different lanes, sometimes use Valkyrie to protect the Musketeer pushes from swarms. She tanks damage for the high DPS but fragile Musketeers, her area damage clearing defenders that would normally overwhelm ranged troops. These decks are expensive and require careful elixir management, and the Valkyrie provides reliable defensive value that helps stabilize until you can afford to deploy your expensive split push. Evolved Valkyrie decks represent a newer archetype built specifically around maximizing the value of the evolution. These decks include cards that synergize with the pulling mechanic, like Bomber or Wizard, who deal area damage to the clustered enemies, or Executioner, who throws his axe through multiple targets. The strategy revolves around creating situations where the evolved Valkyrie's Whirlwind ability generates massive value, pulling spread enemy forces into kill zones where your area damage cards can eliminate everything efficiently. The deck building constraint of only allowing 1 evolution means these decks are built intentionally around making the evolved Valkyrie the star, not just an included card. Clan War decks face unique constraints, often requiring players to use level-capped cards or cards from limited selections. The Valkyrie's usefulness in these formats comes from her versatility and forgiving nature. Even under-level, she provides valuable area damage and defensive capability. Even when you can't build your ideal deck, including Valkyrie gives you reliable functionality against common threats. Her presence in Clan War formats is higher than might be expected based purely on competitive power level, because she's accessible, reliable, and functional in suboptimal situations. Tournament decks used by professional players in high-stakes competition often include Valkyrie when the meta favors ground-heavy strategies. Professional play emphasizes consistency and minimizing mistakes over flashy high-risk plays. The Valkyrie's reliability appeals to this mindset. You know what she does. You can count on her doing it. and she doesn't create situations where a small execution error costs you the match. This consistency is valuable when tournament prizes and professional pride are on the line. Synergy with specific cards creates sub-strategies within these broader archetypes. Valkyrie plus Mega Minion provides complete anti-swarm coverage, ground and air, in just 2 card slots. Valkyrie plus Tornado creates pulling combos where Tornado drags enemies into Valkyrie's damage radius, multiplying her effectiveness. Valkyrie plus Ice Golem combines 2 tanky troops with area damage and slowing effects, creating defensive walls that are extremely difficult to break through. Understanding these specific card synergies, how they enable each other and create emergent gameplay greater than either card alone, is essential for sophisticated deck building. Counter synergies, cards that don't work well together, are equally important to recognize. Valkyrie plus other expensive ground troops can create deck imbalance where you lack cheap cycle options or air defense. Multiple area damage troops might be redundant, providing more swarm clear than necessary while lacking other defensive tools. Building decks requires balancing multiple considerations, ensuring you have answers to various threats, maintaining reasonable average elixir cost, and including cards that work well together. The Valkyrie fits many decks well, but not all, and understanding when she is the right choice versus when different cards serve your strategy better is crucial for successful deck building. The meta-dependence of optimal Valkyrie usage means that her place in deck archetype shifts over time. When swarm strategies dominate the competitive scene, Valkyrie becomes nearly essential in most decks. When air-heavy metas develop, her usage drops. Skilled players and deck builders track meta trends, adjusting their decks to counter popular strategies. And the Valkyrie's presence or absence in their lists reflects these meta calculations. She's never completely absent, but her ubiquity varies with the strategic climate. Adaptation of archetypes to individual playstyle means that no 2 players' Valkyrie decks play identically, even when using similar cards. Some players use her aggressively, constantly looking for counter-push opportunities and offensive commitments. Other players use her purely defensively, never supporting her offensive pushes and treating her solely as a defensive tool. These playstyle differences within the same archetype create diversity in how Valkyrie strategies actually execute in matches, making the game more dynamic and less formulaic than if everyone played every deck the same way. The evolution of archetypes over Clash Royale's history shows the Valkyrie adapting to new strategic environments repeatedly. Early meta archetypes look different from modern ones, using cards and strategies that no longer exist or have been fundamentally changed by balance updates. Through all these shifts, the Valkyrie has found homes, adjusted her role, and remained relevant. This adaptability across strategic epochs testifies to the strength of her core design, area damage, and survivability in moderate cost package that fits multiple needs. Counters, vulnerabilities, and playing against Valkyrie. Understanding how to defeat the Valkyrie is as important as understanding how to use her effectively. For players facing opponents who skillfully deploy Valkyrie, knowing her vulnerabilities, understanding optimal counter strategies, and mastering the specific techniques that shut down her effectiveness separates competitive players from casual ones. Every card has weaknesses, and the Valkyrie, despite her defensive prowess and versatility, possesses exploitable limitations that prepared opponents can leverage for advantage. Air troops represent the most straightforward and reliable Valkyrie counter. She cannot hit flying units under any circumstances. Minions, Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, Inferno Dragon, Balloon, Lava Hound, all of these cards attack the Valkyrie with complete impunity. She can only tank their damage helplessly until she dies. This fundamental vulnerability means that any deck running Valkyrie must include separate answers to air threats. And any deck facing Valkyrie should seriously consider including air troops, specifically to exploit this weakness. The elixir trade here favors the air troops, A 3 elixir minions card eliminates a 4 elixir Valkyrie efficiently, generating positive value. Ranged ground troops with proper positioning can also counter Valkyrie effectively without taking damage themselves. Musketeer, Magic Archer, Dark Goblin, Princess. These units can attack the Valkyrie from outside her melee range. The key is maintain distance and, if necessary, using other troops or buildings to keep her at bay while your ranged attacker chips her health. This counter strategy requires more finesse than simply dropping air troops, as misplacement can allow the Valkyrie to close distance and eliminate your ranged unit, but when executed correctly, it's highly elixir efficient. Building cards provide excellent Valkyrie counters by distracting her while dealing damage. Tesla, Inferno Tower, Cannon, Bomb Tower. These defensive structures draw her aggro, causing her to attack the building instead of advancing toward your tower or engaging your troops. While she attacks the building, it damages her, and your towers contribute additional damage, eliminating her before she destroys the building. This creates a positive elixir trade in most cases. 4 elixir spent to counter 4 elixir, but your building survives with remaining health to defend against follow-up attacks. High-damage single-target troops can eliminate Valkyrie quickly if they can engage her without interference. Mini P.E.K.K.A, Prince, especially with Charge, Lumberjack, and other heavy hitters deal damage faster than the Valkyrie's health pool can absorb. The challenge is isolating the Valkyrie from her supporting troops. If she's advancing alone, dropping a mini P.E.K.K.A in front of her results in a quick elimination. If she's supported by other troops that can distract or damage your mini P.E.K.K.A, the interaction becomes more complicated. Successfully countering Valkyrie with heavy hitters requires reading the situation, understanding what troops are supporting her, and timing your deployment to maximize your heavy hitters' damage output. Swarming the Valkyrie with successive waves of cheap troops can overwhelm her despite her area damage. One skeleton army dies instantly to her spin. But if you follow that army immediately with goblins, and then with bats, constantly reapplying pressure, the accumulated damage from these successive waves can eliminate her before she clears them all. This counter strategy is elixir intensive, spending 6 or 7 elixir to counter her 4, but it is sometimes necessary if you lack better counter options, or if stopping her is critical to preventing tower damage from her supporting troops. Kiting the Valkyrie, using troops to pull her away from her intended target, can minimize her effectiveness without necessarily killing her. Playing a troop near the bridge that draws her attention, then playing another troop on the opposite side, can pull her back and forth, wasting her time and health while she accomplishes nothing meaningful. This technique requires more elixir than direct counters, but can be valuable when you need to prevent her from reaching your tower or when you want to waste clock time while building an elixir advantage. Spell counters exist, but are generally inefficient. Rocket can kill an equal level Valkyrie, but spending 6 elixir to eliminate 4 elixir is terrible value unless the rocket also hits other troops or a tower. Lightning spell can kill her while hitting 2 other targets, creating potentially positive value if those other targets are valuable. Fireball doesn't kill her but severely weakens her, making follow-up damage from towers or troops finish her quickly. Using spells on Valkyrie is typically reserved for emergency situations, where you lack better counters or where the spell hits multiple valuable targets simultaneously. Prediction placements, deploying counter troops before the opponent places Valkyrie, based on anticipating where and when they'll deploy her, can create advantageous defensive setups. If you know they typically counter your pushes with Valkyrie, pre-placing air troops or buildings in positions that will optimally counter her creates situations where your defense is already established when she appears. This predictive play requires reading your opponent's patterns, understanding their deck, and having the confidence to commit elixir based on prediction. When correct, it creates overwhelming defensive advantage. When wrong, you've misallocated resources and left yourself vulnerable. Understanding level interactions is crucial when countering Valkyrie. An overleveled Valkyrie survives interactions that should kill her at equal levels, tanks additional tower shots, and kills defenders in fewer hits. If your opponent's Valkyrie is 2 levels higher than your counters, standard counter strategies may fail. You might need to commit more elixir, use multiple counter troops instead of one, or accept that efficiently countering her isn't possible and focus on minimizing damage rather than preventing it entirely. This reality of level disadvantage is frustrating, but manageable with proper adjustment of expectations and strategy. The timing of counter deployments matters enormously. Deploy too early, and the Valkyrie can adjust her path, or the opponent can support her with additional troops that address your counter. Deploy too late, and she gets tower damage before your counter engages. The optimal timing is just as she commits to her attack trajectory. When she's close enough, the path adjustments are difficult, but not so close, the tower damage is inevitable. This timing window is narrow, requiring quick decision-making and precise execution under pressure. Forcing negative elixir trades, making the opponent spend more on Valkyrie pushes than they get in damage value, is a legitimate counter strategy, even when you can't prevent all damage. If they spend 4 elixir on Valkyrie, plus 4 elixir supporting her, and you spend 7 elixir defending, but only take 300 tower damage, you've won the economic exchange. They invested 8 elixir for minimal return. Even though you spend 7 elixir defending, that 7 elixir worth of troops survives to counter-push while they're down 8 elixir. This economic warfare, tracking investments and returns, is fundamental to high-level Clash Royale play. Psychological pressure can be applied by demonstrating consistently effective Valkyrie counters. If you shut down their Valkyrie plays reliably for several cycles, they may hesitate to use her, hold her longer than optimal, or deploy her in suboptimal situations out of desperation. This psychological edge compounds your strategic advantage. They're not just facing your cards. They're facing the expectation of failure, the memory of previous failed Valkyrie deployments, the doubt about whether their strategies will work at all. Creating this mental burden through consistent successful countering tilts matches in your favor beyond pure card interactions. Adapting counters based on game state and elixir counts is advanced play. If you're ahead in elixir, you can afford more expensive counters that completely shut down the Valkyrie. If you're behind in elixir, you might need to use cheaper, less complete counters and accept some tower damage while you rebuild elixir advantage. If the match is close and every point of tower damage matters, you commit whatever elixir is necessary to minimize damage. If you are significantly ahead and can afford to tank some hits, you might counter less aggressively, saving elixir for offensive opportunities. Understanding what deck archetype your opponent is using helps predict how they'll use their Valkyrie and prepares you to counter appropriately. If they're running beatdown, expect the Valkyrie as support behind tanks. If they're playing control, expect her as a defensive tool that will counter-push. If they're bridge spamming, expect her as part of the spam rotation. Each usage pattern requires slightly different counter strategies, and recognizing deck archetypes early in matches allows you to prepare mentally for how you'll need to counter their Valkyrie. Baiting out the Valkyrie, forcing the opponent to use her defensively before you commit your main push, creates windows of opportunity. If you send a small probe attack that they counter with Valkyrie, you know she's out of cycle for several card rotations. During that window, your swarm cards are safer to deploy aggressively. This baiting strategy requires thinking several moves ahead, planning your attack sequence, not just around what you want to do, but around forcing your opponent to use their counters at times that benefit you. Trading towers, accepting damage on one of your towers while you push the opposite lane for more damage on their tower, sometimes involves deliberately accepting Valkyrie damage. If countering her would require elixir that you need for your offensive push, and if your calculation suggests you'll get more damage than you take. Letting her hit your tower while you overwhelm their defenses in the other lane can be correct. This calculation requires quick math, estimating damage rates, and having the composure to execute the strategy even as your tower takes hits that feel painful to watch. Learning from losses where opponent's Valkyrie was problematic creates improvement opportunities. Reviewing replays, analyzing what went wrong, identifying better counter strategies, or timing adjustments turns losses into lessons. Maybe you needed different cards in your deck to address Valkyrie more effectively. Maybe your counter deployment timing was consistently off. Maybe you were trying to counter her in situations where accepting damage and focusing on offense would have been better. Each loss provides data for improvement if you're willing to analyze critically and adjust. The evolution system adds complexity to countering Valkyrie. When facing Evolved Valkyrie with her Whirlwind ability, counters that involve placing multiple ground troops can backfire as she pulls them all together for efficient elimination. Air troops become even more valuable against the evolution since they're immune to the pull. Buildings remain effective. High-damage single-target troops work if placed carefully. The key difference is avoiding clustering ground defenders where the Whirlwind can pull them into a death zone. Spreading defensive deployments, using air troops, maintaining distance. These adjusted strategies address the evolution's enhanced capabilities. Spell usage against Valkyrie pushes, even when spells don't directly damage her significantly, can provide value by eliminating supporting troops or knocking back advances. Zap resetting charging troops, log pushing background swarms, arrows eliminating air supports. These spells don't counter the Valkyrie herself, but they dismantle the support structure that makes her pushes dangerous. Without supporting troops, a lone Valkyrie is much easier to handle with basic defensive tools. Accepting that some matches are counter matchups where your deck struggles against theirs, including their Valkyrie, is part of competitive maturity. Not every match is winnable, and forcing strategies that aren't working out of desperation often leads to worse outcomes than playing defensively, minimizing damage, and hoping for opponent mistakes or favorable situations. Recognizing when you re in a bad matchup and adjusting expectations while still playing your best demonstrates strategic wisdom. The community knowledge about Valkyrie counters has evolved significantly over the game's history. In early days, many players struggled against her, not understanding that air troops were reliable answers or that buildings provided efficient defense. As collective knowledge grew through guides, videos, and shared experiences, the average player's ability to counter Valkyrie improved. This rising skill floor means that strategies relying heavily on opponents failing to counter Valkyrie effectively work less reliably at higher trophy levels. What crushes beginners gets efficiently shut down by experienced players who've internalized counter strategies through hundreds of encounters. The satisfaction of perfectly countering an opponent's Valkyrie, particularly when they've built an expensive push around her, rivals any successful offensive play. When you read their push correctly, deploy your counter at the perfect moment and position, and watch their 8 or 9 elixir investment evaporate while your counter troops survive healthy to mount a devastating counter push, there's a deep sense of mastery and control. You've demonstrated superior knowledge, execution, and game understanding. These moments of defensive perfection are what keeps competitive Clash Royale engaging even after thousands of matches. The Warrior's legacy, cultural impact, and community beyond statistics, strategy, and competitive play. The Valkyrie has achieved something more intangible, but equally important in Clash Royale's 8-plus-year history. She has become a cultural icon within the game's community. She appears in fan art, memes, and player stories. She represents certain playstyles and attitudes. She connects to players emotionally in ways that transcend her mechanical function as a collection of program behaviors and damage numbers. Understanding this cultural dimension of the Valkyrie helps explain why she remains beloved long after players have. mastered her mechanics, and moved on to exploring other cards. The fan art community has produced thousands of Valkyrie pieces over the years, from quick sketches to elaborate digital paintings. Artists are drawn to her distinctive design, that shock of orange hair, the massive axe, the dynamic spinning pose. She lends herself to action-oriented art, capturing moments of combat with energy and motion. But fan artists have also explored other aspects of her character, imagining her in peaceful moments, in humorous situations, in crossover scenarios with other games and franchises. This creative output reflects genuine affection for the character beyond her gameplay utility. Cosplayers at gaming conventions have recreated the Valkyrie's appearance, crafting the armor, the massive double-bladed axe, styling orange wigs to match her distinctive hair. These physical recreations demonstrate dedication and craftsmanship, transforming a digital character into tangible reality. The effort required for quality Valkyrie cosplay is substantial, but the cosplayers undertake it because the character resonates with them, because they want to embody that warrior spirit, to become the spinning defender for a day. The meme culture around Valkyrie often focuses on her counter-relationship with swarms. Images and videos showing Valkyries obliterating skeleton armies with satisfying completeness have become recurring jokes within the community. The phrase Valkyrie value has entered the community lexicon, referring to those perfect defensive plays where she eliminates massive amounts of enemy elixir investment with a single deployment. These memes and linguistic shortcuts create shared references that bind the community together, inside jokes that mark membership in the Clash Royale cultural sphere. Player stories and memorable moments frequently feature the Valkyrie. Players remember the time they perfectly timed a Valkyrie deployment to save a match. They recall the tournament game where their opponent's Valkyrie play caught them completely off guard. They share replays of incredible Valkyrie performances, either by themselves or opponents, showcasing particularly skillful or fortunate plays. These stories, shared in clan chats, on social media, in content creator videos, form the oral tradition of Clash Royale, the collective memory that gives the game history and meaning beyond individual matches. The Valkyrie's association with certain playstyles has created stereotypes within the community, both positive and negative. Players who favor control decks and patient, defensive play are sometimes described as Valkyrie players, suggesting reliability, steadiness, and preference for low-risk strategies. This isn't necessarily an insult or compliment, just recognition of the playstyle correlation. The Valkyrie has become shorthand for a certain approach to the game, emblematic of players who prioritize consistent performance over flashy high-risk plays. Content creators have built substantial content libraries around the Valkyrie. YouTube features hundreds of videos titled things like Valkyrie Domination, Perfect Valkyrie Placement Guide, Valkyrie in Every Deck, and countless variations. These videos rack up millions of cumulative views, demonstrating sustained community interest in content about this card specifically. Creators return to Valkyrie content regularly because it performs well, because audiences want to learn about her, improve their usage, see her in action. This content ecosystem around specific cards helps educate new players and keeps veteran players engaged with fresh perspectives on familiar tools. The Valkyrie's appearance in Supercell's official marketing materials, trailers, and promotional content reflects her status as a franchise icon. She features prominently in update announcements, season promotional images, and celebration events. Supercell recognizes her popularity and leverages it to maintain player engagement. When new features or events launch, seeing the Valkyrie included in promotional materials creates a sense of continuity and tradition, reassuring players that their favorite cards remain relevant and celebrated. The debate about whether Valkyrie is skilled or no-skill card surfaces periodically in community discussions. Some players argue that her straightforward mechanics and reliable performance make her a low-skill, card that anyone can use effectively without much practice. Others counter that optimal Valkyrie placement and timing require substantial skill and experience. The difference between mediocre and excellent Valkyrie players is vast. This debate, while sometimes contentious, indicates that players care deeply about the perceived skill requirements of their favorite cards, that they want their successes with those cards to be recognized as demonstrations of mastery rather than mere luck or card power. The Valkyrie's relationship with the game's F2P, free-to-play versus P2P, pay-to-play dynamics, is relatively favorable. As a rare card, she's significantly easier for free players to upgrade compared to epic or legendary cards. A dedicated free player can realistically max their Valkyrie within a reasonable time frame, whereas maxing multiple legendary cards without spending money requires years. This accessibility has made her popular among the free-to-play community, seen as a powerful card that doesn't require financial investment to be competitive. The perception of fairness, that skilled play with accessible cards can compete with expensive decks, keeps players engaged even if they never spend money. The evolution of Valkyrie's meta presence over time has created nostalgia among veteran players. Those who played during her various dominant periods remember specific eras of the game associated with her prominence. Remember when Valkyrie was in every deck? Becomes a conversation starter, a way for veteran players to connect over shared history. These nostalgia conversations bind longtime community members together, creating a sense of having lived through the game's history rather than just playing matches in an eternal present. The comparison between Valkyrie and other area-damaged troops sparks endless debate. Is she better than Bomber? Than Dark Prince? Than Executioner? These discussions have no definitive answer because each card fills slightly different niches, but the debates themselves are valuable community engagement. Players articulate their preferences, defend their choices, learn from others' perspectives. The Valkyrie's place in these discussions, neither universally considered the absolute best nor dismissed as inferior, reflects her balanced design. She's good enough to have passionate defenders, but not so dominant that her superiority is unquestionable. The Valkyrie's representation in tier lists and meta reports provides ongoing storylines for the community to follow. When balance changes or new card releases shift the meta and Valkyrie's tier position rises or falls, it creates discussion and reaction. Players debate whether the tier list is accurate, whether the meta will evolve to make Valkyrie more or less viable, whether alternative cards should be considered instead. These discussions keep the community actively engaged with the game's strategic landscape, thinking critically about card evaluation and deck construction. The generational aspect of Clash Royale players, with new players constantly joining while veterans move on or continue playing, means that the Valkyrie is perpetually someone's favorite card for the first time. The excitement of a new player discovering how effectively she handles swarms, the satisfaction of learning optimal placement, the pride in mastering her usage, these experiences repeat across millions of players over the years. The Valkyrie facilitates countless individual journeys from beginner to skilled player, serving as a teaching tool that demonstrates fundamental Clash Royale principles. The connection between Valkyrie and Norse mythology, while not deeply developed within Clash Royale itself, creates additional layers of meaning for players familiar with the mythological roots. Knowing that this spinning warrior references legendary figures from ancient stories adds weight and gravitas to her character. She's not just a gameplay mechanic. She's connected to human cultural heritage spanning millennia. This connection to mythology elevates her from mere game piece to something more significant, a modern retelling of ancient archetypes adapted for digital battlefields. The communal experiences of major Valkyrie moments, like when her evolution was revealed or when significant balance changes were announced, create shared history. Players remember where they were, what they thought, how they reacted when they learned about these developments. These shared experiences, mediated through social media, content creator reactions, and clan discussions, bind the community together. Everyone who plays Clash Royale has a Valkyrie story, an opinion about her, memories of matches where she was crucial. This universal experience creates common ground for discussion and connection. The future of Valkyrie in Clash Royale as continuing evolution remains a topic of speculation and hope within the community. Players wonder what new mechanics might be introduced that could affect her viability. They anticipate potential new evolutions or star-level additions. They hope for balanced updates that keep her relevant without making her oppressive. This forward-looking engagement, thinking about where the Valkyrie and the game are heading rather than just reflecting on where they've been, demonstrates that she remains a living part of the game's culture rather than a relic of earlier eras. The emotional attachment players develop to their favorite cards, including the Valkyrie, might seem strange to outsiders. She's just code, just pixels, just numbers representing health and damage. But the players who've used her hundreds or thousands of times, who've won crucial matches because of perfect Valkyrie plays, who've built their strategies around her reliability, she becomes more than that. She becomes a companion, a trusted tool, a representation of their playstyle and values. This emotional dimension of gaming, the attachment to virtual elements that facilitate meaningful experiences, is real and valid even if the game elements themselves are artificial. Advanced techniques and mastery. Moving beyond basic understanding of the Valkyrie into the realm of true mastery requires learning advanced techniques, subtle optimizations, and situational adjustments that separate good players from great ones. These refinements often involve tiny details, placement adjustments measured in individual tiles, timing adjustments measured in fractions of seconds, contextual decisions that depend on tracking multiple variables simultaneously. Mastery isn't a destination, but a continuous process of refinement and adaptation. Tile-perfect placement represents one of the most important advanced Valkyrie skills. The Clash Royale arena operates on a tile grid, and the exact tile where you place the Valkyrie can determine whether she engages optimally or suboptimally. One tile difference can mean the difference between hitting 6 enemy troops simultaneously versus hitting 3. Against approaching swarms, placing her one tile forward versus one tile back changes when she starts swinging. How much damage your tower takes before she engages. Whether she is positioned to continue forward after clearing the swarm, or whether she is awkwardly positioned for follow-up defense. Developing the precision to place her on exactly the optimal tile in the heat of battle requires extensive practice and internalization of the arena geography. Pre-placement for predictive defense takes tile-perfect placement to another level. This involves deploying the Valkyrie before opponents commit their troops, based on anticipating where and when they'll attack. If you correctly predict a bridge spam push, placing your Valkyrie at the bridge before their troops arrive creates perfect defensive positioning. If you mispredict, you've deployed 4 elixir for no immediate value. The risk-reward calculation here is complex, but in situations where you have high confidence in your prediction based on elixir counts, deck knowledge, and opponent patterns, pre-placement can create overwhelming defensive advantages. Elixir counting and card rotation tracking are crucial skills that elevate Valkyrie play from reactive to strategic. By tracking what cards your opponent has played and roughly calculating when those cards will return to their hand rotation, you can anticipate when they can and can't deploy specific threats. If you know their skeleton army is in rotation and they have enough elixir to play it, holding your Valkyrie deployment until they commit that card extracts maximum defensive value. If you know their army is out of rotation because they just used it, you can deploy your Valkyrie more aggressively without worrying about her being distracted by a late arriving swarm. Frame-perfect timing for spell and troop combinations involves deploying the Valkyrie and supporting cards in specific sequences with precise timing to maximize synergy. For example, Deploying Valkyrie followed immediately by Tornado Spell to pull scattered enemies into her damage radius. Requires timing the tornado so it pulls enemies just as her axe is swinging, eliminating them before they can spread back out. These precise combinations create burst efficiency that exceeds what either card could accomplish independently. Tower health management considerations affect optimal Valkyrie placement throughout a match. Early game, when towers are full health, you can accept more tower damage in exchange for better positioning for subsequent defenses. Late game, when towers are low, every point of damage matters and optimal. Valkyrie placement must minimize tower hits, even if it means less efficient positioning for the broader engagement. Adjusting placement strategies dynamically based on current tower health demonstrates sophisticated situation awareness. Overtime adaptation requires shifting your Valkyrie usage to account for doubled elixir generation. Strategies that were too expensive in single elixir become viable in overtime. You can support Valkyrie pushes more heavily, use her more aggressively, cycle her back faster if the first deployment doesn't achieve desired results. But opponents also have more elixir for defense, so the calculus of what constitutes good value changes. Mastering overtime Valkyrie play requires recalibrating your intuitions about elixir investment and return. Matchup-specific strategies for Valkyrie usage account for how different opponent deck types require different approaches. Against spell-bait decks, save your Valkyrie for the moments when they've successfully baited your spells and are committed to their swarm punish. Against beatdown, deploy her slightly later in tank pushes so she engages support troops as they cross the bridge rather than too early when there is nothing for her to hit. Against cycle, use her defensively and never commit her offensively, since fast cycle opponents will punish expensive offensive investments. These matchup adjustments show deep understanding of strategic rock-paper-scissors relationships between deck archetypes. Reading opponent patterns and exploiting them with Valkyrie requires observing how they respond to various situations and adjusting your Valkyrie usage to exploit their tendencies. If they always use air troops to counter your Valkyrie, start baiting those air troops with your Valkyrie defensively, then pushing with your actual air-based win condition when their counters are out of cycle. If they tend to panic and overcommit elixir when your Valkyrie reaches their tower, create situations where she reaches the tower as bait, while you prepare devastating counterattacks in the opposite lane. Exploiting patterns requires first recognizing them, then having the discipline to adjust your play to take advantage. Psychological manipulation through Valkyrie usage involves creating expectations and then violating them. If you establish a pattern of always deploying Valkyrie defensively at the bridge, opponents begin expecting that placement. Then, unexpectedly placing her more aggressively or in a different position catches them off guard. Similarly, if you've used Valkyrie consistently throughout a match, they'll expect her and play around that expectation. Deliberately, not playing her for several cycles can cause them to become more aggressive with swarms, setting up opportunities where her eventual deployment gets massive value because they'd stop respecting her presence. Energy management over the course of long matches or tournament runs involves pacing your concentration and decision-making quality. You can't maintain peak focus for every second of a 3-minute match, let alone for multiple matches in a tournament. Learning when to expend maximum mental energy on crucial decisions versus when to fall back on trained instincts and habits preserves cognitive resources. Your 100th Valkyrie deployment of the day doesn't need the same conscious analysis as a critical tournament match deployment. Developing appropriate trust in your trained skills prevents mental fatigue while maintaining performance. Replay analysis for Valkyrie improvement involves critically reviewing your matches, identifying suboptimal placements or timing, and consciously practicing better alternatives. Recording matches, watching them afterward, noting moments where different Valkyrie usage would have produced better outcomes, and deliberately practicing those improved techniques creates a feedback loop that accelerates skill development. This deliberate practice, focused specifically on improvement rather than just playing for enjoyment, separates players who stagnate from players who continue developing skill. Learning from professional players and top ladder competitors by watching their gameplay, analyzing their Valkyrie usage, and attempting to incorporate their techniques into your own play provides mentorship at scale. When a professional player makes a brilliant Valkyrie play in a tournament, studying exactly what they did, understanding why it worked, and attempting to replicate that play in your own matches transfers their expertise to your game. The readily available content from top players creates unprecedented learning opportunities for anyone willing to study seriously. Muscle memory development through repetition embeds optimal Valkyrie placements and timings into unconscious habit. After placing her thousands of times in similar situations, your hands move to the correct position before your conscious mind fully processes why. This automaticity frees mental resources for higher-level strategic thinking. You're not thinking about the mechanics of Valkyrie placement. You're thinking about the broader match strategy, and your hands are handling the execution details automatically based on trained patterns. Developing this muscle memory requires substantial time investment that pays dividends in improved performance under pressure. Adaptability when strategies aren't working prevents stubborn adherence to failing approaches. If your standard Valkyrie usage isn't effective against this particular opponent, maybe because they have hard counters you haven't encountered often, or because their playstyle creates unusual situations, being willing to adjust your approach even mid-match demonstrates strategic flexibility. Maybe you need to stop counter-pushing with her and use her purely defensively. Maybe you need to pair her with different supporting troops than usual. Maybe you need to use her as bait rather than as a primary tool. Recognizing when adaptation is necessary and having the flexibility to execute different strategies prevents losses that come from inflexible adherence to predetermined plans. The integration of Valkyrie mastery into broader Clash Royale expertise shows how card-specific skills contribute to overall game skill. You can't become truly excellent at Clash Royale by mastering only one card. But mastering one card deeply teaches principles that transfer to understanding other cards. The precision, timing, prediction, and adaptation skills you develop through Valkyrie mastery apply to every other card and every strategic situation. The Valkyrie becomes a vehicle for learning broader lessons about competitive gaming, about making decisions under pressure, about continuous improvement, about mental discipline. The satisfaction of mastery itself provides intrinsic motivation that transcends winning or losing individual matches. When you make a perfect Valkyrie play, when you place her with tile-perfect precision at exactly the right moment and achieve exactly the result you intended, there's deep satisfaction in that execution, regardless of whether you ultimately win the match. This pursuit of excellence, of doing things as well as they can be done, provides meaning and engagement that lasts long after the novelty of initial learning wears off. Mastery becomes its own reward, and the Valkyrie provides a vehicle for pursuing that mastery. The Eternal Guardian, why Valkyrie endures, as we near the end of this exploration of the Valkyrie. It is worth contemplating why she has remained relevant and beloved across 8 Clash Royale's existence. In a game that has added over 100 cards since launch, that has introduced countless new mechanics and systems, that has undergone dramatic meta shifts and strategic revolutions, the Valkyrie has persisted. She has never been completely dominant, never been absolutely essential, yet she has never faded into obscurity. Understanding the reasons for her endurance provides insight into successful game design and the qualities that create lasting appeal. The simplicity of her core mechanic is fundamental to her endurance. She spins and deals area damage. This concept is immediately understandable, even to complete beginners. You don't need to read detailed explanations or watch tutorial videos to grasp what the Valkyrie does. You see her spin once and you understand. This accessibility ensures she remains relevant for new players constantly joining the game, while the nuances of optimal usage provide depth for veterans to continue mastering. The combination of accessible surface mechanics and deep optimization potential creates lasting appeal across skill levels. The reliability of her performance addresses a fundamental human desire for consistency and predictability in an otherwise chaotic environment. Clash Royale matches are inherently volatile, with randomness in starting hands, unpredictable opponent decisions, and countless variables affecting outcomes. The Valkyrie provides a stable foundation amidst this chaos. She does what she's supposed to do, consistently, predictably, reliably. This psychological comfort, knowing you have a dependable tool available, reduces anxiety and creates confidence. Players return to the Valkyrie, not just because she's effective, but because she's comforting, a familiar friend in the turbulent arena. The versatility to fit multiple deck archetypes and strategies prevents her from becoming associated too strongly with any single meta period or playstyle. Cards that define specific metas often fall into obscurity when those metas pass. The Valkyrie transcends individual metas by remaining useful across diverse strategic contexts. Whether the current meta favors beatdown, control, cycle, or spam, the Valkyrie finds a place. This adaptability ensures she remains relevant regardless of how the game evolves, how new cards alter the strategic landscape, how balance changes shift competitive priorities. The emotional resonance of her design and character creates attachment beyond pure mechanical utility. The distinctive orange hair, the operatic battle cry, the satisfying spin animation, these elements combine to create a character rather than just a game piece. Players develop genuine affection for her as a character, wanting to include her in decks not just because she's effective, but because they enjoy having her presence. This emotional dimension of game design, creating characters players care about, contributes to long-term engagement in ways that pure mechanical design cannot achieve. The balanced power level that neither dominates nor disappoints keeps her available as a viable choice without warping the competitive landscape around her presence or absence. Overpowered cards that dominate the meta create unhealthy game states where diversity disappears and every match feels samey. Underpowered cards that never see competitive use waste development resources and disappoint players who enjoy those cards thematically. The Valkyrie occupies the healthy middle ground where she's competitive and viable, but not oppressive or mandatory. This balance is deceptively difficult to achieve and maintain, but it's essential for creating lasting positive presence in the game. The clear counterplay options prevent frustration that might turn players against her. When facing Valkyrie, you understand how to counter her. You know air troops work, buildings work, ranged units work. The counterplay is accessible and intuitive, not requiring obscure techniques or specific cards that only advanced players possess. This prevents the Valkyrie from becoming a noob stomper that dominates low-level play while being useless at high levels. She remains balanced across skill tiers because her counters are universally accessible, while her optimal usage requires skill that develops with experience. The cultural legacy and community attachment create momentum that perpetuates her relevance. Because she's been popular historically, because countless players have memories and stories involving her, because content creators continue producing Valkyrie content, she maintains visibility and mindshare within the community. New players see this cultural presence and want to participate, want to understand why this card is so frequently discussed and celebrated. The cultural momentum becomes self-reinforcing, where past success contributes to ongoing relevance, which creates new memories and stories that further cement her place in the game's cultural landscape. The teaching value for developing players gives her continued purpose beyond high-level competitive play. The Valkyrie teaches fundamental Clash Royale principles better than almost any other card. She teaches area damage versus swarms, defensive positioning, counterplay recognition, resource management, all in a straightforward package that beginners can grasp. As long as new players continue joining Clash Royale, the Valkyrie will remain relevant as a teaching tool that helps them understand the game's fundamental mechanics and strategies. The nostalgia factor for veteran players creates enduring affection that transcends current meta viability. Players who have used Valkyrie since 2016 have years of memories associated with her. They remember their first successful skeleton army counter, their first tournament win with a Valkyrie deck, the countless matches where she saved their towers from destruction. These memories create emotional investment that makes them want to continue using her even when other cards might be slightly more optimal. The Valkyrie represents their personal history with the game, and maintaining that connection to their past provides meaning beyond pure competitive optimization. The design philosophy of incremental iteration rather than radical reworking has preserved her essential identity across years of updates. Supercell could have completely reimagined the Valkyrie multiple times, given her new abilities, changed her fundamental mechanics. Instead, they've maintained her core spinning area damage identity while making only incremental statistical adjustments. This respect for the card's established identity honors player investment and maintains continuity. Veterans can return after months or years away and still recognize and understand the Valkyrie. She's evolved, but hasn't transformed into something unrecognizable. The future potential for continued relevance seems secure based on her track record of adaptation. As Clash Royale continues evolving, adding new cards, introducing new mechanics, shifting competitive landscapes, the Valkyrie will adapt as she has always adapted. She finds her place in new metas, she synergizes with new cards, she counters new threats. Her fundamental toolkit of area damage and survivability will remain valuable regardless of what specific forms future threats and strategies take. Barring catastrophic misjudgment in future balanced decisions, the Valkyrie's endurance appears likely to continue for as long as Clash Royale itself endures. The ultimate lesson of the Valkyrie's endurance is that great game design creates tools that players love to use not just because they re-powerful, but because they re-satisfying, meaningful, and resonant. Numbers can be adjusted, balance can be tweaked, but the fundamental appeal of a well-designed character performing their core function with elegance and reliability transcends any specific meta or balance state. The Valkyrie spins, enemies fall, towers stand protected, and players smile. This simple loop of satisfying gameplay has sustained across millions of matches and thousands of hours of play because it is fundamentally, timelessly enjoyable. Closing reflection, we've traveled far together through the Valkyrie story. From the cold northern lands where ancient Norse peoples told tales of supernatural warriors who chose who would live and die in battle through the translation of those myths into a mobile game troupe spinning her way through Clash of Clans villages, to her reinvention as a defensive anchor in Clash Royale's competitive arena, to her evolution with pulling winds that change how she controls the battlefield. We've examined her design, analyzed her mechanics, explored her strategies, considered her counters, and reflected on her cultural impact and enduring appeal. The Valkyrie is more than statistics and gameplay mechanics. She represents certain values and approaches to both Clash Royale and gaming more broadly. Reliability over flashiness, consistency over volatility, defense as important as offense, patience and positioning over aggression and luck. She teaches that mastery comes through understanding fundamentals deeply rather than chasing complexity for its own sake. She demonstrates that simple concepts executed excellently often outperform complicated strategies executed adequately. For the millions of players who have deployed her countless times over the years, the Valkyrie has been a companion, a teacher, a guardian. She saved towers from destruction, enabled countless victories, provided the defensive foundation that allowed offensive strategies to flourish. She's been present in players' first matches and their 1,000th matches. She's been part of ladder climbs and tournament runs, casual clan wars and championship finals. She spun through 8 years of Clash Royale history, always recognizable, always reliable, always ready to defend. As you drift off to sleep, perhaps you'll dream of battles yet fought, of perfect placements and satisfying spins. Welcome. Settle in. Get comfortable. Tonight, we're diving deep into the story of one of the most explosive personalities ever to grace the arenas of Clash Royale. Pull your blankets close, dim those lights, and let me tell you about a warrior who traded precision for power, who found beauty in chaos, who discovered that sometimes the loudest statement you can make is through the thunderous boom of a rocket-propelled firework splitting the sky. This is the story of the firecracker. The year was 2020, and the world of Clash Royale was about to change forever. It was early February, specifically the third day of that cold winter month, when something new arrived in the arena. The timing wasn't accidental. Chinese New Year celebrations were filling the air with the scent of gunpowder and the brilliant cascades of fireworks painting the night sky in every color imaginable. It was against this backdrop of celebration and explosive artistry that the firecracker made her entrance into the game. Before she arrived, players had grown accustomed to a certain rhythm in the arena. They knew the archers with their reliable bows, the musketeer with her trusty rifle, the magic archer with his piercing shots. But the firecracker? She was something entirely different. She brought with her a philosophy that would reshape how players thought about ranged combat, about splash damage, about the very nature of support troops in the heat of battle. The developers at Supercell had been watching, listening, observing how players engaged with ranged units. They noticed patterns, recognized gaps in the meta, understood that there was room for something that could bridge multiple roles while maintaining a distinct identity. The firecracker emerged from countless hours of design meetings, balanced discussions, and artistic iterations. She wasn't just another card to fill a roster slot. She was a statement, a declaration that even common rarity troops could command attention and respect. When the announcement trailer dropped, it immediately captured imaginations. Here was this figure, clearly related to the Archer family by her general build and stance, but carrying something radically different. No simple bow and arrows for her. Instead, she wielded a handcrafted wooden rocket launcher, a device that looked both rustic and incredibly dangerous. Inside sat a striped rocket, its colors matching the vibrant team scheme, waiting to be unleashed with devastating effect. The community's reaction was immediate and intense. Forum threads exploded with speculation. What would her stats be? How would she fit into existing deck archetypes? Would she be overpowered at launch, or would she need buffs to find her place? The excitement was palpable, crackling through the air like static electricity before a storm. On January 6, 2020, select players got early access through a special challenge. This wasn't just a test of the card itself, but a test of how the community would adapt to a completely new mechanic. The firecracker's attack pattern was unlike anything that had come before. She would fire her rocket toward a target, and upon impact, it would explode into 5 separate pieces of shrapnel, each one continuing forward in a cone pattern, piercing through any enemy unfortunate enough to be standing in their path. And then there was the recoil. Oh, the recoil. Every time she fired, the sheer force of the explosion would send her tumbling backward, sliding across the arena tiles like she was skating on ice. This wasn't just a visual flourish. This was a mechanical innovation that would define her entire playstyle, making her unpredictable, difficult to target with spells, and creating a rhythm to her attacks that players would need to master. The early adopters discovered something magical. Here was a 3 elixir common card that could single-handedly change the flow of battle. She excelled at punishing grouped units, could provide